Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Hell. Strap in, you're in for a ride. So today is the day 21 of the Emergencies Act inquiry.
The Public Order Emergency Commission is now in session. La Commission sur l'état d'urgence est maintenant ouverte.
These little twats gotta say, right?
Good morning. Bonjour. Just before we start, I just want to give a bit of a message as to the events of yesterday. As many of you know, we had to interrupt the hearing yesterday because our senior counsel, Gabriel Poliquin, suddenly became indisposed. He was seen by medical professionals and his episode was likely nothing serious. So he's expected to make a quick recovery after a few days of recuperation and will be back with the Commission next week. He wishes to thank all who have reached out to him with messages of support and it's very appreciated by him and of course by the Commission. So with that brief introduction and reassurance, we can go on to the next witness.
Morning, Mr. Commissioner. Justin Fairholtz, Commission Counsel. Our first witness today is Marlon DeGran.
Morning, right up here.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, will you swear on a religious document or do you wish to affirm?
Swear, please.
We have the Bible, the Quran, or the Torah available.
Bible, please. Thank you.
For the record, please state your full name and spell it out.
My full name is Marlon Armand DeGrand, M-A-R-L-I-N, A-R-M-A-N, and the surname is D-E-G-R-A-N-D.
Do you swear that the evidence to be given by you to this commission shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Morning, Mr. DeGran.
Morning, sir. How are you?
Good to see you again. So, Mr. DeGran, you'll recall that you met with Commission Counsel on August 30th for an interview.
Yes, I do.
Remember that? And we prepared a summary of the evidence that you provided during that interview, correct?
Yes.
So I'll just pull up WTS 703. So this is your witness summary, which will come up on the screen. Do you have any corrections to that witness summary this morning?
I do not.
Great. And you can confirm this is the witness summary that you've seen, you've reviewed it?
Yes.
Perfect. So I'll have that entered into evidence. You also will recall that the province of Alberta, the government of Alberta, has prepared an institutional report. You've had the chance to review that as well.
I have.
And I also understand that you've sworn an affidavit attaching and confirming the content of that institutional report.
I have.
And so just for the record, the institutional report is ALB.IR.701, and then the affidavit is AFF.6015.
Thank you.
So, Mr. DeGran, I understand that you are Assistant Deputy Minister of the Public Security Division and Director of Law Enforcement for Alberta Justice and Solicitor General. Is that correct?
It's correct. At the time that we spoke, we've since had a ministerial change, and our department is now sort of split to justice on one side, and I'm with the newly created Ministry of Public Safety and Emergency Services. But
Okay,
the
fantastic.
role stays the same.
And you're still Assistant Deputy Minister?
That's correct.
And what was your, can you maybe describe your responsibilities at the time?
At the time of these events,
Yes.
I was the Assistant Deputy Minister and responsible for the coordination. I have a number of duties as the Director of Law Enforcement. Primarily at that time was the coordination of law enforcement in the province. We also are responsible for oversight, research and statistical analysis, crime prevention, and a number of other matters under Section 8 of our Police Act.
And who did you report to at the time?
The Associate Deputy Minister, now Deputy Minister for our department, Dennis Cooley.
Fantastic. And they reported to Minister Savage, is that correct?
Yes, yeah, our minister at the time was Minister Savage, interim minister.
Thank you. And so my understanding is that you would, one of your roles was to liaise with law enforcement on behalf of the government and the Solicitor General?
That's correct. Liaise and coordinate with.
Can you maybe start by providing us with a brief summary of policing services in the province?
Certainly, and very briefly, we have, of course, multiple levels of policing. The RCMP is the federal policing entity in the province, as it is anywhere in Canada. Within Alberta, we have a Police Act which dictates the levels of responsibility for policing, being for communities over the threshold of 5,000. They're required to have their own police force or a municipal service. They also have the option to contract with the RCMP. In our province.
Mr. DeGrant, if I could just ask that you slow down a bit because it's all being translated. So especially when you know what the area, you tend to talk a little fast, I think.
Yeah, I probably do all the time, so thank you, I will.
Okay.
So certainly there are multiple levels, as I was saying. Municipal policing is responsible in communities over 5,000. In 7 of those instances, we have municipal police services that are independent and self-administered. The number of instances, 48, I believe, the communities have chosen to contract the RCMP as their contracted police service. The RCMP is also our contracted police service for the provision of provincial policing in the remainder of the province, including First Nations and Métis settlements, with the exception of 3 communities which have self-administered First Nation services.
Rubens, no.
And
don't
so
fucking do that.
my understanding is in communities under 5,000 though, then the policing would be provided by the RCMP?
That's correct, as the provincial police service.
And so that would include, for example, Coots?
Yes.
Okay. And I believe that's the K division of the RCMP?
RCMP K Division, the designation for all operations in Alberta.
Perfect, thank you. Can you maybe describe as well, I understand the Sheriff Highway Patrol is also under your purview. Can you maybe explain their role?
Certainly. The Sheriff's branch is a branch under my division, and it entails a number of discrete units, one of which is the Sheriff's Highway Patrol. Sheriff's Highway Patrol works closely with the RCMP in the delivery of traffic services and traffic safety across the province. In their role insofar as the border dispute at Coots was directly in support of the RCMP's operational response, and we provided a number of our officers to the RCMP to assist in any number of areas, including traffic control and checkpoint control, under their direction and within their operations. Ordinarily, the sheriffs work collaboratively and cooperatively with the RCMP, but independently from the RCMP as a peace officer organization. They are not police officers. They have a specific mandate and specific authorities, which are quite broad. But in the case where they were providing operational support at Coots, they were working under the command structure of the RCMP as part of that response that was the responsibility of the police force of jurisdiction.
So normally they would have, or in all cases, I guess they would have the authority to enforce the Highway Traffic Act, for example, would be one of their key piece of legislation that they enforce?
Yes, that certainly is a Traffic Safety Act and a large number of provincial and other legislation. They actually have authorities for under the Critical Infrastructure Defense Act and other pieces of legislation.
And so maybe can you just explain a little bit more why in this case they would operate at the direction of the RCMP?
Certainly. The event at the border specifically was obviously a policing event, and police are charged with the responsibility for administering or for overseeing and addressing public order events and cases of breaches of the law, et cetera.
No.
In that particular case, the
no.
police force of jurisdiction, being the RCMP, has overall command and control of the event, and it would be improper and problematic for an independent agency, such as the sheriff's, to operate in an operational manner in that, or an enforcement manner in that event, outside of the command and control of the RCMP, as you could conceivably come at cross purposes for some of the strategies that we're attempting to be embarked upon, both from a negotiation perspective or an enforcement perspective, et cetera. So you need to be coordinated, and there has to be one unified command and one command and control apparatus for the response.
Thank you. You mentioned briefly there the Critical Infrastructure Defense Act. Can you maybe explain for us what that is? What does that law do?
It is a piece of legislation and I probably am the wrong person to give you a very detailed explanation on it, but it's in a sense it allows for police in the province to have another tool in their toolbox when dealing with matters that provide intrusions to or affect the operation of critical infrastructure in the province. It's not akin to, say, the Emergency Act, which is why we're here today, in the sense that there's no need for invocation. It's much like the Traffic Safety Act, the Criminal Code, or any other statute that's available as a tool to law enforcement every day, an act that is in place in Alberta.
And is your understanding that highways are a piece of critical infrastructure under that act?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. And who's able to enforce that act? I think you already mentioned that the sheriffs, both the sheriffs and the RCMP can enforce?
Yes, any police service can in their area of jurisdiction.
Municipal, yes, thank you. And so what kind of function, you've already mentioned you liaise with police. Do you play some sort of oversight function as well?
We do have an oversight function. We have policing standards that we develop in a collegial manner within the province with law enforcement, and which we're charged with ensuring are met. We have audit programs that we are involved in, and then of course we are involved in policy development and giving advice to the government on legislative changes that may or may not be required.
So I'd like to talk now about Coots a little bit.
Sure.
So my understanding is that the province was aware that a slow roll was headed towards Coots and scheduled to arrive on January 29th.
Yes, we became aware of that through information that was provided to us through law enforcement and through our Provincial Security Intelligence Office.
Where would you typically get your situational information on an event like this?
We have a reasonably well-developed level of coordination between the law enforcement entities in the province, all police services, as well as our sheriffs and our Provincial Security and Intelligence Office, which allows for the sharing of information in as near to real time as possible between those entities, so that we can, and of course through the use of the Criminal Intelligence Service of Alberta within our our combined forces law enforcement entity alert. Through those things, we receive information on a regular basis on any evolving situations that have an ability to impact any area of jurisdiction, or in this case, potentially multiple areas of jurisdiction across the province, and we ensure that it's shared not only broadly within the law enforcement community, but also provides insight for myself.
And you would have received all those situational updates?
I received situational updates from my folks for sure, yes.
And was the province aware of the threats of a blockade prior to the arrival of the convoy at the border or near the border?
The information we were receiving at the time through the RCMP was based on their conversations with organizers. Nothing that we saw indicated that, well, there's always the potential for a blockade, but nothing we saw indicated that that was the intent of the slow roll convoy. There were a number of events being planned, including events at the legislature and in Calgary, and those were all being monitored at the same time. The particular convoy that rolled from basically Lethbridge to the Coutts border was initially intended to be, from the information that was provided to us, a bunch of vehicles coming to the area, demonstrating through a slow roll and leaving the area.
Mayor Willett, I don't know if you heard his testimony.
I did not,
A few days
sorry.
ago. He testified that he advised the Premier and Minister Savage on September 27th of the risk of a blockade. Maybe we can pull up COU 50183.
I'm sorry, September?
Oh,
My apologies, sorry.
I wrote up my notes late last night. So.
I understand, yeah, no, thank you.
Sorry, January 27th, of course. So here you see Mayor Willett's email. I became aware of an organized effort planned to begin Saturday to totally block all northbound and southbound traffic here at the Coutts border crossing, as well as Carway and Del Bonita. Were you ever made aware that this information had been provided to the Alberta government?
I can't say that I've seen this. I'm not going to say for sure that it didn't flow through the traffic, but I can't say that I've seen this before.
And more
That's stated.
generally, were you provided with any intelligence that there was a risk of blockade?
Oh, absolutely. There was always, as I stated earlier, that's certainly a risk. And it was worse that I'm sure there's chatter around that as well on the social media sites, but the organizers, as I understood them from the conversations that the RCMP were having, and I would defer to them to speak in detail around that, were saying that wasn't the intent. That stated, there's always that risk.
Were you advised prior to the arrival that there may be a splinter group potentially that had an intention to blockade the border?
I don't remember anybody mentioning splinter groups within any of the conversations I had at that time.
Okay.
That became apparent on the day of the event, though,
Right.
that there was a group that splintered off from the 1,000 or so vehicles that were initially there. There's about 250 that sort of splintered off and stopped and blocked the road.
So Mayor Willett testified that he received a call the next day from someone he believes to be from Minister Savage's office, informing him that, thank you for the information. The RCMP are on it. You're not aware of
That phone call?
that discussion?
No, I'm not, sorry.
Were you briefed on the RCMP's plan for that event prior to the arrival on the 29th?
I was.
And do you know whether there was planning for the possibility of a blockade?
I'd want to defer probably to Deputy Commissioner Zablocki on that, but the briefings I had were around the fact that there's knowledge of the convoy, the fact that the approximate size of what they anticipated was going to be coming, their plans to reach out to convoy organizers, distribute information, speak with individuals at checkpoints to make sure they understood the rules around not blocking the highway in both areas, giving them direction on how to lawfully protest within the area. Those were all the plans that were articulated to myself, as well as at a gross level or high level, the number of police officers that would be, brought to bear in terms of managing the event as it was unfolding.
And do you recall what that number was for the Coutts region?
I don't. I'm sorry.
You were satisfied generally with their plan, I take it?
I was.
And obviously, we will speak to them about that as well, but it's good to get your recollection. Have you formed an opinion since then on why the RCMP was not able to prevent the blockade from setting in on that day?
I was never on the ground at the site, so I rely heavily on the information from the police and some measure of personal experience, but from the long past. But the reality is that the blockade occurred spontaneously, as I understand it, in the sense that a number of vehicles were circuiting down to the border point and back up and across in a bit of a demonstration circle, which was slowing traffic but not blocking it. And that at some point, a number of vehicles just decided to stop and block the highway, which is, of course, contrary to the assurances of the organizers and contrary to the directions that were given by police. So at that point in time, the police on the ground were faced with a very difficult problem in the sense that they had 250-ish vehicles blocking a highway.
Thank you. You understood that the blockade blocked traffic to and from the border, correct?
That's correct, on the Canadian side.
Yes. And that it also prevented access by Coutts residents to Milk River and vice versa?
I believe so. Yeah, there were some early conversations around the challenges that the community of Coutts was facing. And I know one of the things that the RCMP informed me they were working with and they managed to gain support for was creating access for the community to roadways out of the area in the first day or two of the event, or a couple days of the event.
And you understood, I think what you're telling me is you understood it was a key artery for Coutts to get to essential services and Milk River.
Certainly, yeah, certainly. Although I'm not as familiar with Coutts to say if it was the only artery, but I believe it was certainly key.
Okay. You spoke just now about the RCMP briefing you about creating an alternate route for residents. Can you maybe just tell me a little bit more what you know about that?
I really don't know a lot more about that other than to what was relayed to me from the RCMP in the sense that they were looking to create access for the community and that it was resolved. And again, I from memory, I can't recall which day, but it was resolved early on in those first few days.
In the first few days,
yeah.
And that they would have successfully created some alternative route when the highway was fully blockaded for residents to get out.
That's correct.
And is your understanding that were you ever advised that route was used for commercial vehicles as well?
To cross the border?
Well, not to cross the border, but once they had crossed the border to kind of get out.
There was a number of, as the RCMP relayed to me, that there were a number of vehicles, truck drivers, sort of caught up in the matter that didn't want to be there, but had no way of getting out. And I'm going from memory, and I can't remember which day it was, but as again, on those early days, there was some progress made in discussions by the RCMP with the protesters to allow those that did not want to be there to leave. And I believe 25, 30 trucks were escorted out of the area. But beyond that, there was no real avenue for truck drivers to go through when all the lanes were blocked. Yeah. I think it's important to note that throughout the duration of the event, which was a couple weeks, there were, the majority of the time, there actually were one lane of travel open both north and south.
So fair to say, to your knowledge, there was no alternate route available for commercial vehicles. RCMP was relying on essentially the good faith of the protesters.
Well, through Coots, Sweetgrass border crossing, that would be accurate.
Yes.
There are other border crossings that very early on, efforts were made to ensure that those remained open, while the primary border crossing to the United States from Alberta is, of course, at Coots, at Sweetgrass. The Del Bonita and Carway crossings are also available. They have more restricted hours, and efforts were made by our Transport Canada folks as well as the Transportation folks in Alberta, not Transport Canada, my apologies. Transport Alberta Ministry and the RCMP to work with CBSA and American officials to ensure that we could extend the hours and the services that were available in those border crossings to facilitate travel to the extent that could be done outside of Coots itself when it was closed.
Thank you. I might have some more questions on that later, but that's helpful. Thank you. So my understanding from the institutional report is that on January 31st, the RCMP was prepared to conduct some enforcement action, but that some protesters left around that time, and there was attempts to negotiate with the remainder of the protesters, but that was not ultimately successful. Is that correct?
That's the information that was relayed to me from the RCMP, absolutely.
And what was your understanding of why those negotiations were unsuccessful at that time?
I actually couldn't speak to that. I can tell you that with some of the protesters wanting to leave and others indicating that they were interested in transitioning to a lawful protest, the RCMP made the tactical decision to proceed with negotiations, which seemed reasonable and sound to me, and they did so. Those ultimately proved unfruitful at that time. But I wasn't on the ground having those conversations, so it'd be speculative for me to say why they didn't work out.
Were you advised around this time, January 31st, that the protest leadership was not quite clear yet?
Now, I can tell you that I was advised as the matter progressed that it was difficult to negotiate because there were multiple individuals that would come forward and claim leadership. And in this case, there was a group there was the initial leadership of the convoy, and then there was the splinter group. And then there was a group at this point in time, January 31st, that came forward and identified themselves as leadership. And we're speaking with the RCMP. I think later on, and I'm not sure that it was the 31st, I think it was in the subsequent days to follow, other groups individuals identified themselves as leadership and not being represented by the folks that had previously been speaking with the RCMP. And one of the difficulties that was expressed to me from the RCMP was that they were getting multiple groups and within the or factions, if you will, within the global protesters. There are individuals with a mixed group of sort of motivations within the group, within the protest event itself, and it was making it difficult to negotiate.
Thank you. And is one of the reasons that enforcement wasn't pursued at this time, again, January 31st, because some more moderate elements started coming forward and expressed an intent to become a more lawful protest? Had you been briefed on that?
That's what the RCMP actually indicated to me, and of course, their goal is always to resolve peacefully with the minimal use of force, so they took advantage of that.
And what did you understand a more lawful protest to look like?
With the flow of the information that the RCMP were stating is their goal was always, certainly throughout the event, but certainly at the start, was to reestablish the flow of traffic through the Coots border crossing.
And did that succeed?
As I indicated earlier, there were times when it was successful in a limited fashion, in the sense that one lane was left open, and there was varying degrees of flow of traffic, sometimes escorted, sometimes free-flowing at a smaller pace. At some points, the border was processing up to 50% of its normal kind of volume of traffic through the area, and then it would be shut down for a period of time, reopen, and then shut down again. And then ultimately was shut down until it was resolved for, I think, 2 or 3 days at the end.
So around the 10th, 11th?
10th, yeah, somewhere in there, yeah. It was resolved on the, I think, the 14th.
Yes. And is your understanding that during this time, commercial vehicles were still using the Coots point of entry, maybe in limited numbers, but there was still activity at the Coots port of entry?
When the lanes were open, yes. There were, as I stated, though, there were periods where they would be shut down. There was a period where there was a car accident that necessitated a shutdown. So it wasn't a constant flow, and it was interrupted at times and then reopened, and then interrupted at times and reopened.
And maybe I just want to clarify, my understanding is that the blockade was, I don't have a sense of the distance, but maybe a kilometer away from the actual customs point of entry, and so that's why I'm kind of making a distinction between the two.
Yeah, it's you're probably almost as familiar with the area as I am, having never actually traveled through that border point myself, but my understanding of it is the actual customs office is just south of where the blockade took place, which is on the two highways, two sections of Highway 4, which travel down to it, and there's a bit of a crossover, and then come back up to it, and that was where the blockade itself was, the primary blockade, and there was another one that actually sort of rose up the highway closer to the community of Milk River.
Yes. Okay. So you've already spoken about the contingency planning that was made with alternate point of entries. Do you have a sense of what the impact was of having to reroute some of that traffic to those other points of entries? Can you speak to that?
Some of the challenges were, as they were expressed to me, and of course I wasn't in personal conversation on many of these things, were that U.S. officials receive certain types of goods only at certain checkpoints, live animal stock, foodstuffs, heavy transports versus automobile traffic, private vehicle traffic. And there was a lot of challenge in trying to extend not only hours of operation, but also accommodate at alternate points of contact for customs clearance the different types of commercial goods that travel through that border point. And I will not profess to be an expert in that area. It's an area that I understood to be a challenge, and one that was worked on throughout the event with our folks from transportation, agriculture, as well as their U.S. colleagues and CBSA.
Thank you. If we could pull up ALB 401573. I understand that on February 3rd, Deputy Commissioners Zablocki of the RCMP sent a letter to Minister Savage requesting the deployment of additional officers under the PPSA, right?
That's correct.
And that's the Provincial Police Service Agreement between the province and the RCMP. Is that correct?
Well, it's between the province and Canada.
Right.
Yeah, and the RCMP is the service provider, and that's the article that allows for the RCMP to move policing resources across multiple business lines in order to self-support when their resources require that.
And this is the response from Minister Savage. And if we can just go down a little bit. So there's a response the same day that approves the request, correct?
That's correct.
And it says, if you go down to the fourth line, this is in response to a current blockade near the Coots land border crossing and intelligence suggesting further blockades planned throughout the province. In my opinion, this constitutes an emergency in the province of Alberta under the Provincial Police Service Agreement. So why was additional deployment necessary according to the RCMP? What did they tell you about that?
Yeah, my conversations with Deputy Commissioner Zablocki, in those conversations, he indicated that, of course, the resource draw to maintain order and safety at the blockade, and of course manage other events that were and could be happening across the province was significant. And there are specialized resources that are used in those types of events, as well as general duty resources. And his intent through invoking this article of the Provincial Police Services Agreement was to reach out to other provinces for extra resources so as to give his team relief, in the sense that he could spell people off for a period of time, get them through a rest period, and then put them back into their role.
And he eventually obtained, I think, 40 officers from British Columbia.
That's correct.
Correct. Can you tell us about, here it mentions intelligence suggesting further blockades planned throughout the province. What can you tell us about that?
I might have mentioned it earlier, but during the events at Coots, we also had events in Calgary, numbers of people protesting and walking, marching through the community. We had events at the legislature in Edmonton. We had intelligence and actual action of rolling blockades in some parts of the province. I think Fort McLeod and a few others. So I believe Tabor Police dealt with a minor event as well. And so there were also tracking on social media at different times, calls from individuals to protest in other parts of the province and create other traffic snarls, slowdowns, that sort of thing. So those would have been the events that I believe the Deputy Commissioner would have been referencing, although of course he would be able to speak to that himself.
Thank you. So at this time, and this is February 3rd, what was your understanding of why the RCMP had not yet been able to bring the blockade to an end?
By February 3rd, at that point in time, they were still working on negotiations with the protesters. If memory serves, they had a lane open by then, and there was north and south traffic flowing through there. They had also by then encountered difficulties, if memory serves, with obtaining heavy tow capacity. Should they have to move to an enforcement action? I don't believe at this point in time they were looking to execute on an enforcement action. They were engaged in constructive dialogue that had been keeping the lanes open mostly for north-south traffic to some degree, and we're hoping for a peaceful and a non-enforcement oriented solution. But they also recognized they had challenges logistically should they go there.
And by that time, the RCMP had begun to look for towing resources, correct?
That's correct.
And did they feel obtaining those resources would be necessary to any enforcement action?
Yes, they did. You can remove the people, but we would still have large numbers of large vehicles that were blocking the highway.
I take it you're familiar with Alberta's Emergency Management Act?
I'm familiar with it.
you mentioned it before, this is one that you actually need to invoke?
That's correct.
Okay. And so under that act, the government of Alberta can declare a state of emergency?
That's correct.
Province? And are you aware that the use of that act would have allowed Alberta to compel the use of towing resources, of operators, and also to prohibit access to certain areas?
I am aware of that provision of the act, yeah.
In your witness statement, you say that Alberta considered invoking this legislation, but that it was determined not to be necessary. Can you explain the basis for that assessment?
So as a public official, we, of course, provide advice to elected officials. Within that, we explored the realm of the possible in the sense that we did identify the Emergency Act, its provisions, and the authorities that would come with its invocation. We also identified a number of statutes that provided law enforcement with effective arrests and charging tools to deal with the actions that were taking place at Coots. And to be fair, there are a number of authorities that exist sub or below the Emergency Act that would allow for police to arrest, detain, and remove people from that area. The determination was made by our government that given the number of tools that were already available in statute to police, the addition of the Emergency Act would have changed nothing in terms of the authorities that the police required. And you mentioned compelling individuals to cooperate. That would certainly be something that could be attempted, but there's also information that many of the individuals within the industry were fairly supportive of the protest or did not wish to be seen to be involved in taking action against the protest for their own reasons, and I won't speak to those because I don't want to put myself in their head. But the reality is that a compulsion to somebody to provide support could conceivably and probably have been met just as easily with a refusal, and then you are left with a choice of having to now deal with enforcement in relation to service providers and still not be any further ahead in terms of where you're trying to go. We ultimately thought there were more appropriate and better avenues to seek that support, one being Canadian Armed Forces support from CFB Edmonton, and the other is ultimately what we did do, which was resolve it ourselves through the purchase of equipment.
Thank you. What was the basis, I guess, for the assessment that some people may not comply even if compelled? Did you receive advice on that from RCMP, from intelligence, or was it just?
I should make that clear. That's a very personal assessment on my part. That was not advice that was provided to anybody, and I can't speak to our government officials, our minister and premier, and where their head was at on that. So I should be very clear about that. And that basis is just experience and the reaction. And this wouldn't have been February 3rd. This would have been much closer to 8th or 9th that I was getting from my folks that were engaged in conversations with the industry when they were attempting to solicit support for the RCMP to use their equipment. It was categorically dismissed, and people were either not returning our calls point blank or telling us that they just would refuse to cooperate.
Did the RCMP ever request that this act be invoked?
No, they did not.
Okay, so we can pull up COU 6016. These are text messages between Minister Sawney, former Minister of Transport, and Mayor Willett. And we can go to the second page. We can go down a little bit. Okay, here. So you'll see here on the right, Mayor Willett says, he's talking about meeting with protesters. They need someone from government to get a straight answer from. If it comes up, are you still willing to take a trip to Coots? And she responds, of course, I need to get clearance from the boss and RCMP. Were you consulted on whether the government should send an emissary of sorts to Coots to meet with protesters?
To be clear, I've not seen this until my preparation for the inquiry, and this was provided to me. So I wasn't consulted. I know there were conversations at one point of MLAs independently meeting with protesters and having conversations with them. And that was, I've not seen anything to substantiate whether that actually occurred or not. My information is that it wasn't something that the government was officially trying to do, but again, I can't speak to whether it happened or not. I do know that during those conversations, we met with myself, but our department spoke with our minister around that to make sure that we knew what may or may not be taking place and could convey that to the RCMP, of course, who are still charged with managing the event. The information that was conveyed to me was that there were no certainly official meetings taking place down there, and that they would be guided by the RCMP, who of course had operational command and were engaged in negotiations so as not to complicate any conversations that they might be involved in.
And do you know what the reason for? Because my understanding is that Minister Sawney did not end up going to Coots. Do you know what the reason for that decision not to officially engage with the protesters was?
I don't. I can't put myself in the minister's mind. I apologize for that. I don't believe we received any requests from the RCMP, though, to engage at that level.
Okay.
So I suspect that might have been the reason.
In the institutional report, it says that the RCMP asked the Sheriff's Highway Patrol not to take enforcement action until February 7th. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And do you know why that was the case?
Again, the RCMP, I believe, were asking that we make sure that our officers did not take unilateral enforcement actions outside of their operational plan. I can only surmise, and I will leave it to Deputy Zablocki to confirm, but that would have been to ensure that any actions that we took didn't interfere with any negotiations that might have been ongoing with individuals at the site.
Okay. And so what changed on the 7th? Because I know after the 7th, there was a number of violations were issued. Do you know what changed?
That would have been a time, at the time there was a sort of a very moderate or small enforcement, I guess you could term it enforcement initiative that the RCMP wanted to engage in, basically starting with information, if memory serves correctly, moving into, I think it was checkpoint 10 near Milk River, to have conversations with people, provide them with information, start charging vehicles, et cetera. So it would have been a coordinated effort based on the RCMP's operational plan and under their direction that our officers would have been involved in.
Do you know if any protesters left because of that limited enforcement action around that time?
I can't say that. I'm sorry. I'm sure the RCMP could tell you, but I just don't have that off the top of my head.
In the institutional report, it states that the province made an alternative protest site available, and we heard this from other witnesses at Milk River, and that would have been on February 10th. Can you tell us how that came about?
Absolutely. The RCMP actually suggested that it would be useful to them in their conversations with protesters if we were to make available a site that they could protest on that would meet their visibility needs but not obstruct traffic. We engaged with transportation and ourselves, but primarily transportation, in developing a site near Milk River which met the needs of the RCMP on property that we owned already. And transportation actually put in access and egress areas for protesters and set up, I believe, even Wi-Fi access for protesters to be able to utilize in order to facilitate those that wanted to protest lawfully at the site. This was a tactic that the RCMP wished to engage in to, manage the negotiations to migrate this to a lawful.
And did the RCMP brief you on whether that was done because there was buy-in from protesters on something like that, or done in hopes that once it was set up, they could get buy-in? Do you know?
They did. I don't recall knowing whether it was one or the other.
Okay.
There was a request, and of course we do what we could to assist, so we did it.
The institutional report states that the Sheriff's Highway Patrol maintains certain checkpoints at other points of entry to prevent blockades.
Near other points of entry, yeah. Yes, that's correct. Del Bonita and Carway were primarily the land ports of entry that we were concerned about. And under the direction of the RCMP, our sheriffs set up checkpoints there to ensure that vehicles traveling down to those points of entry had legitimate business reasons to be doing so.
And are you aware of whether any potential blockades were thwarted by those efforts or not?
I'm not. I couldn't speak to what could have been. So yeah, it's possible, but I'm not aware of anybody showing up and being turned away in en masse,
Yeah.
if you will.
I understand that on February 9th, I believe, a charge under the Critical Infrastructure Defense Act was laid against Pastor Artur Pawlowski.
That's correct.
Is that the only charge that was laid under that act?
I don't want to misspeak here. Something tells me it was used twice, but certainly that's the only one that comes to mind.
So you understood that the act could apply to the situation?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. And certainly Commissioner Zablocki and the RCMP would have a lot more fulsome detail on the charges they laid.
Did the RCMP ever explain to you why it wasn't utilized more?
Why that particular act was not utilized more? No. I know that enforcement was a strategy that was being looked at on a case-by-case basis, moment-to-moment, situation-to-situation, and they would use it in a manner that worked for them in terms of managing the overall event, but they never provided me with detailed explanations around why this charge against this person, why not this charge against these people. That's an operational level of detail that's candidly not something I would normally ask about.
And that was within their discretion to decide under what act to charge an individual?
100%.
Did the Alberta government ever take any steps to kind of attempt to have the act used more fulsomely during this period or anything like that?
No, in the sense that we were very careful throughout the entire event to ensure that we were not directing police in their operational response. We were asking questions of them around planning, what they had done, if to the extent that they could share, what they would share in terms of their intentions, and things that we could do to facilitate the resolution of the event. But we're very careful not to direct them.
Your understanding is that law enforcement action in the early morning of February 14th is what led to the end of the blockade?
Certainly, that was the beginning of events that ultimately led to the event. I would hesitate to say that that was the single event that was causal in that sense. There was a lot of work that was done by the RCMP and others in the days leading up to that to develop relationships, et cetera. So to what extent was this that crystallizing event the sole reason, and how much of that was facilitated by the outreach that was done in the past and the communications that was done by the government around the impacts of this? I think there are a constellation of factors that could have played a part in those decisions, but certainly those enforcement actions were a catalyzing event for sure.
Did you ever hear from RCMP that one of those factors may have been the rumors that the Emergencies Act would be invoked?
No.
No. So when did you hear that they would, sorry, let me back up. The evidence we've heard is that protesters met in the morning of February 14th and decided they would be leaving the next morning. Were you advised on the 14th that they had made that decision?
I was.
And do you recall around what time you were advised?
It was very early in the morning that I was advised of the enforcement actions, very early for me, sorry, 7:30. Now I'm struggling now to recall if it was at that particular conversation or in one of the conversations I had in the morning that I was advised that it looked like the protesters were now dismantling. I want to think it was kind of a little bit later on, but that would be speculative on my part. It was all within the morning, certainly, of the 14th.
So within the morning, you understood they would be leaving the next morning?
And beginning preparation that day, actually, and there was already events people taking down tents and structures and leaving on the 14th.
And was it, I forget his name, Deputy Commissioner Zablosky? Is he the one who would have been briefing you on that?
That's correct. Deputy Commissioner Curtis Zablosky.
Thank you. And your understanding is that the next morning they were all gone by early morning?
For all intents and purposes, operations were resumed on the 15th at the border point. I think there may have been individuals still packing up, et cetera, in the area. And I'm not sure if Milk River had fully transitioned to the lawful protest site. It would have been the 15th, 16th, but I believe operations at the border resumed on the 15th.
So your understanding with respect to Milk River is that throughout that day at some point, the protesters at the Milk River checkpoint would have moved to the legal protest site, or at least some of them?
Yeah, they moved or left. Yeah. The majority actually left, if my memory serves me, from the conversations I had with the deputy.
This may be on the ground from your vantage point, but are you aware of any protesters moving from Coots to that legal protest site?
Yeah, I wouldn't have that knowledge, sorry.
And so your understanding is no, other than the raid early that morning, no enforcement action had to be taken to clear that, to clear the blockade in Coots?
There were a couple of arrests and some vehicle seizures associated to an event prior to the search warrants and the further charges. there. And there, of course, were the earlier charges
Yes.
that took place later on. But yeah, outside of that,
In
that's
the actual clearing of the blockade?
that's correct. Yeah. Yeah, there were no further arrests beyond, I think there were 13 individuals that were arrested in those initial hours.
So your understanding is none of the powers under the Emergencies Act were used
Oh, yeah,
to
no.
clear the
Yeah,
blockade?
the Federal Emergency Act?
Yes.
No, no, no.
What about other protests in Alberta at that time? What was their status, if you can recall?
We continued to have protests in Calgary for quite some time after that, as well as in Edmonton, around the legislature. And both the Edmonton Police, the Calgary Police, and the RCMP and our sheriffs were involved in those. We had protests at the Calgary Remand Center involving individuals supportive of Mr. Pawlowski. I apologize if I'm saying the name wrong. It's not intentional. Around that individual, and we had a number of events that recurred for some time.
And in your witness statement, you state that there was always a possibility that protesters would attempt another blockade, but to your knowledge, there was no intelligence suggesting that might occur. So is your evidence then that there was no credible threats of a blockade forming after the 14th?
My recollection of the intelligence briefings that I was getting was there were individual chatter, like individuals that would chatter about we need to go back, regroup, and reestablish, but there was no uptake being shown on the open source information that we were receiving, and no information that was indicating that this was anything other than aspirational chatter from isolated individuals. And so I think it'd be fair to characterize that there was no intelligence surface that would indicate there was a real threat for that to evolve, but that's not to say that the police didn't take serious the possibility. I believe the RCMP remained, present in some numbers in Milk River and in the area for some time afterwards, just to ensure that that didn't take place.
And were you ever briefed on any factors that would have led to there being no uptake of those kind of threats?
No.
No. Okay. Let's talk a bit more about towing capacity. So I understand that fairly early on, I believe February 1st, the province began to make requests for towing resources, correct?
That sounds right, yes.
And those requests were always for both tow trucks and tow operators.
That's correct.
So when I'll refer to tow resources, but
Capacity, yeah.
I mean both.
Yeah.
And I think you've already told us that that capacity was critical and necessary if any enforcement action was to be taken.
In the event of mass enforcement action, I guess I should clarify that. If we were going to go and remove all of the protesters and remove the blockage, if the RCMP were to do that, that would absolutely have to be in place.
Can you tell us a little bit about the challenges the province has faced in obtaining tow capacity?
To begin with, the RCMP, as the police force of jurisdiction, made their efforts, and they had some limited success very early on, very, very, very early on, first days. That support dissolved from industry quite quickly. They went afield, and that was local support. They went afield and garnered some limited support, which also quite quickly dissolved. And then they were struggling after that to find any support anywhere, both within the province and commercially outside of the province, BC, Saskatchewan. I believe they might even have looked to commercial entities in the south, but I'm not 100% certain of that. I'll let them speak to that. They approached us to indicate the challenges that we're facing, and they indicated that they were going through their channels to seek support from the Canadian government for the use of heavy lift capacity that exists at the Canadian Forces Base in Edmonton. And we're looking for anything that we could do to assist in terms of just generally trying to to work through that. We initially, when tasked with trying to support them, supported their call for Canadian Forces logistical support, and we also embarked on a process, sort of an evolving process of attempting to secure that lift capacity for them. The first was through revisiting the commercial entities that they'd contacted as the government to try and secure support for them. We were unable to gain any support that way. We looked afield to the City of Edmonton, City of Lethbridge, City of Calgary, industry, ATCO, those sorts of things, CNCP, colleagues to the south of the U.S. border, to try and look for any capacity that we could get there. We had some very limited success in the sense that we had one city that was able to provide us with a heavy tow truck, and had some minor sort of like a loader type and small crane support from another city, but not the equipment that the RCMP required. So in support of our ask to the Canadian Forces, we had the RCMP actually set out exactly what they needed for equipment should they have to go to that type of enforcement action. And that was what constituted sort of our list of tow trucks and capacity that we sought out for them. Eventually, we determined that there was not going to be a commercial avenue there, and it was becoming apparent that we weren't going to get access to the tow capacity at CFB Edmonton. And we were able to, through a multiple number of sort of online sites, identify private vendors who had lift capacity, used tow trucks, if you will, for sale. The commercial providers of those entities, it was a long waiting list to get anything from the actual manufacturers. We'd explored that already. We did manage to secure a small number on the weekend of, I think it would have been the 12th. We had them in place down in Lethbridge and turned over to the RCMP. And by the 14th had identified, and we're closing the deal on the remainder of the list, save 2 items, which were all, I believe, in place on the 15th in the south for the RCMP at their disposal.
Super, thank you. If we could pull up ALB 500153, so I'll have just a couple more specific questions on this topic, but you've provided a great overview, so thank you for that. So my understanding, and I think you've mentioned it, is that the RCMP had already made a request of Public Safety Canada for assistance from the Canadian Armed Forces, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And that they had declined to become involved. Is that your understanding?
I can't say that they declined to the RCMP to become involved. I can tell you that the RCMP indicated they weren't seeing the support. Whether they had an answer or not, I really would have to defer to them, because I don't recall them ever telling me whether they'd been formally told no.
Okay. And do you know whether any other options were being explored other than the Canadian Armed Forces within the federal government for these kind of resources?
I can't speak to specifically what options were being explored, whether they were looking at Transport Canada or other entities for their capacity. I did have conversations at various times with the Assistant Deputy Minister of Transport Canada, Kevin Brasseau, around our needs and around efforts that we were making along with what I described earlier. I'd also reached out to to industry contacts within Alberta, as had our transportation department, to try and encourage them to help us in finding support. So I did ask Transport Canada's ADM if he could reach into his contacts within industry and see if they could garner any support from us. Whether that materialized into any efforts or not, I would have to defer to Transport Canada on.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to ALB 5097. So this is the February 5th letter from Minister McIver to Ministers Mendicino and Blair. Can you explain what the purpose of that letter was while it comes up?
Just have a quick peek. Oh, I believe this was the formal request for, again, there had been informal conversations, as I'm given to understand before this, but this is the formal request from our minister to the federal ministers for the deployment of those heavy lift capacity resources that the Canadian Forces possess in Alberta to assist us in removal of any equipment should the RCMP go to an enforcement action. This was a formal request for that support.
And it says, we can see at the bottom of that first paragraph, at the end of the third to last line, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police have exhausted all local and regional options to alleviate the week-long service disruptions at this important international border. So what was meant by that the RCMP had exhausted all options?
That, as I described earlier, that's their efforts to try and secure commercial or other, industry or city support to provide those kinds of supports that they needed.
So that was only referring to towing capacity?
That's correct.
Is your understanding?
That's correct. Yeah, this letter was about towing capacity.
And then if we can go to the second last paragraph. So you see there, to support this approach, I'm requesting federal assistance that includes the provision of equipment and personnel. To move approximately 70 semi-tractor trailers and approximately 75 personal and recreational vehicles from the area. So that was the request. That was
Yeah, and it was structured that way as opposed to the way that the RCMP structured their request to us, in the sense that we have former military personnel and indicate that you don't actually ask for the equipment, you ask for the capacity, and they determine the equipment.
Okay. And here it doesn't specifically indicate that this was a request for Canadian Armed Forces resources, but was your understanding was that that was what you were looking for?
Certainly that was what we were looking for, although any capacity that could do that, whether it came from the CAF or some other branch of the Canadian government, would have been welcome.
But you weren't necessarily specifically aware of other sources?
I could think of no other source, certainly in province.
I understand that there was a conversation between Minister McIver and Minister Blair on February 7th, so 2 days later, following up on this request. And do you know what the response from Minister Blair was at that time?
Off the top of my head now, I can't recall, but I think the response was something to the effect, it might be in the institutional
I think in your
report.
Institutional report, it indicates that he raised some doubts about the use of the CAF equipment.
Yeah, that's where I was I think he was indicating that they were having conversations with the Chief of Defense, but it wasn't positive.
At that time, it wasn't clear either way.
Yeah, it wasn't looking like there was hesitation.
If we can go to ALB 401868. So these are the text messages between Ministers McIver, and Blair. You can go to page 2. So if we can just go down. So February 8th, Minister Blair says, sorry for the delay in getting back to you. I spoke to our Minister of Defense and conveyed the importance and urgency of an answer. You can keep going down. From CAF, she's speaking to the Chief of Defense Staff this morning and will advise. You were advised that had taken place, that they were in communications?
Yeah, I was advised of that. I'd not, of course, seen the texts themselves until my preparation for the inquiry, but I was advised that those conversations were taking place.
And in parallel to this, as you've already described, the province was undertaking its own steps to obtain these resources, correct?
That's correct. To whatever ability we could, we were looking for anything we could find.
We'll come back to this, but if we can go to ALB 401328. This is an email chain from February 12th. We can start at the bottom. So who is Rayanne Lajeunesse?
At the time, she was the deputy minister, if I'm not mistaken, of transportation in Governor of Alberta.
And so she writes to you that she's communicating with Transport Canada and that they've struck a working group and that it would be a good idea to loop you into that conversation. And if we go up to the second email, you advise, and the federal government, as you see, is copied on this exchange, correct? The Transport Canada specifically. Mr. Keenan, you say, we're actually supposed to make several purchases today. As a matter of fact, the number of vehicles identified for follow-up. So you were aware that you had communicated with the federal government that was taking place at the same time?
That's correct, yeah. And my apologies for the typo in there. I believe intended to say poised, but it was also Saturday afternoon there.
Sounds good. And you say our biggest challenge appears to be obtaining operators at this time, though we might be faster on equipment acquisitions if we can combine efforts. And so were you of the view that you were making progress on the equipment, but the operators were still the largest issue?
That's correct. Yeah, we were making progress. By then, we'd acquired some of the list and were working on leads, some of which later fall through, but others that ultimately proved fruitful on the 13th.
And that was one of the things you had asked the federal government for?
That's correct. It was my hope that we were searching out with our team for commercial capacity that we could purchase, and thought that perhaps the federal government could do the same. And
we could just go up to the top. So again there, third paragraph down, Transport Canada was coordinating a working group to support local police, provincial authorities in securing truck and tractor removal capacity. So what was your understanding of those efforts? Maybe if you can describe that.
I actually don't have a lot of information around the efforts that were being made at the federal level. We did have a follow-up conversation the next day with ADM Brasseau and PWGSC representative. prior to us actually completing the purchase of the last group of equipment. But I'm not sure what efforts they were actually undertaking at the federal level. It was unclear to me.
If we could go to ALB 401468. So that same day, you had communications with Kevin Brosseau. Who is he?
He's the assistant deputy, at the time, he's assistant deputy minister for Transport Canada.
And if we can go down, what were you providing him with here on February 12th?
This was on the 12th, so this was the remaining items from the list that the RCMP had provided us, which we had yet to acquire. So, of course, those are the items we were still looking to get. Although again, we had a deal pending later that day that ultimately fell through on much of this, and then we ended up acquiring it all on. It was save the top two items. We acquired the rest of those on the 13th.
On the 13th.
Well, they were in our possession, I think the 14th, 15th, something like that.
Okay.
The deal started on the 13th.
If we can, so you provide him with the list, and then if we go up, oh, sorry, go down to the bottom, actually. I understand you guys had a phone call that day. What do you recall being discussed?
I think that was just a touch base. I'm going from vague recollection here, so please, know that this might not be 100% correct, but from my memory, the conversation was fairly generic in the sense that we were touching base, talking about the fact that we needed to combine resources, and talking about what we had acquired and what we were trying to acquire. And that was the trigger for my following email to him, giving him the list of what was outstanding. And again, I'm going from memory, so I apologize if that's not 100% accurate.
And your understanding at that time was that they were still working on the request?
They're working on ways to support us, that's correct. Yeah, and in terms of the Canadian Forces request, yeah, yes.
And did the Alberta government ever receive a formal response to the February 5th request?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. If we could go to pb.can.nsc 50690. So my understanding, and we'll see this when the document comes up, is that this is a draft response to that request. If we go down a little bit, you'll see second paragraph below is a current draft of RFA request response. If we go down, we'll go down a little bit further. Sorry, down more. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, so my colleagues and I have given your request serious consideration. We have consulted key partners to assess our ability to assist you. Given the lack of commercial resources, the Canadian Armed Forces would be the only federal asset that might potentially meet this request. Unfortunately, discussions have made clear that the CAF have neither the type of assets required nor the expertise to do this without significant possible risk. Was that sentiment ever communicated to you verbally or in writing some other way?
Not like that, no. I know there's, from personal experience, I know there's hesitance on the part of the Canadian Armed Forces to be involved in any police-type actions domestically, and I understand that's an issue of concern to them and to the government of Canada, of course. I obviously not received this.
Yes.
It was a draft, so I don't think it was sent. We have former significantly high-ranking Canadian Armed Forces officers who are now within the government of Alberta, including lieutenant colonels, colonels, brigadier generals, major generals and a lieutenant general who have experience in command of Canadian Armed Forces base in Alberta. I'm surprised to read that they thought that the assets, they don't have the assets required to move those vehicles, given that, the Armed Forces base, from my personal knowledge in Alberta, has the assets to move tanks, Leopard tanks being very large, so they can recover, lift, load, and move tanks. Would have thought they would have a capacity for this, but I'm not with Canadian Armed Forces. In terms of risk, one of the things that we made clear in our conversations internally, in that the RCMP, I'll let them speak to it, but I'm hoping made clear as well, is there would be no use of any Canadian Armed Forces personnel in an enforcement capacity. They wouldn't be meeting protesters on the ground. The RCMP would be responsible for clearing and making safe the area, and any heavy equipment movement would take place after that had taken place, and the CAF would have been there dealing with equipment, not people. So I'm not sure where the significant risk part comes from, but again, I can't speak to the CAF's response or the Government of Canada's response, so I'll let them explain their thinking on that.
Okay. I just want to look at this paragraph that starts with further. It says, I understand that Alberta has the required legal authorities necessary to enforce compliance, as a highway is considered essential infrastructure and it is unlawful to willfully obstruct, interrupt, or interfere with the obstruction, maintenance, use, or operation of any essential infrastructure in a manner that renders the essential infrastructure dangerous, useless, inoperative, or ineffective, as per the Critical Infrastructure Defence Act of Alberta. There are a number of contraventions or other applicable legislation that may also be enforced by Alberta and its police forces. I encourage you to look at the actions taken in Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, and Ontario who have used new or existing authorities to safeguard critical infrastructure. Had this type of sentiment been communicated to you in your discussions with the federal government, that Alberta ought to be making better use of the enforcement authority at its disposal?
It had not been communicated to me, but candidly, it's a little off point to the request, in the sense that the request was not for assistance in bringing laws to bear that would enable our officers to conduct enforcement actions. We had, as I indicated earlier, considered all of the legislative authority that was available in the toolbox for law enforcement to deal with this, and felt that there was sufficient. I would agree with the statement that there are sufficient legislative authorities within existence at the time to give the police the authority to act. The challenge was that to support their actions in that manner and to ultimately remove those vehicles, we required a logistical capacity that the police lacked. Not a legislative authority, but a logistical capacity. And we were looking to the Government of Canada and the Canadian Armed Forces to help augment that logistical capacity gap. Candidly, the police already knew about this legislation.
And the police didn't request any additional enforcement authorities?
No.
If we can go to pb.can 401514. So this is a call, notes from a call on February 13th between Assistant Deputy Minister Dal Kebab and Brosseau. I believe you participated in this call, and there was ADMs from Manitoba, Ontario, Alberta. You recall this?
Yeah, I recall the conversation with Talal. And
if we can just go down, there's a bullet marked Alberta in bold, and I'd like to look at the second bullet under that. Alberta requests for CAF support have been denied, but they are surprised that their request to access reservists with operational skills needed to drive towing trucks was not accepted. This part of the request is news to us, and we committed to follow up on this specific point. I should clarify, these are notes taken on the, I believe, Transport Canada side. Was your understanding from this call that the request for the towing trucks denied?
That's correct. There was also, and I think for clarity around the reservist piece, there was another proposal that was being communicated, and I can't tell you through what channel, but it was for the Canadian Armed Forces and the Government of Canada to consider the use of some of the reservists that might have operator skills to operate heavy lift equipment. Should we acquire it? We had some that were identified, but we could use a few more. And if there were reservists within the Canadian Armed Forces who, by virtue of their experience in their trades, might have that skill set, we'd proffered up the idea that perhaps we could use them either as a hired capacity to us, or through whatever mechanism might make sense to the CAF on their own time to support us. And the response that I was made aware of was that would not be considered.
That the
Use of those reservists would not be considered.
would not be considered. And was your understanding from this call that Transport Canada had not considered the part of the request with respect to operators?
Yeah, that reservist portion. That was actually something that neither Talal or Transport Canada, the ADM from Public Safety Canada, or his colleague from TC had indicated they were aware of, but they were going to look into that.
Okay. If we can, Mr. Clerk, I don't know if you still have that text message exchange available that I said I would come back to.
Were those the texts from Coots?
No, Minister Blair and Minister McIver.
It would take me a moment, but it may be quicker if you can provide me
Yes,
the
I'm just
document. Sorry.
looking for it here.
Maybe it's ALB 1868, maybe?
Yeah? Sounds like there's a consensus. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. I know I'm coming up on my time here. I have, I'd say, maybe 5 minutes left, if that's okay.
Okay.
Hello?
If we could go to page
Not too
3.
bad. How are you? Okay.
Go down. So there was a follow-up on February 10th and February 21st, and your understanding is there was no answer from the minister before the invocation of the act?
Yeah, based on the text exchange that I've seen.
But you had in the call on the 13th, you were aware through
so now
Transport
now, 'cause
Canada,
like
they would
when I
not be
called, I wanted to
providing
ask about like
the tow
who
truck
because
resources.
she gave me her contact
They had not been able to
information,
provide that, and I was
I
aware
deleted
from other
because I always
conversations
delete
that
messages a
CAF
lot. So and I
were
forgot
not
that. Oh yeah, that's right too. I
looking
should
to assist.
Yeah.
And so I'll just look at the response here from Minister
Okay.
Blair on February 21st. You may be aware that we invoked the Emergency
Okay,
Act
so
on February
okay, yeah. So my
15, which
question
addressed
is
the tow
what,
truck
what
issue
is the
quite
role
effectively.
of this?
Happy
of
to
this
answer
person?
any
What-
questions
what
you may
role do they
have,
play?
although, and we can continue. I'm sure the RCMP can advise you on how it works. A letter will be forthcoming. You can keep going. I understand Prime Minister spoke to Premier Kenny
Okay,
about
so-
the Emergencies Act, but you can keep going. Will ensure correspondence follows to you. And then Minister McIver responds, we received no help until after Coote's issue was resolved, and you know that. Disappointed to hear you say
yeah, I was just wondering
otherwise.
what kind of, because like, so
Going.
pretty much her role is the same as
to the
what
next
yours
page.
is then.
As I
So-
was disappointed to learn of your
now
reaction to our
why did
efforts
they-
to
why did they
respond to the threat
change
to
that,
critical
to that? Like,
infrastructure and the
it's
integrity of
not-
our international borders
Yeah.
posed by these illegal blockades. Fortunately, the CACP, the OACP, and RCMP, and the Ontario Provincial Police have been clear and unequivocal that these measures have been essential to their efforts to solve the criminal blockades and occupations. We are all grateful that the RCMP was able to resolve the very dangerous situation at Coutts safely. Keep going to the next page. What is true is that Coutts was resolved on the 14th,
Oh, okay.
and we got
All
our
right, so
own tow
that's-
trucks after you could.
Okay,
Uh,
just wondering,
no,
yeah,
not
it's,
help, I guess.
yeah, just wondering like whether
continue.
it was due to
Your letter
cutbacks or
speaks for
whatever it is,
itself.
or, yeah.
As
All
does
right.
your lack of response until too late. Getting to the end. To be clear, is your point that we should have invoked the Emergencies Act earlier? No, you were too late and did the wrong thing. My point
Yeah,
is
it's
saying
just when
nothing now
certain
would have been better
things triggers
than
that,
not
and when
telling
that
the
hits, it
truth.
just-
I wanted to ask you about this last text from Minister McIver. You were too late and did the wrong thing. What is that in reference to?
Okay.
If you have an understanding.
Yeah, it's
Of what
difficult.
that would be in
Yeah, it's very
reference.
difficult for me to
Yeah.
put my
Yeah, I mean,
head
like,
directly
I'll talk to
into
the
the mind
social worker
of
and
Minister
figure
McIver.
out, like, I'll talk with them
candidly,
and see
though, my
what,
understanding
just
and-
kind of like see whether or not
And inference from this based on our global conversations within the GOA were that
discuss.
we didn't require the legislative authority
Because, like, yeah, I never. So
of the Emergency
somebody
Act
new
to
will
resolve
be
our
coming
issue.
in.
We required logistical help that was available in province, and it was denied to us. So we found a different way to address it. That is,
Okay.
bought the tow trucks ourselves.
Thank you.
That's again, in the absence of being able to have spoken to him directly on this. That's my sense of it.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay. Elise,
Just
so how do you spell that?
a last topic here that won't take me very long.
A-L-I-S-E.
My understanding
And she
is that
strictly works.
the first ministers'
Okay,
meeting
all
was
right.
held on February
Yeah, I just wanted to
14th,
know that.
where
Okay, so,
the federal
yeah, so-
government consulted with
So when's
the
so
premiers
when's
of the
new
provinces on the
appointment?
potential use of the Emergencies Act. You're generally aware of.
I'm
that.
aware that that took place. Yes, that there was a meeting of the first ministers on the 14th.
And do you have any knowledge of whether Premier Kenny was provided with advance
that's
notice
good to know
of
that
that
information, yeah.
first ministers' meeting?
Yeah. So
No, I personally was not involved in the
pretty good.
conversations,
I've
but
got a good- I
I'm
got a
aware
good
and have
roommate that's,
viewed
really good. So,
information from our Premier's office and his chief
Yeah.
of staff
Yeah.
that outlines the fact that the Premier was
Yeah.
not provided
Unfortunately, it's
with
not one of
advance
those
notice. There's
permanent
normally a
situations,
process
but,
for
yeah, well,
engaging
it's,
in the setting of
yeah.
the first minister's meetings, which
But-
will often be a week or more in advance with agendas and topics. The information provided from our Premier's office is that there was no
Yeah.
advance notice, and there was no advance notice of topic.
Yeah,
There's
it
no
would be-
time
it
to
would-
gather
it would be
information or
nice.
brief
That would be
the
really
Premier
good.
on the
That'd be a good
Emergencies
thing
Act
for
because
me,
it was
I
unclear.
think, yeah.
We didn't have notice of,
Yeah,
of
he's
that
doing
being
he's
the-
doing fine. He's
the
a lot
meeting
bigger
on
and
the 14th.
stronger, and he won't
Thank you
let
very
me
much, Mr. Grant. Those are all my
cut
questions.
the ends of
Thank
his
you.
of his claws
Okay,
because he just don't like it. And
Well,
he's
I
just
think
like he won't
we
have
can
it.
take the
Fusses
morning
and
break at
fights
this
about
point.
it, and it's like, come
So
on,
we'll
it's
take
pretty
15 minutes and come back
Rubens.
to proceed with the further examination and cross-examination. So 15-minute break.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, he's
The commission
being
is
a
in
cat.
recess for
He's-
15 minutes. La
he
commission est
hasn't
levée pour
lost
15
his
minutes.
play, even though he's like a little over a year old. He still hasn't lost his playability, where he just wants to play, and that's all he wants to do, actually. Yeah, that is a good thing. I don't want a cat that's going to be lazy in that, and he's gotten really heavy, like really like not fat heavy, but like muscular heavy. Like he's a muscular cat. He actually man, you'll laugh at this when you hear this, and I don't know how many cats have done this, but he actually caught a blue jay on the balcony. Yes, yeah. Yeah, it was, yeah, she's like, well, whatever. No, well, it kind of sort of got away because, well, it did survive, but I got a lot of feathers though out of it. Yeah, I think because the balcony was so small that, that the bird he didn't have a lot of room to be able to run to chase after. So yeah, it kind of got away, but yeah. But the blue jays still come to steal my nuts when I put them out. So. Well, I don't think it was the same one because Ruben's got a pretty good. If the balcony was just a little bit wider and longer, he would have it wouldn't have gotten away. Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, he's a Bombay, so they're very, like they're more aggressive than your average cat is. So, yeah. Yeah, nothing's really changed. Nothing's changed there. Yep. Yep. Nope. No, nothing medical. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's going good. I mean, it's maintaining, but it's we did get a song out there. It's on Spotify, and it's on iTunes. It's called "Dancing in the Rain." Yeah, Blackstone Herd. Yeah. 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 Blackstone. Yeah. So we're finally on a main beat. Before hadn't, like, it took a while for it to populate, and now that we're on an official major platform, which is the two of the major platforms, which is good. It's probably other places, but we haven't really checked in that. We're just now I'm trying to promote it, and then I got a couple of students now, like I'm teaching guitar lessons, so that's yeah. So Tuesdays and Fridays, which is good. So enjoying that. Oh yeah, and guess what I did? You'll never believe it. Guess what I did during the summer? I built my own guitar. Oh yeah, she sounds sweet. Oh yeah, it was. I went to my writing partners to do that because the idea is while I work, and then when I get done working on the guitar, we could go working on some other of our songs that we're working on, and so that was kind of like the idea. But he got really busy with work, like he's a truck driver, so he got called a lot. So so he wasn't done work by the time I was finished making the guitar. But yeah, she sounds, oh man, you should hear what she sounds like. It's no, it's a semi-hollow. It's like the kind of guitar that Chuck Berry plays. Did you? Yeah, just. Well, it's made out of that solid maple, maple neck, maple body, and rosewood fretboard. Yeah, and I put well for everything I did to the guitar. Well, I wanted to buy. I was looking at buying one because I wanted an ES 335. Well, you've seen the type of guitar that Chuck Berry plays, right? The semi hollow that he plays. Yeah, yeah. I always wanted a guitar like that, and I just figured, well, with the music we're doing, we could use one. So I was looking, and to get a used one, I couldn't find one with a case, and I just thought, well, and then the thought came to me, well, you know what? I could probably build something better, and I could have everything I want in that guitar, and it'd probably sound better. So, uh, like for everything that I have, it would cost me, if I were to buy a guitar brand new, for everything that I have in this guitar, with all the options, it would cost me about 10 grand. And to do the build, it only cost me $1,000. So I got a $10,000 guitar for $1,000. plus it looks like everything that I want. You know, yeah. Dawn was absolutely flabbergasted hearing what she sounds like, because it was just the sound's just totally amazing. It amazed me. So yeah. Well, I'm kind of on a diet right now. I know you don't want to hear that, but I'm on a diet. Soup, yeah, just broth and that, just very lightly. I started the diet about 10 days ago. Yeah, 'cause yeah, yeah, yeah. I don't know. I haven't. Yeah, I don't know. It's just. Well, I mean, I'm concerned on other things right now. My youngest brother passed away on September 22nd. My youngest brother. Yeah, yeah, yeah. They're investigating it as being suspicious, and they still haven't released us any information. Haven't released the body. Nothing. Um, no. This was he was living out in Vancouver, and drugs played a role in it. I'm trying to get information from his girlfriend, but his girlfriend's not telling me anything. Apparently, she was held for like 36 hours. So, yeah, apparently there's some kind of altercation, whatever, between my brother and her and her friend. So both her and her friend were held for questioning and that. So it's they still think it's suspicious. So yeah, it's the yeah. I mean, it was funny though, because he started wanting to call me and talk to me a lot. You know, and since the song got released, he's really been he got really close with me, because I guess he liked the song and figured, well, hey, he's actually doing something that's, you know, yeah. But yeah, it's too bad. My Uncle Dave, which is his father, he was shocked by it too. I mean, I was the guy that had to inform everybody, because I found out my other younger brother, which is a little bit older than Lee, called me, and they first contacted him, and then I said, well, Ted, yeah. Oh, okay. Sorry. Okay. Yeah, it is. Yep, yeah, I still got your number. I can always call and ask the office if I need to talk. Yep. No problem. Yep, bye. So, is the number 4? Is that still is that being rerouted or not?
I think it is rerouted, but not to downtown. I think you can ask.
What's that? I don't know. Yeah, it's
Russian.
no, it's not. It's 1/10. It's higher.
I don't know.
If you see, and if you look at it, it's the heart.
Oh, the hot pizza.
Yeah. Russian coins don't have the heart. That's pretty cool. Yeah, very cool, man. Now, when you open the patio, be very, very careful because it's like super loose. It just glides. Yeah. It's just like real loose. I'm used to like having to pull real hard now. You just like use your pinky finger. I bet you I grew on it. And that's the way they should be. They should be.
You take the 13 or 4.
Order allowed. The commission is reconvened. La commission reprend.
You're okay? Okay. First, I'd like to call on the Government of Canada, please.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. Mr. DeGrand, my name is Brendan Vindian-Heiss, and I'm one of the lawyers for the Government of Canada in this matter.
Good morning.
Sir, in response to the series of questions you were just asked about whether Premier Kenney was consulted about the setting of the First Minister's meeting, I believe you said that this was the information available to you from the Premier's office. Is that right?
That's correct, sir.
And that is not information that we have seen under oath or affirmation. Is that fair?
I will assume that's the case. I've not been following all the proceedings. My apologies.
You're not aware of that?
I'm not aware of that yet.
And you yourself were not, I take it, present at the First Minister's meeting?
That's correct.
And likewise, you were not personally present for Premier Kenney's telephone conversations with the Minister of Public Safety, for example?
That's correct, sir.
Or the Prime Minister, right?
That's correct.
And there's nothing you're aware of that disables former Premier Kenney from swearing his own affidavit about these matters?
I'm not familiar enough with the proceeding to even comment on that, but no.
You're not aware of anything that disables him from testifying before this commission, should he have wished to do so?
This is Stephanie Bowes, Counsel for Alberta. I think we're getting into asking this
I go
witness a
without
legal
me.
question about whether
I'll
or
have
not
to
there's
find
anything
it.
that prevents
Yeah.
former Premier from swearing an affidavit.
I'm not sure it's a legal question. I'm wondering if the witness is aware of anything that disables the former Premier from doing so.
Well, and actually, all due respect, actually would suggest that I'm not a lawyer, and I wouldn't actually probably be qualified for that. I'm not aware of that, but I could very well be things there that I'm not aware of.
Okay, fair enough. Let's turn to you. So you were an assistant commissioner of the RCMP until 2018, is that correct?
That's correct.
And so you understand well here what Deputy Commissioner Zablocki and the other RCMP officers involved in the Coots blockade went through, yes?
I have a sense of it. I was obviously not on the ground, but I was not operational at the time, but I have previous experiences that would certainly inform on that.
And you respect Deputy Commissioner Zablocki and his service in the discharge of his duties in respect of Coots?
Absolutely, yes.
And everywhere a division of the RCMP policed the province of Alberta during these events, right?
Yes, I have a great deal of respect for Commissioner Zablocki and his command team.
You became an assistant deputy minister with Alberta Justice in 2018, right?
That's actually not quite correct. I started as an executive. No, my apologies. You would have no way of knowing this, sir. So I started as an executive director. So I reported to the assistant deputy minister at the time, Bill Sweeney, and I became the ADM in 2021. Sorry, just wanted to be factually accurate.
No, I appreciate that. Just going with.
Yeah, no, of course you would have no way to know that. So.
You swore the province's institutional report in this proceeding as well, right?
Yes, I did, sir.
Okay, and we'll come back to that. Now, in the province of Alberta, this situation, if I can call it that, began really on January the 29th. Is that accurate?
Yes, from memory, that's...
In terms of the beginnings of the Coots blockade.
The slow roll, yeah.
And if we go to ALB 401010 at page 2, just pull up the initial report about it to you.
Sure, thank you.
If you go down to page 2, please. You see that, I take it it's Peter Tufik, I think, reporting to you about the blockage of the roads north and south to the Coots border, right?
Yeah, that would be now Chief Superintendent. I'm not sure if he was at the time, Peter Tufik with the RCMP.
Okay. And it says in the second last substantive paragraph there, the organizers have made calls to the participants to move their vehicles, but the message has been ignored, right?
That's correct.
And strategies are being worked on to get those who are participating in the stoppage to get roadways moving again, right?
That's correct.
If we go up to the first page, you see a report moving just a little further up the page. There's a report on the officers who are deployed. Just to the top, please. There we go. And you see the report from Jason Delaney to Rick Gardner is that from the Alberta sheriffs, you've got 12 members deployed at Coots,
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, that's on the 29th.
and 3 of them have been reassigned from Coaldale, 2 reassigned from Redcliffe, and 2 are sent in from Lethbridge on overtime, right?
3 from Coaldale, 2 from Coots on the first day shift, and then the evening, yeah, 3 from Coots, 2 reassigned from Redcliffe, and 2 from overtime. That's correct.
Okay, and the RCMP supplying 25, CBSA a dozen, and this Canadian Pacific Railway Police a single officer.
Yeah, that's what it says. Yes, correct.
Could we go to ALB 401312, page 2? We just go to page 2, please. This will be a tweet from the Premier issued on, or tweeted on January the 30th. It says, the blockade of the Coots border crossing violates the Alberta Traffic Safety Act. It's causing significant inconvenience for lawful motorists and could dangerously impede movement of emergency service vehicles. This blockade must end, right?
That's correct.
And if you flip over to page 3, you'll see that he issues a longer statement, which is really to the same effect, yes?
That's correct, yeah.
And this had no effect on the Coots protest. This had no immediate effect on the Coots protest, did it?
It would be difficult for me to say what individualized effect it had, but ultimately we still had a blockade.
You still had a blockade. Okay. Can we go to ALB 401257, please? And this is a report which comes to you. If you could just move down the page, please. A bit further down. There we go. And you see it's being reported to you now, Tuesday, the 1st of February, that you're receiving information about new blockades on the highway by Fort McLeod, on Highway 3 by Pincher Creek, and calls to block Highway 43 west of Grand Prairie, right?
That's correct.
And did you interpret those as being blockades sympathetic in spirit to the blockades at Coots?
If they, in fact, were accurate, that would have been the assumption that was being made. But we just were making sure that that information was passed on to the RCMP, who were also hearing that. And I believe at least 2 of the 3 might have had some activity, but it was resolved reasonably quickly.
We go to ALB 1263, please. ALB 401263. This is a February 1st intelligence assessment provided to you, sir.
Thank you.
And just want to make a few highlights here of what is brought to your attention, as well as that of some of your colleagues from PSIO. That's the Provincial Security Office.
Yeah, it's the Provincial Security Intelligence Office.
Thank you. So the first point is that there doesn't appear to be centralized leadership at this blockade, right?
That's correct.
It emerged from the so-called Freedom Convoy movement, right?
Emerged from, in the sense that it's inspired by and in support of. That's correct.
And if we go to item B, there doesn't appear to be any overt direction being given between the Coots blockade and Ottawa Freedom Convoy organizers, although this is possible, right?
Anything's possible, but there was no information or intelligence to support that, although that, of course, was one of the things that the law enforcement agencies was looking to determine.
Okay. It refers in the last sentence under B there to being one of the spin-off support events for the Ottawa Convoy that gained its own momentum and now appears to be self-supporting, right?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
Individuals outside of the blockade location appear to be acting as entrepreneurs in organizing support and logistics, right?
That's correct.
You were seeing that?
Yeah, that's what the information and intelligence that was being reported to me was. Of course, I relied on that.
Okay. If you go further down the page, you see already that there are individuals on pro-blockade social media groups organizing phone campaigns to threaten tow companies with financial repercussions and to set up boycotts of companies they believe have acted in support of the police, right?
That's correct.
Is that a serious concern to you at that point already?
It was, because it was, of course, one of those factors that was limiting the cooperation that the RCMP were able to gain from that industry.
If we go down the page further then to spin-off actions, there's social media comments calling on blockade supporters to block in police to prevent them from removing vehicles from the site, correct?
Yeah, those are individual comments that were out there. That's correct.
Okay, and you're also hearing from your law enforcement partners that support convoys have bypassed or broken through police blockades to deliver supplies, yeah?
Yeah, that's correct. There was even reports of vehicles such as farm implements and tractors coming across country over instead of on road to get to the site. It's a very open area, and it's very difficult to contain and secure.
The PSAO is reporting that social media messages are promoting a decentralized blockade of highways throughout Alberta, yes?
Yeah, there were individuals out there calling for spontaneous action around the province in support of the blockade. Very little materialized other than the main concerns that emerged in Edmonton and Calgary, although as I indicated earlier, there were some small ones. I think you saw them at Fort McLeod and Tabor, like I mentioned earlier, and a few others.
Could we go just to the very bottom of the page now and see the last section here, intelligence gaps? Do you see that section?
I do, sir. Thank you.
And this refers to areas where there just isn't visibility from an intelligence perspective as to the identity of the leaders and their level of influence at the blockade site, right?
That's correct. Yeah, it was very difficult to find true defined leadership.
And you've got an intelligence gap about how much support is likely to manifest in the real world from the calls for decentralized blockade action.
Exactly, sir.
Got it. Let's go now, please, to ALB 401620. This is a February 1st report concerning what's referred to as a brawl near the blockade.
Okay.
Are you familiar with that?
I think I know which one you're referencing, but I'll...
Did you happen to observe the testimony of Mr. Van Hugenbos?
No, I did not actually, sir. Sorry.
If you go down the page, it says you're reporting here that you assume others are well aware of this, but if you go down the page, we'll just see what's reported out to you. There we go. And this is a report about how if you look at the third sentence, the crowd became increasingly hostile at and made threats against members, that is law enforcement members at the checkpoint, to the point where they surrounded the members, right?
That's correct, yeah.
And the protesters pushed through the barricades with their vehicles and collided with vehicles traveling northbound on Highway 14.
Yeah, that's is my understanding of it is the officers at the checkpoint moved their vehicles to avoid any collision, and then vehicles from the checkpoint began to traverse southward. At least one was in the northbound lane and collided with another vehicle that was northbound in the northbound lane. And that is when the reference to the brawl is there was a confrontation that ensued between the participants in the collision that the RCMP and sheriffs on scene had to break up.
Yes, and I know you didn't have a chance to observe it, but when we were here with Mr. Van Hugenbos, I believe he watched a video of that incident taken by the driver.
Oh, okay, interesting. Yeah, sorry, I haven't seen that.
Well, you can go back and watch it.
I will, thank you, sir.
Could we go now, please, to ALB 401313? This will be a February 2nd report, sir, on social media intelligence work being done by PSIO.
Okay, thank you.
In this case, you'll see that you're being informed that from a web and social media perspective, the term bear hug is a rising search query. Do you see that?
Yeah, that's correct. I think that was information from other ministries. Deputy ministers were receiving intelligence that over various social media platforms, I think Facebook and others, that people were calling for a bear hug, which was a call to sort of obstruct traffic throughout the province.
If we go to ALB 401611, this is still on the 2nd of February, and it's reporting on events in Calgary, also associated with this phrase bear hug.
Okay, thank you.
Just go down the page. There we go. So this is a report coming in with respect to an Operation Bear Hug calling for truckers to block major highways in Alberta. And at the top, there's an Operation Bear Hug in Calgary, intended to support the convoy on the 5th of February, which is this upcoming weekend, right?
That's correct. Yeah. I guess it's important to ensure that this is characterized as aspirational intelligence. These are people that are trying to develop these things. I don't think we ever developed significant intelligence in this area, but certainly there were some sporadic and small-scale events.
You'll see in that second paragraph that there's, whatever you want to call it, forward-looking intelligence, that there's a plan to gather near the minister's house.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's correct.
And if you go down the page a bit, just to scan through it, you'll see that there's events being reported on in the southern region, north central, Fort McMurray regions, and Peace region, right?
Yeah, if you're looking at the north central region, those are unconfirmed reports, and then Peace region, again, unconfirmed reports of activity around there, or planned activity.
Calls to block every road.
Yeah, those are calls. Yeah, that's correct, sir.
This term bear hug, are you familiar with that term as having been promoted by an outfit called Canada Unity and a gentleman named James Bowder?
I'm not, actually. No, I'm sorry. I've been at a bit of a disadvantage there, sorry.
That's fair enough. At any rate, it's clear by February the 2nd, when you're receiving these reports, that there's the potential for police resources becoming somewhat stretched in the province. Is that fair?
Oh, absolutely. Depending on how things manifest themselves and evolve, but that's certainly the point of the intelligence, was to make police aware.
And the RCMP, as police of jurisdiction under contract with the province of Alberta, are responsible to police the whole of the province, and not just Coots, right?
That's correct, although there are, as I indicated earlier, municipal forces in Lacombe, for instance, in Lethbridge, Medicine Hat, et cetera.
Absolutely, fair enough, aside from the municipal police services.
Yeah, and the First Nation services, that's correct.
If we go to ALB, go back to ALB 50543, please. This will be the letter from Deputy Commissioner
Oh, okay,
Zablocki,
yeah, the Article 9, yeah,
the invocation of 9.1.
okay, yes, please.
Okay, so we just moved down the page, and the end of the first paragraph, you see, well, you told us that you greatly respect Deputy Commissioner Zablocki's judgment as a police officer, fair?
That's correct, sir.
And you see that Deputy Commissioner Zablocki indicates in the last sentence of the first paragraph that this situation does, in my opinion, constitute an emergency in the province of Alberta.
I see that, yes, correct.
And do you consider that a reasonable assessment on his part?
Insofar as it's pertaining to the Provincial Police Services Agreement, yes. And I guess there's some context there, sir, in the sense that the Provincial Police Services Agreement under Article 9 envisions situations which would require the movement of resources to support major events, emergencies, et cetera, as defined as they pertain to that act, or that agreement, that contract, if you will. It's a little different than, say, perhaps our Provincial Emergency Act or perhaps the Federal Act.
Gotcha.
But I'm just not sure.
Gotcha.
I just don't want to conflate the two different definitions.
No, that's fair enough. If you look at the second paragraph, he refers to this urgent and critical situation being what warrants him requesting the extraordinary application of the emergency provisions in the agreements, correct?
That's correct. Yeah, you betcha.
And that is going to involve bringing in transferring in more RCMP officers from places other than Alberta, correct?
Not only that, but also movement of officers within Alberta from different business lines, because there are provincial policing business lines, there are also municipal business lines and federal lines, and it would allow him to dip into those resources as well as resources external to the province to augment his provincial police service and give them the resources they need to manage the event.
Could we go to ALB 401177? And if you bring them in from other provinces, particularly, though, what it means is you've got less police available in those provinces to police those jurisdictions, fair?
That's correct. When we receive such requests for our officers as well, one of the first questions we ask is, of course, what is the impact on core policing? And it's up to the commanding officer of that division that's sending them to determine whether those can be sent in a manner that's safe.
And here you're reporting about the information you've received from provincial colleague in British Columbia about the planned events there, correct?
Those were the intelligence pieces that they were hearing, that's correct. And they were hearing aspirational information as well around Saskatchewan and Manitoba, I believe, in that conversation I had with my colleague.
And all three of those are provinces which also rely upon the RCMP as a primary police of jurisdiction outside of those municipalities large enough to have their own service.
That's correct, sir.
And so those protests could likewise draw exceptionally on local resources in order to maintain order if that had to be done by the RCMP. Fair?
If they materialize to certain levels, I'm certain they could, but I'm not sure whether they did or not.
Can we go to ALB 50528, please? The bottom of the page, please. I might have the wrong reference, so never mind. You became aware that there were protests planned for Edmonton the weekend of February 4th and 5th?
Yeah, that sounds right, sir. Yeah, it does. Yeah.
And a considerable number of vehicles, I think several thousand, showed up, according to the institutional report.
That's correct, yeah. There was multiple points of origin, and they converged in Edmonton there, and the Edmonton police, the sheriffs, working with assistance from the RCMP, were tasked with managing that event.
February 4th is the Friday heading into this weekend, I think.
That's, yeah, from memory, that sounds right. Okay. Thank you.
Now, did you have an opportunity to hear Mayor Willett testify yesterday?
I did not, sir. I've been kind of careful to avoid too much because I didn't want to color my own opportunity here. And
I'm sure you have other things to do as well. So let's go. We heard from Mayor Willett. If we could call up COU 6016. We heard Mayor Willett testify yesterday about his perspective on the ground, really from the ground level at Coots.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
And this will be a text exchange with Minister Sawney that he tendered into evidence yesterday through Commission Council. Could we go to page 7, please? Here we see an indication from him on February 4th that Archer Pulowski had showed up and fired everyone up at the Coots protest site to convince them to stay. Mm-hmm. You aware of that?
Yeah, I actually am aware of that event, yes. From the RCMP's reporting, not from this conversation.
Could we go to pb.can.401835? It's the multimedia file that we had yesterday. And I'm going to ask to play this from the 207 mark until 418.
Thousands upon thousands of people are coming. They don't have enough RCMP officers to deal with that. That's right. They don't have enough army to deal with that. Right. Remember, you have the power now. Yeah. Do not give it away just because it feels right. And yes, some of you might be arrested. Yes, some of you might pay the price. I'm not going to kid you that is pleasant and beautiful on concrete in jail facing the biggest guns in the country. It's not. They don't treat us well over there, especially when you're a pastor. 3 days on concrete and 2 nights. Every half hour they banged on my door. They did not allow me to sleep for 3 days and 2 nights. They roughed me up. They stripped naked me. They put chain on my leg. And yet I'm still here with you. Yes. Those people don't play fair. They're coming here with their badges and they're telling you that they represent the law. No, they represent lawlessness. They are gangsters for the biggest mafia that there is, Kenny's Mafia. And it's up to you now, for the first time in 2 years, to rise up, to stand up, and to hold the fort. That's right. And if this is our Alamo, so be it. And if you don't want to be here, no one is stopping you. You can take your car or your truck and you can go. There is a huge rally in Calgary. There is a huge rally in Edmonton. You can join them. No one will think of you as a coward. Everyone has to face the giants of the lungs. But I'm telling you, there is this huge opportunity right now that we have been given. God has given us this moment in history. Why? Because international media are watching you right now. That's power.
Yes.
During 1980, there was.
Thank you. Have you seen that speech before by Archer Pawlowski?
No, I haven't, actually. Thank you.
You hear that he is singling out Premier Kenney as the source of the problem, and I believe he referred to Kenney's mafia.
Yeah, that's what I heard, yes.
And he said, "This is our Alamo," referring, I take it, to the standoff at the Alamo in Texas.
That's, I assume, the reference.
And he points to the international attention that has been gathered and says that's power, right?
That's correct.
Could we go to COU 6016? This similarly we heard from Mayor Willett about, and it is the same series of text exchanges. And I just want to address one other factual issue that was circulating.
Oh, thank you.
Page 9. Okay, you see he refers here in this instant message, again with Minister Sawney, to a gentleman named Paul Brandt. Do you see that?
Yeah, I do, sir. Thank you.
And he's referring to a Rebel News story and saying that, in my opinion, Paul Brandt should post a clarification on the Rebel News story that he helicoptered in aid. You familiar with that?
I'm familiar with the story. Yeah.
The rumor about that? Yeah.
Yeah, you bet.
Go down the page. And you see that Mayor Willett indicates that that's not in fact true, that his photograph that was circulating of Paul Brandt was 5 years old, right?
Correct. That's what it says there.
Paul Brandt is just for the benefit of whoever doesn't know, he's a well-known, internationally successful country musician from Alberta, correct?
That's correct.
And there was a rumor, in fact, that he was going to come and perform a concert in support of the Coutts blockaders, right?
That was one of the two rumors that we heard involving Mr. Brandt.
If we go to page 13, you see Minister Sawney still on the next day, February the 6th. She's asking, was food dropped off to the protesters by helicopter, right?
Correct.
Yeah, and that's the character of the rumor that was going on about Paul Brandt, that he dropped off food by helicopter, right?
Well, I don't see his name on this text, but certainly that was one of the rumors. Whether there was other rumors that the minister was hearing about other helicopter drops, there were, and I'm not even sure. I think by this point the NOTAM or the Notice to Airmen restricting airspace might have been in place as well. So that might have been. I don't want to put myself in the mind of the minister as to what she was inquiring about.
Sure. According to Mayor Willett, at least, he says Rebel rented a chopper and made a video,
Yeah.
which is what circulated. Is that according with your recollection of what happened there?
See, I'm not familiar with any information around Rebel News renting a chopper, but certainly that's the post from the mayor.
If we could go to ALB 401444, and I just want to suggest at any rate that what this notion about Paul Brandt renting a helicopter, coming to drop off food, putting on a concert, that was disinformation, right?
I believe it was. We actually conveyed that to the RCMP, and they had conversations with Mr. Brandt's personnel, and they claimed they indicated that they had no intention of providing a concert there and did not violate the NOTAM.
Okay, and if you go to the bottom of this page, this is a report to you from your PSIO director, yes?
Yeah, that's correct, sir.
On February 6th, and at that point, at 3:27 in the afternoon, he is saying that there's no credible public information confirming this Brandt helicopter story, but it appears plausible based on the aircraft itself. I'm sorry.
So,
that-
yeah, we share the same speed of talking, sir, sorry. Yes, I do read that. There's, that's based on the photograph that was received. What I was hearing from Mr. McCauley was that there's nothing to state that this actually happened. The helicopter in the picture appears consistent with that used by Mr. Grant, but there's nothing to indicate whether he did what was being rumored to have been done, whether that is resupply. And even if that was the case, it would appear that it would have taken place prior to any notice to airmen restrictions on the airspace being in place.
Yes, okay. And that's the NOTAM that's referred to there, the notice to airmen?
Yes, that's correct, sir.
Can we go to ALB 401626? This is a report to you raised for your attention, I think again on February the 7th now, so the Monday.
Thank you.
Tuesday.
February 7th. Okay, thank you.
Monday it is. If you go down to the bottom, indications being forwarded up to you, a regional stakeholder raised the following concern. There's the risk that many of the protesters, referring to Coots, are armed with firearms kept in their tractor trailers and trucks. Violence is possible, right?
Yes, that's what came to me from ultimately through Mr. Buffin.
And that proved to be the case ultimately, did it not?
I'm not sure where the firearms were found, if there were any found in trucks and cabs, but certainly ultimately firearms were found and seized there. This was early information that I, of course, immediately passed along to the RCMP who were managing the event.
Okay, we'll hear from Deputy Commissioner Zablocki about that when he testifies.
Yeah, absolutely.
This, in any event, if true, as it proved to be, made it a very dangerous situation and raised serious officer safety and public safety risks.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. The presence of firearms at any dispute of this nature could potentially be dangerous, and as any event that the police deal with.
On February the 7th, are you aware that Archer Pulaski was arrested and charged with offenses including mischief over $5,000 and interrupting the operation of critical infrastructure?
I am aware, yes.
Could we go to ALB 401087? This is February the 9th. It's being reported up to you that Alberta sheriffs sprayed two protesters with, that's pepper spray.
That's correct.
And that's because two protesters reportedly moved towards the sheriff's sergeants and refused warnings to stop, correct?
That's correct. I do have a bit more information that was developed since that initial sort of heads up, if you will. It did appear that the individuals, I better be careful because I don't want to conflate two incidents.
Okay, well,
so we'll leave it there.
Maybe not then, really just the raw fact that this is what's reported to you is all I'm asking.
That's correct, yeah.
In terms of your state of mind at the moment.
Yeah, I apologize. Yeah, that's probably the best one. Thank you.
And if we go to ALB 401307, Can we go to the bottom email, please? This is an email reporting in on protests occurring that Friday night and over the weekend at the Calgary Remand Center. Sorry, the very bottom, please, of page 4. Okay, scheduled protest at the Calgary Remand Center. Are you aware of those protests in sympathy with Archer Pulaski?
Yeah, it was in relation to Mr. Pulaski.
And they ended up continuing for 7 straight days.
That sounds right. I don't have that specific number in my memory.
Could we go to the institutional report, ALB.IR.701? And to page 18, please. Okay, this is indicating, first of all, if you go down the page, I think we're looking for the weekend of February 12 and 13. Maybe just keep going. I may have the page wrong. Yeah, please continue to go. There we go. February 12 and 13. The City of Edmonton obtained an injunction for the weekend of February 12 and 13 as a result of the prior weekend's events. Yes?
I'm not sure what their motivation was, but certainly in anticipation of the events that they were seeing being planned from there, they obtained an injunction for that weekend, that's for sure.
Can you go to paragraph 80 on this page? You'll see there's reported about 840 vehicles in Edmonton, down from 3,000 the weekend before. But what I'm concerned about here is at the end of the paragraph, 200 protesters from the Liberty March moved towards the counter-protesters in an apparent attempt to remove them, right?
Yeah, there was a counter-protest that evolved that was going to confront the protesters and stop them from demonstrating and doing their drive-through. There was going to be a confrontation there, and the Edmonton Police Service reports that they intervened and separated the parties and allowed for the protest to carry on.
And the risk of violence dramatically escalates when you're dealing with a counter-protest situation. Is that fair?
If allowed to come into physical contact with each other, it's much more difficult to keep it peaceful.
Can we go to COU 702? This would be one of the last exchange I want to go to with respect to Mayor Willett, who testified yesterday. Sure. And this is an exchange with Bill Graveland. It'll be page 3, please.
Thank you.
And it is dated as of February the 12th, so 2 days before the Emergencies Act.
Okay.
Gonna move down the page. All right. You see there, Mayor Willett says, "Morning, Bill," and he refers to, you need to find someone in a protected position to call these guys what they are, domestic terrorists. You see that?
I do see that, yes.
And Mr. Graveland says, honestly, I had a number of run-ins several years ago with the Freemen on the land. After an unpleasant exchange with some of them at the saloon, I realized that's likely what they are. Sorry you're going through this. Do you see that?
I see that. That's correct.
And do you know what Freemen on the land refers to?
I am. I'm familiar with the term in the movement.
It's been found, I think, by Associate Chief Justice Rook and described as a organized method of disrupting court operations and frustrating the legal rights of governments, corporations, and individuals.
Yeah, the tactic is organized. That's for sure. Yeah, Justice Rook's deliberation is very accurate.
Yeah, he is a very well-known decision that you may be familiar with from 2012 on that point.
That's correct, sir.
Meads and Meads, I believe.
I'll take your word for it, sir.
That's fine. You can take my word for that.
I believe you to be accurate.
Could we go to pb.can.40s1834? And, sir, I'll ask if we can go to, this is a decision issued 1 week ago today.
Oh, yes.
By Associate Chief Justice Rook. And if we could go to the last page 16 at paragraph 69 and 70.
Thank you.
I just want to point out to you for your reaction that the view of Associate Chief Justice Rook expressed last week in paragraph 70 is that the litigation abuse he's describing here is part of a broader pattern and that the law in Alberta is not adequate to control abusive litigants. Do you see that? Paragraph 70 in the middle.
70? Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, I see that. Yes.
Okay. And that's I won't ask you to comment on your agreement with the court. Could we go now to February the 14th? You understand that on February 14th, the arrests occurred at Coots, right?
That's correct.
Approximately 2:00 p.m. that day, Mountain Time?
I thought it was 2 a.m., sir.
Okay.
So, like, into the evening of the 13th and then, into the
approximately 7:00 a.m. Mountain Time, Premier Kenney attended the First Minister's meeting, which you referred to earlier.
Okay.
Could we go to SAS 50120? These are the notes produced by the government of Saskatchewan with respect to the statements made at that meeting. We've got only what is rehearsed in the institutional report from Alberta. So I just want to...
Thank you.
If we go down to the bottom of this page where there's notes with respect to Premier Kenny's statements. You see the last few lines there. This is Jason Kenney speaking from about the.
Yeah, I see his name.
You see that section?
Yeah.
So just looking at the last comments that are attributed to him here, see it as a very serious provocation, could prove a net negative. PJs can compel tow drivers. Please stop the trucker vaccine mandate. Language provocation. Don't quibble if necessary. Okay. Do you have any awareness of what?
So if I could just have one moment.
Yes, you
to
may.
kind of quickly read through this. Okay, go ahead, sir.
And if we can then go to ssm.nsc.can 402941. And I'll, Mr. Commissioner, I know I'm right at the edge. I'll probably be about 2 or 3 minutes if that's acceptable.
Yeah, I don't think you're done.
Oh.
So, on my count, but.
Okay, then I'll
but,
keep my.
I do appreciate your honesty with this.
I'll keep my mouth shut in the future when I guess wrong.
Apologies, Council. Could you please repeat that doc ID?
I have you having another 5 minutes.
Okay.
So you know.
All right. And so it's ssm.can.
Another, let's see, no, another 4 minutes, sorry.
ssm.nsc.can.402941. And this is another set of notes produced from Mr. Clow, who will testify in front of this commission.
Yeah, thank you.
If you go to page 22, and I'm sorry these are sideways, it's a limitation of the
It's okay.
product, I think. You scroll down the page. There we go.
Thank you.
Do you see on the right-hand side of Mr. Clow's notes, with respect to Mr. Kenny's statements during the first minister's meeting? You want to take a look at that for a moment?
Thank you.
So we have the luxury of 4 minutes.
Yeah, no, I understand. Yeah. Go ahead. Okay, thank you.
And so you see that others have it here. Again, this word quibble. Mr. Clow's written, attributed to Mr. Kenny, I don't quibble with the use of the act, but other ways to reduce tensions. Do you see that?
I see that, yes.
And in fairness to you, you're not able to speak to whether or not that's an accurate reflection of what Premier Kenny said because you weren't present. Fair?
That's very fair.
And this meeting occurs approximately some hours after the RCMP arrests are made at Coots, correct?
That's correct.
And it occurs in a context where, and I'll just ask you if you're aware, there's approximately 2,000 firearms were missing, having been stolen in a trailer in Peterborough, Ontario, which had not been recovered for some days.
I'm not aware of that, actually.
Fair enough.
Sorry, sir.
Fair enough. We can deal with another evidence. At any rate, the act is invoked at approximately 4:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Okay.
Now, just coming back briefly to some of the content of the institutional report, if we could pull that up for just a couple of last questions, ALB.IR.701 to page 7. Paragraph 34. I think there's a disjoint in the numbering. You can't speak to, and we're not present for Premier Kenny's calls with Minister Mendicino, correct?
That's correct.
And we'll look at page 8, paragraph 38. You likewise, I take it, were not present for Minister McIver's call with Minister Blair.
That's correct. I'm relying on the information that we provided with the institutional report on both cases.
Yes, and again, that information is not provided under oath other than to the extent that your affidavit says you have heard it.
That's correct, sir.
And page 9 then, please, again, it's paragraph 43, and I take it I'll know the same answer, but you were not present for this further call between Premier Kenny and Minister Mendocino?
That's correct, sir.
And if we go to page 3 finally, paragraphs 2 and 3, you see there, it is stated or asserted that in the end of paragraph 2, Alberta received virtually no consultation from Canada in its decision to invoke the Emergencies Act as applicable to Alberta and the entirety of the country. Fair?
That's fair, sir.
And that's really a matter of that's characterization. Eh?
I'm sorry?
Is that your characterization, or is that the province's position?
That would be the province's position, and certainly from my personal experience, I received no consultation around.
Okay. Well, we've heard of areas where you were engaged with federal colleagues.
Yeah, post. That's correct, sir.
Paragraph 3, you say Canada, at the end of the paragraph, Canada failed to provide any assistance upon Alberta's request to simply borrow equipment from them. And is that how you would encapsulate the dialogue that you were engaged in with Transport Canada and others?
Yes, sir. I'm not sure that it would be fair to say they didn't try. I would suggest, though, that we received no assistance.
Okay. Well, we'll hear from others about that. Thank you, sir. Those are my questions.
No, thank you very much, sir.
Okay, thank you. Next, I'd like to call on the convoy organizers.
Morning, sir.
Good morning, good afternoon. How are you?
Good afternoon. Hi.
I had to check. Sorry, sir.
My name is Brendan Miller. I'm counsel for Freedom Corp, which represents the protesters that were in Ottawa only, nobody at Coots, between January and February.
Pleased to meet you.
Of 2022. So I just want to dive right in. So, and I don't want to ask for anything subject to criminal code sealing orders or things, and just based on what I know from the public record about this group that ended up being arrested at the border in Coots area with respect to the conspiracy to commit murder and all of that. It's my understanding that the RCMP undercover agents, and this is based on the public record, were involved with that group from a very early point. Is that fair?
I think that I wouldn't have that kind of tactical level of information, so I honestly don't have knowledge of that, and you would probably be better asked that of the Deputy Commissioner, and I'm not trying to avoid it. I just sincerely was not briefed at that level of detail.
Okay. Was it your understanding that that group, their plot was to have two females smuggle in a hockey bag a whole bunch of guns into the protest? Is that what your understanding was?
I have actually no understanding of the undercover operations or the intelligence gathering operations of the RCMP. The level of detail that I was briefed at was really of the existence of threats within the group that were potentially more violent, and that they had the intelligence to indicate that they were armed and planning to do violence in relation to the police should an enforcement action take place.
Right, but are you after the fact aware that the two females that they were intending to have smuggle in these firearms were actually two undercover RCMP officers?
I apologize, I just have no detail in terms of the actual criminal file or the investigation itself. Quite carefully avoided that level of interaction with the police and kept it at a higher level.
To your knowledge, before the invocation of the Emergencies Act, was this investigation and this operation with respect to these gentlemen who were arrested at Coots for conspiracy to commit murder, was it ever relayed to the federal executive political branch that is cabinet? Are you aware if that was before the invocation?
Was that information that this group was there relayed to the federal executive?
Yeah, the federal executive branch in the sense of the political branch of government with respect to elected ministers.
Yeah, I wouldn't have any knowledge of that. That would be a conversation probably at the federal level of the RCMP, and certainly not one I was privy to or was briefed on.
Thank you. And it's fair to say that with Coots, of course, none of the provisions under the Emergencies Act that were invoked in the subsequent orders in council, none of them were used in respect to Coots, were they?
That's correct.
And to your knowledge, none of the protesters at Coots had any of their accounts frozen or anything like that under the orders?
I don't have any knowledge of that. I can't say that it didn't happen. I just don't know that.
Right. Now, to your knowledge, were you aware of when the RCMP finally mobilized their national public enforcement units to go to Ottawa? They actually brought in other officers from BC and other folks. Were you apprised of when that happened?
There was a, similar to the Article 9 provisions that we spoke to earlier, there was another request for support to the national response to the situation in Ottawa, and that came right after the weekend, so I want to say 15th, 16th, somewhere in that range. And I was aware that the RCMP, along with the Calgary Police and the Edmonton Police, were providing officers to support the Ottawa Police Service in their
right.
efforts.
And you agree with me that that request, it doesn't require the Emergencies Act to be invoked. This is a thing that can be done. And it could have been done at any time between when the protests started in Ottawa to when it was asked, right?
That's correct, yeah.
And
it's used at any time.
Right, and for whatever reason, the RCMP in Ottawa never asked for all of these units, which could have easily been made available and sent to Ottawa to assist with resources. They never asked for them before the 15th, did they?
I was not aware of any requests at all before that.
And you've watched some of this hearing. The biggest issue in Ottawa was resources. And it was some of the evidence from poor Chief Slawley, who had this thrown on him, that he was asking the RCMP for resources. And Commissioner Lucky said that you've got what you've got. But at all times, is it fair that Commissioner Lucky could have asked, made a request like that was made on the 15th, and asked for these officers to come to Ottawa to assist him?
The provisions of the Police Services Agreement remain in place to this day and have been since 2012 when we signed the agreement, so they could have been asked for. I won't speculate as to what our response would have been.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, next is the JCCF, and yes.
Good morning, sir. My name is Alan Honor. I am a lawyer from the Democracy Fund.
Good morning. Pleased to meet you.
And pardon me, it's good afternoon, as
yes.
my friend just pointed out. Can we please pull up ALB.40 383.0001? Just while we're waiting for that to come up, you were asked about former Premier Jason Kenney earlier today. And when the document comes up, I think what it'll show is a letter dated February 15th, 2022, from the Prime Minister to then Premier Jason Kenney. Have you seen this document before?
If I could scroll through it a tiny bit more, or maybe reduce the...
Yes, please just direct the registrar.
Yeah, sorry, if we could maybe just... Sorry, thank you. Just, yeah, I believe I've examined this document.
Thank you. So if we can just look
yes,
at
I have.
If we can just look at the first paragraph on the second page, it's before us right now. We see the Prime Minister saying that we are facing significant economic disruptions with the breakdown of supply chains. This is costing Canadians their jobs and undermining our economic and national security with potential significant impacts on the health and safety of Canadians. Did former Premier Jason Kenney or anyone else ever tell you, anyone else from the government ever explain to you what the Prime Minister meant by this reference to potential significant impacts on the health and safety of Canadians?
I'm not familiar with any explanation of the Prime Minister's thoughts behind that from anyone.
Okay, thank you. Can we please pull up ALB 401517.0001? And excuse me for just a moment, please.
I don't believe, there we go. Can we have your audio now, sir? Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So earlier you told us that Alberta had formally requested assistance from the federal government but did not receive any formal response. And eventually, this is in respect to tow trucks, and eventually Alberta just obtained its own equipment.
That's correct, sir.
So we're looking at an email here from Peter Lemieux to you and others about equipment Alberta procured to support the RCMP operation at Coots.
Okay.
And who is Peter Lemieux?
Peter Lemieux is the acting executive director of the Provincial Security and Intelligence Office, and during this time he was the individual who I tasked as the lead in the procurement of that equipment.
Okay, and this equipment was procured on February 13th, 2022?
It was procured over a couple of days, and I think ultimately all of it was in place by the 14th or 15th. I think 14th, but.
Well, if you just scroll down a little bit, it says here.
Yeah.
On February 13th, 2022, Government of Alberta procured the following equipment.
Yeah, I saw that in the note from Peter earlier. I think a better term for on February 13th would have been by February 13th. We had actually acquired a small amount of that equipment earlier than that, and the last of it was procured, and then it was all in place, I believe, on the 14th down south, and ready for deployment.
Is this list of equipment reflective of the equipment that the RCMP needed?
Save two specialty vehicles, this was the exact equipment that we were told that by the RCMP that they required if they were to have to execute an enforcement plan and tow all of the vehicles at the border crossing.
And what were those other two vehicles that are not listed here?
Sure, there are some other documents that speak to them, but one is a tire service truck and a number of tires, and the other is a heavy-duty mechanics truck with tools.
Okay, thank you. And if we can just pull up pb.can.401514. We saw this document earlier today. Just while we're waiting for it to be pulled up, it is an email to Rob Stewart.
Okay, thank you.
You recall seeing this email, correct? If we can just scroll down a little bit.
Yeah, I've seen this earlier today. That's correct.
Okay, and if we can just scroll down a little bit more to where it says Alberta. So under the heading Alberta, it says that the biggest operational challenge to date is procuring towing, wrecking equipment, and skilled workers to operate the equipment.
That's correct.
By this point, you had most of that equipment at least.
Could we scroll to the top again so I could confirm the date? Yeah.
Of course.
This, yeah, if I remember correctly, this is a review of a conversation that we had earlier on in the day on the 13th. That being the conversation with myself, ADM Dakalbob Talal, and the Public Works Government Services representative. I can't recall who was there on that call. And at that point in time, we were in the process of procuring the equipment that we ultimately later on by the 13th, by the end of the day, we'd actually procured. So when you see the reference from Peter Lemieux to by the 13th we had it, the information that that Talal in this message was referencing came from a point in time prior to us having finalized the purchase of the last of the equipment. So we were still looking for trucks when he and I had a conversation, and his reference to our conversation contained in this email to Rob Stewart is based on that sort of time dated information that we were still looking for it.
Right, so that explains why that the information in the document we're looking at isn't completely current.
Yeah, they're temporal in terms of the course of the day. They're relying on information that was provided at the start of the day, whereas the Peter Lemieux document references what we had by the end.
Of course, and by that point on February 13th, you had no idea that the federal government was about to invoke the Emergencies Act.
That's correct, sir.
Okay, thank you. If we can just pull up document ALB. Dot 401376 dot 0001. And what we're looking at here is an email from Daniel Lavie or Laville. I'm not sure how to pronounce his name. I'm sorry about that. It's to you and some other people.
Yes, thank you.
And I think it's actually, it's being forwarded to you, and it's dated February 15th, 2022.
That's correct. Dan Laville was the communications director for our ministry at the time, and was forwarding to me a copy of an Alberta RCMP news release.
Okay, and that RCMP news release said that there are 4 people charged with conspiracy to commit murder, and they're listed here, right?
Yeah, that's what it says. Yes.
And I appreciate you have limited information about this, and I appreciate that these are allegations. But can you tell us, or do you have any idea who these people were allegedly conspiring to murder?
I can't speak with certainty because, of course, I wasn't part of the investigation, but it was my understanding it was police. But that is... that would be third party or speculative on my part, and I would want that to come out in evidence at court.
Okay, thank you. Well, I'm not going to ask you to speculate. If we look a little bit, if we look down this list, we see that there are 9 other people. They are charged with mischief and possession of weapons for a dangerous person.
That's correct.
Dangerous purpose.
That's correct.
Okay, so 13 people were charged in total.
At the time.
Can we look at ALB.IR 701? This is the Alberta Institutional Report.
Okay, thank you.
And if we just go to page 8, paragraph 25. Okay, thank you very much. So this paragraph describes how the RCMP executed a warrant on 3 trailers leading to the arrest of 13 individuals.
That's correct, sir.
And those are clearly the same 13 individuals we just discussed.
Yeah, that's the reference, yes. That's correct, sir.
And it says here that the warrant was executed before dawn. Do you happen to know if it was executed before the first ministers' meeting, which took place on February the 14th?
Now, I have to be careful and caveat my response in the sense that my understanding of the first ministers' meeting is that it was, as articulated by Council for Government of Canada, somewhere around 7 or 7:30 in the morning. I was not party to that event. If the timing was as indicated by Council, then it would have been before, because my conversation with the Deputy Commissioner indicated it was in the early morning hours, 2:30 or so in the morning, that the arrest took place.
Oh, I see. Okay, thank you. And earlier in your evidence, you mentioned the hour of 7:30 a.m. That's when you found out about the warrant being executed, right?
Yeah, see, that was me having a conversation with the Deputy Commissioner. That's correct.
Got it. Okay,
and then 7:30 is a rough estimate. I probably could go back on my phone and try and find the call, but it was before normal business hours.
It's okay. I just wanted to make sure I understood. If we look down to paragraph 27 of the institutional report, it also says that the Emergencies Act was announced on the afternoon of February 14th. And based on your evidence and on the report, that was well after the RCMP successfully completed the seizure and arrests of these 13 people and the offense-related property.
That's correct, sir.
Okay. And you didn't have any other information about threats at the time?
At the time, just the intelligence I was receiving from the deputy commissioner around the fact that there was a volatile presence within the group that they were examining, and that they proved a threat or a risk. It was very generic or at that high level, the types of conversations that I had with the deputy commissioner.
The deputy commissioner of the RCMP, of course.
That's correct. Yeah, deputy commissioner is a blocky.
I think
So nothing
we're pretty
specific.
well out of time, just so if you could wrap up pretty soon, I think you're out of time.
If I can have 30 more seconds, Commissioner.
Absolutely.
Thank you. So just one last point. You were shown a video of Arthur Pawlowski, and am I correct in understanding, or can you confirm that he was arrested for giving that speech, and he was arrested on February 8th, 2022?
He was arrested by the RCMP, and I know it was tied to his actions down at the blockade. I would probably want to defer to them as to the rationale specifically around what led, or whatever evidence they have that led them to cause them to arrest him and charge him.
Okay, fair enough. But he was arrested on February the 8th, and he was held for bail, and he was denied for bail. He was denied bail on February 16th, 2022. By a judge from the Provincial Court of Justice. Would you agree with that?
I can't disagree with it. Sounds right. I just don't have the dates in front of me. So yeah, it sounds right.
Oh, okay, thank you very much. Those are my questions.
Okay, next I call on the Ottawa Coalition of Residents and Businesses.
No questions, thank you.
Okay, next on the Windsor Police Service.
So I apologize. No questions for Tom McRae for Windsor Police Service.
Okay, next is the Government of Saskatchewan.
Good morning, sir. It's Mike Morris, Counsel for the Government of Saskatchewan. I'm saying good morning because it's still morning here, and I think your internal clock's probably still set to Alberta time.
Yes, good morning. Pleased to meet you.
I just have a few questions for you. Sir, I understand that in February of this year, you represented Alberta on the FPT Crime Prevention and Policing Committee. Is that correct?
At the ADM level, that's correct, sir.
Okay, and that would be a committee which is composed of officials from the federal, provincial, and territorial governments, correct?
That's correct, sir.
And as such, that committee would include representatives from the Government of Saskatchewan then, correct?
That is correct, sir.
My understanding is that the committee met several times before the public order emergency was proclaimed on February 14th. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
And my review of the material indicates that the committee met on February 1st, February 7th, and February 11th. Does that accord with your understanding?
That sounds very correct, sir.
And did you attend the meetings on the 1st, 7th, and 11th?
I did, although I believe on the 7th there was Deputy Minister presence as well, and Associate Deputy Minister Dennis Cooley was there with me.
At any of those meetings, did federal officials indicate that the government was considering invoking the Emergencies Act?
No.
In your view, would the committee have been an appropriate forum to discuss whether it was advisable for the Federal Emergencies Act to be invoked?
I think it would have been a very good initial forum to have initial conversations. Certainly consultation, as I understand it to be envisioned, would be required at a much higher level, but certainly that would have been a very good starting point for that.
But in the end, you never had the opportunity to have those consultations then, correct?
Oh, that's correct, sir.
And just a couple more. In your experience with these FPT meetings, can they be convened on very short notice?
Yes, they can, when required.
And would that even include on weekends?
In point of fact, it did later, but yes.
Thank you very much, sir. Those are my questions for you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, call on the government of Alberta.
Good afternoon, Mr. Durand. Good afternoon, Commissioner. My friends have covered quite a lot of ground with you. There's just a few areas I want to cover off, and one of those areas deals with the timing of the execution of search warrants and arrests in Coutts, Alberta. I'll ask if the clerk can please turn to ALB 401522.
Thank you.
And this is an email dated early in the morning, 6:36 in the morning of February 14th, from John Ferguson to Dwayne Lacusta and to you. Do you know who John Ferguson is?
Yes, John Ferguson is and was at that time the Assistant Commissioner in charge of contract operations for the province of Alberta with the RCMP.
And as far as you're aware, he was involved in the law enforcement of the protests in
Yeah,
Coutts?
very much so, yeah.
Okay. And if we look at this email, we'll see some events noted at approximately 2350 hours pursuant to the above activity, which is described in the paragraph above. Two suspects who are part of the core protesters group and have been identified as part of the security cell were arrested. Now, I take this to be on February 13th. Do you understand that to be the case as well?
Yeah, I believe the 2357 would have been on the 13th, and then subsequent arrests after that, after midnight, were on the 14th.
And so then looking at the timing of those arrests, we go down to the next paragraph on Monday, February 14th at approximately 0100 hours. Other key protesters within the security cell were also arrested. And then a search warrant was already executed at the saloon. The main meeting place for the security cell was negative for weapons. Then again, a further paragraph down at approximately 0300 hours, search warrants were executed at the residence in Coutts and the associated trailer. So all of these events involving the arrests and execution of search warrants at Coutts were occurring late on February 13th and very early on the morning of the 14th.
Yeah, basically right at midnight and in the early morning hours of the 14th.
Thank you. Now, I'd also like to turn back to record ALB, I believe it's 401573. And this is the letter from Deputy Commissioner Zablocki on February 3rd to Acting Minister Sonia Savage for the, my apologies, it's from Minister Savage to Deputy Commissioner Zablocki.
That's correct.
Now, the last sentence of that first paragraph reads, in my opinion, this constitutes an emergency in the province of Alberta under the Provincial Police Service Agreement. Now, the Provincial Police Service Agreement is included as a document referenced in Alberta's institutional report before this commission. I take it you're quite familiar with that record.
If you could try and slow down a bit for the translators, please.
For sure. I'll take it you're quite familiar with that agreement.
I am, yeah.
Is there a definition of the word emergency in that agreement?
I actually have a copy of it with me, but I don't have it readily available, and I can't recall.
You can't recall, okay.
Yeah. It is in our institutional report as well.
Right. I take it that your understanding is that the definition of the word emergency as contemplated under the Provincial Police Service Agreement is different from the word emergency under either the Federal Emergencies Act or Provincial Emergency Management Act.
Absolutely. And the contemplation under the Provincial Police Services Agreement is around resources and the ability to marshal sufficient resources to manage extraordinary situations, whether they be, in this case, protests, but it could be fires, floods, or major events such as a G8 or a G20 and the security events that come around that. So it is very different than an emergency as would be entailed under, say, the Alberta Emergency Act or the Federal Emergency Act.
And you used that word extraordinary, which is a word that was also used in the letter from Deputy Commissioner Zablocki to Minister Savage, asking for the deployment of RCMP officers under Section 9.1. To the best of your knowledge, was this the first time Article 9.1 had been used in Alberta for the deployment of RCMP officers?
No, not at all.
What other types of circumstances has that occurred before?
I believe we had that invoked during the fire response in Fort McMurray. We brought in officers from Newfoundland, BC, Saskatchewan to support the provincial operations. I believe it's been used in the past for jail strikes and other natural disasters as well. It's been used for G8, G20 deployments across the country, Olympics, etc.
Okay, thank you. And also in Alberta's institutional report, there's a mention of other protest activity that occurred in other parts of Alberta during January and February 2022. And you've discussed that to some length with my friends already. What was Alberta's role with respect to other protest activity that was happening in the province?
So with the exception of protests around the legislature itself, operational response is solely with the police services of jurisdiction, and we provide support through our sheriff's branch when requested and as needed. Our role is around coordination and intelligence sharing and monitoring, providing advice to government, and ensuring that to the best of our ability, every law enforcement agency is connected with each other and with ourselves and not caught at unawares with any intelligence that might exist in any one of the law enforcement entities in the province.
And you mentioned, with exception to protest activity was taking place around the legislature. Why is that?
The sheriff's branch of my division is a specific task around security on the legislative precinct in the province, and work very closely with the Edmonton Police Service on that, but they're charged with sort of the direct security on the ledge itself. And so any protests involving activity, whether they be dismounted or foot activity on the legislature and on the roadways within the precinct, are primarily managed through the sheriff's branch until such point in time as it becomes clear that the protest is going to be non-peaceful or unlawful, and then the Edmonton Police comes in and assumes responsibility while our officers continue to work with them. But we do have a much more robust participation in matters on the legislative precinct.
Did you become aware of any incident involving these protests at the legislature grounds in January and February that the sheriff's branch was not able to handle?
Not that the sheriff's branch, with the assistance of the EPS, could not handle. They were all managed quite, I think, appropriately.
Okay. And one final record to take you to. That's ALB 402402.
Is that a multimedia file, Council?
I don't believe so, no. No, it shouldn't be.
ALB ends in 2402?
2042?
Ah, thank you.
This is an executive notification developing situation, the Alberta Legislature Freedom Convoy, February 26, 2022. Now, February 26, 2022 was after the declaration of a public order emergency under the Emergencies Act was revoked. Were you aware that at this time there were further protests that were occurring in and around Alberta?
Oh, absolutely. There were continued protests in Calgary specifically and Edmonton.
Did any police agency express to Alberta that they required anything beyond their standard policing powers to deal with any of these protests post-Emergencies Act revocation?
No.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. DeGrand. Those are all my questions today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any re-examination?
Two very brief points. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. Jean-Simon Schoenholz for the Commission. First, I just want to make sure the record is clear on a point raised by my friends for the convoy organizers. If we could pull up the institutional report, ALB.IR.701, and go to page 30 at paragraph 138. You'll recall my friend was asking you about the provision of provincial RCMP resources to the response in Ottawa. You remember that?
I do, sir. Thank you.
And I think you mentioned it was on the 16th. You weren't terribly sure about the date. If you, the first sentence here of paragraph 138 says, on February 18th, Commissioner Brenda Lucky of the RCMP requested that Alberta provide 42 officers to support efforts in Ottawa. Is that the request you were referring to?
That's the request. I think I might have even said 15th in my earlier evidence, and I apologize. It's the 18th.
Thank you. The only thing other thing I wanted to ask you, my friend, I believe for the JCCF, was talking to you about that list of resources that you had acquired on February 13th. You remember that?
Yes, I do, by the end of February 13th.
And the point I wanted to make sure that we understood, I believe you had a meeting with the federal officials on the 13th. Are you aware whether or not the fact that those vehicles had been obtained on the 13th was made known to federal officials?
So, and I was probably clumsy in my earlier explanation, so I'll try to clarify that. At the time of my earlier conversation with the federal officials, ADM Brasso and others, we had not yet acquired the bulk of the equipment. We had a small number that we had acquired and already shipped down. We were in midstream of acquiring some, and it fell apart the day before, and we were in midstream that day of acquiring some, but we still hadn't secured them yet. So at the time of my conversation with ADM Brasso and ADM Talal Dekalba, and I apologize, Talal, I know him, but hope I'm not wrecking his name. But at the time of that conversation, we hadn't yet acquired them. The reference in Peter Lemieux's document was sometime down the road stating that by the 18th we had acquired, or the 13th we had acquired them, because later on that afternoon, or later on that day, his team was able to secure the purchase of the remainder of the vehicles. So that's why at the time of our conversation with the federal officials, we hadn't secured them yet, and we were still seeking them. Later that day, we acquired them, and post that day, the indication from Mr. Lemieux is by the 13th we'd acquired them, because by the end of that day we had.
And do you know whether and when the federal officials would have been advised that that list of resources had been acquired?
Yeah. I don't know. Honestly, from memory, I don't recall when we had that conversation. I apologize. I should have that off the top of my head. I don't.
Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Okay, thank you. Just on that, I have a couple of questions just on those, the equipment you acquired, and I may have missed it in my notes. Had you arranged or secured the operators for all that equipment? I I didn't get to know that. I knew it was a concern.
Yeah, we'd actually, we'd actually acquired a number of operators that could move vehicles around. We'd acquired a number of operators, like a small number, that could actually operate tow trucks and heavy lift equipment. So we had a small component of folks that could do that. We also had made connection with a private sector individual who was going to provide us with limited operators, but also training for any staff that we might have to operate those vehicles, the lift part of the vehicles. We had a number of operators that could drive them and work them, but actually operating the tow capacity itself was something we needed some training on. So we had that started, but we were still looking for more to augment that. That would have facilitated a much better operational response rather than the limited number that we had at the time.
So that was a bit still a work in progress.
Absolutely.
But you had
plans.
You had started and working it out.
That's correct, sir.
Okay, and another question. Just going back to the 9.1 request that was made on February 3rd that's the request to move additional officers to Alberta. And that was granted. We saw that letter.
Yes, it was, sir.
When was that terminated, or when did it end? Do you know?
The officers in question that came from British Columbia were 40 in number, and they, as I recall, returned to British Columbia at the end of that weekend of the 13th, 14th. They were released back to British Columbia. There would have still been officers within Alberta, primarily from municipal and perhaps federal business lines that would have still been augmenting. And I would actually have to defer to the deputy commissioner on when he was able to release them back to their business lines and just rely exclusively on the provincial officers. I just don't know when that was, but there's no formal rescinding of that letter.
So it was not formally rescinded, but your understanding is they went back about 13th or 14th. Would that be after the operation in Coots? Would that make sense to you?
It would make sense to me, but I would want to defer to Deputy Zablocki for the specifics around when they were released.
And then you were taken to the request by Ottawa or to move officers to Ottawa. Would it be fair to say that when you were requesting officers from British Columbia, you would hesitate to send officers to Ottawa, or is those two separate, totally distinct, or would you weigh that?
Well, at the time of that request on the 18th, we actually did release, sorry, if that's what you're asking?
No, I'm asking if before the 14th. In other words, you were asked, is there any reason you wouldn't have sent officers earlier? And I'm just asking, and I may be wrong, but it seems common sense to me.
Yeah, no, it's a very much a common sense question. And what would happen is what did happen on the 18th, it would have happened on the 14th. I would have looked to Deputy Zablocki to ask him what is the nature of the request. In this case, it wasn't for just general numbers. It was for specialty officers on the, what they call a specialist, STO officers, special tactics operation officers, certain special units. I would have asked the question, could you realistically release those given what you're dealing with in the province? And I would be guided by his advice on that. I would have been surprised had he said he could, but there are other provinces in the Maritimes, et cetera, that they could have pulled from.
Okay. And then you talked about the Critical Infrastructure Defense Act, and I'm trying to understand a bit. That's gives it a lot of broad power, as I understand it. Is that fair?
Yeah, it's a broad application in the sense that if certain activity takes place on any piece of critical infrastructure as defined under the Act, it allows for enforcement by police with specific penalties that are quite substantial.
And it doesn't have to be invoked, it just...
No, it's just standing legislation.
And then, this may be the last one, I'm just going through my notes, I apologize. You mentioned something about, and I think it was maybe February 13th, but I'm not sure, a request for reservists to be used, I think, to operate equipment. Did you ever get an answer on that?
Yeah, and the February 13th reference was the conversation I had with the ADM and Public Safety Canada and other federal officials, where I raised to them my surprise that we did have an answer back that was indicating that, and this is an earlier request from earlier in the week, where the Canadian Forces indicated that they would not allow their reservists to participate in support of our operations in the manner that we'd asked. So we'd already had that answer, and I was expressing to the ADMs my surprise that at least that level of support couldn't be approved.
And maybe I've got it wrong, but I thought in that note there was a suggestion that he would look into it.
Yeah,
That was my question, whether after looking into it, anything further came.
My apologies. Yeah, he did indicate that he was not aware of the request. He would look into it, and I did not hear back from him. It was a busy time for him, though, I understand.
Okay, because it was the looking into it that I didn't know whether.
We received no feedback after that, sir.
Okay. Okay, well, those are my questions. Thank you very much for attending, and I understand you're going back to the cold, but not much we can do about that.
I am indeed. Thank you, sir. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you. You're free to go. So we will have a long lunch today, an hour and 3 minutes. So we'll be back at 2 o'clock and continue with yesterday's witness. Thank you.
The commission is in recess until 2 o'clock. La commission est levée jusqu'à 14 heures.
It's a pleasure coming.
back. So what I got here is just I got a light so that I can do my so I can make my screen less so I'm not getting that those dark spots on my green screen. So I can rig it up. Here we go. That's the light there. So instructions are for babies. Alright. You don't need to read instructions to do this. And you should just go like that. And go like that. And I guess you just plug it in. Got the bubble wrap, which works well. Ah, son of a bitch. What the fuck is this shit? They can't give me a fucking proper fucking plug thing. Everything in the world's got to be a pain in the ass. The PIA, as I like to call it.
Order, our Lord. The commission is reconvened. La commission reprend.
Hey.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. Natalia Rodriguez, Senior Commission Counsel. And the commission would like to call again Mr. Di Tommaso. Welcome back, Mr. Di Tommaso.
Thank you.
You've been sworn in, so I don't believe you'll have to do that again. You're under oath as you were yesterday.
Thank you.
And I'm Natalia Rodriguez. As I said, I'm taking over for my colleague, Mr. Polican, who was examining you yesterday, and I'm going to continue where he left off. He took you to your notes, and I will take you to your notes as well. ONT 405153. And it's at page 2. And you'll recall these were your notes from a call that you had with Deputy Minister of Public Safety, Rob Stewart, on February 3rd. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And yesterday, my colleague took you to some text messages with Commissioner Creek, in which you kind of agreed that the tenor of those text messages was essentially that things seemed to be under control. Do you recall that?
I do.
So now looking at these notes, again, this is a call with Deputy Minister Rob Stewart, and these are the notes you took from your discussion. You wrote 300
500.
Oh, 500, okay, excuse me, 500 CMV in Ottawa, and that is commercial motor vehicles.
Yes.
3,000 people, noise in all caps there, verbally assault. Does that say RCMP or people?
People.
People. No outbreaks of violence. Political are very exposed. Stalemate. Nobody really in charge. Some who claim to be. Far right extremism. And if we go down, not going to be able to move once they are there, or they are here rather. How do they leave? Change in policy or de-escalation. Create incentives for them to leave. City has started to enforce bylaws. Get right on it as soon as they get here. Did that accord with the tenor of the types of information and the discussion that you were having with Commissioner Creek in terms of the public safety issues or what was happening on the ground?
It did.
Okay. And so did you feel that you were getting similar messaging from both Commissioner Creek and from the Deputy Minister in this case?
I did.
After speaking to Deputy Minister Stewart, did you have any public safety concerns about the situation in Ottawa?
Not at that time. I was getting consistent messaging from Commissioner Creek and from Deputy Minister Stewart that there were not any overriding public safety concerns. In other words, from my perspective, what we did not see is any serious violence taking place at that point in time. So no murders, shootings, robberies, stabbings, aggravated assaults, nothing of that sort. So from my perspective, no overriding public safety concerns at that point in time.
Right.
In terms of physical violence.
Right, so public safety can mean more than physical violence. You would agree with me?
Exactly right, yes.
So were there other public safety concerns aside from, as you say, criminal code violations, murders, assaults, that type of thing?
Yes, absolutely. This protest was having significant impact on Ottawa residents. And we've heard it described before by various
bullshit.
Witnesses that it was having a significant impact on the mental health and well-being of the community, and I completely accept that.
Did it rise to the level of a public safety concern?
No.
Okay. And did the tenor of your briefings from Commissioner Creek change over the course of the protest? Did at some point, did it become different in tone in terms of the public safety risk and the issues that were arising?
Not so much in terms of public safety risks, but the longer that this protest went on, the greater the concern was. It needed to be brought to an end. And so everybody certainly recognized the urgency of the situation.
Right. Now, on February 2nd, I understand from Chief Slowly's witness summary that you spoke to him and he then requested to speak to the Solicitor General. Do you recall that?
I do.
Okay. And now in his witness statement, he said that you were looking for verification on a report that ambulances were being denied access to Ottawa hospitals. Do you recall that?
I do. There was a concern with regards to emergency routes that provided access to various hospitals, and that was communicated to me. And I just wanted to confirm with Chief Slowly whether or not that was true, and if it was, what was being done about it.
Right. And he told you that that was not the case, right?
Correct.
And would that have been a public safety concern if in fact, ambulances were not able to get to hospitals?
Yes.
And why were you looking specifically for that information? Why was that important to you?
I had a meeting earlier on in the morning, I believe, with the Secretary of Cabinet and other deputy ministers unrelated to this issue, and the matter came up from the Deputy Minister of Health. And so I committed to looking into the matter.
And so, independent from that, would that have been a concern for you in terms of your role with respect to public safety in Ontario, if that had not been raised to you by the Deputy Minister of Health?
Yes.
Okay. In his summary, Chief Slowly also said that in that call with you, he asked you if you were aware of the public safety implications that the Freedom Convoy situation in Ottawa posed to the rest of Ontario. Do you recall him saying that?
I'd have to check my notes, I'm sorry.
Okay. Do you recall him telling you that there were some public safety implications to the rest of Ontario with respect to what was happening in Ottawa?
Once again, I'd have to check my notes, but I was certainly alive to the issue.
Okay. And was this the only call you had with former Chief Slowly during these events, like a one-on-one discussion with him?
No, there were other calls.
Okay. Now, it looks like during this call, he indicated that he wanted to speak to the Solicitor General, and it looks like he did manage to speak with her on February 2nd. Were you on that call?
I was not, but I arranged that call.
Okay. And did you prepare the Solicitor General for that call? Did you brief her ahead of time?
The only information I provided to Minister Jones was that Chief Slowly was interested in speaking to her with regards to the Freedom Convoy.
Okay, and are you aware of what was discussed on this call?
I was not debriefed, no.
Now, on February 2nd, former Chief Slowly said that there may not be a policing solution to this demonstration. Do you recall hearing that at the time?
I do.
And what was the reaction within the government of Ontario to this statement, if any? Was there any concerns or questions raised as a result of this statement?
I did not have conversations about this issue with any of my superiors, with Minister Jones or the Secretary or the Premier, but I certainly felt that there was in fact a policing solution to the problem. It was a policing matter, and I thought that the police services within this province would be in a position to address the convoy.
And in your view, did this statement affect the provincial response in any way?
No, I was very confident that Commissioner Creek was providing all resources that were requested by Ottawa on an ongoing basis.
Okay, thank you. So I want to take you now to your notes again, ONT 405153. And if you can go to page 5, this is a call you had with Commissioner Creek on February 3rd, and it's at 17:10. There it is. So Commissioner Creek says no POU. What did you take that to mean?
That there were insufficient POU resources available.
And then if we look down, it says Chief's very concerned about Slowly, as is our CMP. Still haven't pulled together his plan. Federal government expressing his concerns about his ability to lead. So you're hearing at this, in this call that there are some concerns with respect to Chief Slowly's ability to lead, as indicated in these notes, correct?
This is what was being communicated to me.
Yes, and who was, and Commissioner Creek was communicating that to you?
Yes.
And was this the first time you were hearing that there were concerns at the RCMP level and with respect to Commissioner Creek about Chief Slowly?
Yes.
Did you relay this discussion to the Solicitor General? Let her know that the
So I
OPP and the
wonder if
RCMP have
tomorrow
concerns?
they're going to
To the best of my knowledge, I did, yes.
still
And do
be
you know
running.
what her response to that was?
I do not.
Now, what is available to you? What can you do if, you know, the two commissioners of Ontario and the OPP and the RCMP have lost confidence, as is what it seems like, in one of their, a local chief of police? Is there anything in your toolbox to be able to respond to that?
No, not really. And what I mean by that is that the entity that is best placed to deal with the performance of a chief of police is the Police Service Board of Jurisdiction. That is the best entity. If, for example, there was a concern that a police service board was not providing adequate and effective police services, there is a provision in the Act for the Solicitor General to act and ask OCPC, the Ontario Civilian Police Commission, to start an investigation under Section 25 of the Police Services Act.
And to your knowledge, was that ever considered in this case?
It was not a viable option.
Why?
From my experience, the Solicitor General would have to write to OCPC at a point in time where she is satisfied that adequate and effective police services were not being provided by the board. And then the OCPC would have discretion to either accept or not the request of the Solicitor General. And from my experience, OCPC would take an extraordinarily long period of time to act. And I say that because Minister Jones has written to OCPC in the past on 3 separate occasions during my tenure to ask OCPC to step in. And in each of those cases, OCPC took a long time, in my view, to act because of their legislative obligations and duties. And so this was an urgent situation. And from my perspective, the entity that was best placed to deal with the performance of Chief Slowly was the local Police Service Board of Jurisdiction.
And if the local Police Service Board of Jurisdiction does not take steps and it appears that perhaps adequate policing is not being effectively carried out in an area, why wouldn't the Solicitor General then exercise whatever authority he or she can, in this case she, to do something when it looks like other entities are not acting?
But something was being done. The Ottawa Police Service was being supported by the very capable leadership of the RCMP and the OPP and the provision of policing resources. I certainly had not lost confidence in the Ottawa Police Service. They were being supported ably and capably by that leadership. They were being given the resources that they requested.
And so if the commissioner of the OPP and the commissioner of the RCMP have lost confidence in the chief, are they not best positioned to make that determination?
Commissioner, Rebecca Jones for Chief Slowly. That was not the evidence of the commissioner. The commissioner very clearly indicated he had not lost confidence in the chief of police, and that is not what the note says as well. So we do object to the line of questioning involving an interpretation of a note which is not consistent with the evidence.
So to rephrase the question, if it were the case that the OPP and the RCMP had lost confidence in a chief of police, would it be appropriate then for the Solicitor General to recommend to the OCPC to step in?
The entire issue is the provision of adequate and effective police services, not a loss of confidence. That's the issue. And from my perspective, the entity best placed to deal with that issue is the local police service board of jurisdiction. Within the Police Services Act, there are only two entities that are tasked and required to provide adequate and effective police services. The first one is the municipality with regards to funding. The second entity is the local police service board of jurisdiction.
So there was no, if I understand what you're saying, there's no role here for the Solicitor General if adequate and effective policing is not being carried out.
There is a role, but only after it's been proven that adequate and effective police services are not being provided. And from my perspective, Ottawa Police Service, with the support of the RCMP, with the support of the OPP, with the provision of all resources that were being given to it, with all that support, I had confidence in the Ottawa Police Service.
Okay, and if we go a little bit down in the notes, where the star is, Windsor in Ambassador Bridge, is this with respect to a possible blockade at the Ambassador Bridge in Windsor?
Yes.
And was this the first time you were hearing that there was a possible issue at the Ambassador Bridge?
I believe so, yes.
And if we go to page 6, at the bottom of the page, keep going down. Yeah, where it says containment, negotiation, preserve life / public safety, protect critical infrastructure. Were these, now I'm trying to understand whether this was still within the context of your discussion with Commissioner Creek and whether these were priorities of the OPP that were communicated to you or whether this was your notes to yourself indicating what you thought the priorities were.
Priorities of the OPP as communicated to me by Commissioner Creek.
Thank you. And then at the bottom it says flashpoint. Can you explain that notation there?
I can't, I'm sorry. I don't remember what that reference was all about.
Okay, so I'll take you now to ONT 4063. And I understand on February 3rd, the Ottawa Police Service requested assistance from the Ministry of the Solicitor General regarding the urgent appointment of members of the RCMP as special constables. Were you aware of this at the time?
Yes, and under Section 53 of the Police Services Act, the only role that the Solicitor General has is to simply approve the request of a local police service board or the OPP commissioner, depending on the situation. That authority has been delegated down to the Public Safety Division and in particular to the director at the External Relations Branch. I was aware of the request and I certainly communicated to my people in that section that we would move heaven and earth to make sure that Ottawa got all of the resources they needed with regards to expediting the approval.
And is this approval kind of administrative, done on paper type thing?
Yes.
Okay. So is it fair to say it's a bit of a formality? You sign a paper and then it's done?
Correct.
Okay. And if I can take you now to ONT 405252. And these are text messages you exchange with Commissioner Creek. And this is February 4th, I believe. And it says there, I believe Commissioner Creek is in the white and you're in the green. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so in the white there, it says, I spoke with Commissioner Lucky, Chief Slowly, and Chief Raymer last night. And that's the former chief of the Toronto Police Service. Is that right?
He's still the chief.
Okay. Oh, I thought somebody else had been appointed. My mistake. Okay, so it says there, all have access to the necessary OPP resources. So what did you understand to be the status of the provincial resources in Ottawa on February 4th?
That all requests for resources were being maintained and addressed by the OPP.
And so the implication here is that the OPS has all of the OPP officers that it needs or that it has requested, right?
Correct.
Thank you. We can take that down. Now, on February 4th, there were also protests in Toronto, specifically around Queen's Park. You were aware of those, correct?
Yes.
And my understanding is that those protests wrapped up fairly quickly. Is that your understanding as well?
Yes.
And so maybe you can shed some light, at least from your perspective, of what was done, what worked in Toronto, what was done right in Toronto that wasn't done in Ottawa. What was the difference here?
So I think Toronto certainly learned some valuable lessons from the experience that the Ottawa Police Service had just gone through the previous weekend. And so what, from my understanding, what Toronto did was they set up a hard perimeter around the critical infrastructure that the protesters were most interested in.
Can you try and slow down a bit again? I'm sorry to interrupt, but it's the interpreters.
I apologize, sir. So what Toronto did was they set up a hard perimeter around the critical infrastructure that the protesters were most interested in, namely Queen's Park. They requested resources from other police services to help them do that. At the end of the day, they denied access to Queen's Park Circle, hospital access roads, University Avenue down to Hospital Row. So all of that was denied to the convoys that were coming to Toronto. So the trucks, vehicles were not permitted into that area. They certainly facilitated the ability to exercise one's fundamental rights to lawful protest. Those truckers were available to come to Queen's Park and protest on foot because, as we know, the right to protest belongs to people and not to trucks.
And so, do you know who would you credit with the appropriate response here in the Toronto protests? Was it the police? Was it the politicians, the mayor? How did this end up getting wrapped up?
Well, I would give credit to the Toronto Police Service being supported by other services and that provided those resources. So credit goes to all of the police services that participated in that protest. But I have to say, Toronto learned lessons from the Ottawa experience the previous weekend.
And what was your understanding of the purpose of the protests in Toronto? What were the protesters protesting?
So my recollection was that that particular protest was in support of the main protest happening in Ottawa. And my recollection of what was happening in Ottawa was that there was a major element of that protest that was protesting in regards to the January 15th imposition of vaccine mandates on international truckers by the federal government.
And was there an element as well, or at least from the province's perspective, that this was about provincial measures in addition to federal measures?
I don't recall turning my mind to that. My understanding was that this was a protest in regards to the federal mandate to impose vaccination criteria on international truckers. But having said that, I think that there were many other elements that attended both Toronto and Windsor that had other agendas.
Okay, but in your view, it didn't include protesting provincial mandates?
I don't know that.
Okay. I want to take you to OPP 404580. And this is, I'll take you to page 56. These are more text messages between you and Commissioner Creek. And if we go to page 56, this is now February 5th, Saturday. If we go down some more. So there, and just maybe you can clarify, the green, I believe, is you, and the blue, I believe, is Commissioner Creek. Do you know if that's, are you able to clarify that? If we go down, that might help. Keep going to the next page.
Not helpful.
Well, if we can go up, maybe I'll just ask the question and it may not make much of a difference. So it says there at 11:30 or 10:11, info on OPS PSB is clear to share, and that would be the Ottawa Police Service Board. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if we go down, there's a link shared. The Ottawa Police Service Board calls special meeting. And if we go down to page 57, live link PSB meeting. So I just wanted to ask, there seems to be some text exchanged about the OPSB meeting on February 5th. And my question is, were you monitoring what the board was doing, or did you take an interest in the board's meetings?
I did take an interest. To the best of my recollection, there was both a public board meeting and an in-camera meeting.
And why were you taking an interest in the board's meetings?
Well, because at the end of the day, it's the board that has accountability and oversight over the Ottawa Police Service. And so there was a major issue happening in Ottawa, and I was interested in what steps Ottawa Police Service Board would be taking.
And I understand that the Ministry of the Solicitor General has a representative that goes to the meetings and advises the boards on various issues. Is that right?
Yes.
And you may or may not know this, but I understand that in Ottawa, it was Lindsay Gray. Do you know that?
After reviewing some material, yes.
Okay. And what is that representative's role?
So under Section 3 of the Police Services Act, the Solicitor General has responsibility to advise police services and boards, and the way in which that duty is discharged is by way of having police service board advisors. And so that advisor is there to provide advice on the Police Service Act upon request.
And does that representative report back the activities of the board to the Solicitor General's office?
No.
And
there's a report to the Inspector General of Policing.
Okay, but the Solicitor General's office does not receive any information back from that representative?
No.
Okay, and is there a reason for that?
So, well, it's a reporting tree, if you will. So that information goes to the Assistant Deputy Minister, the Acting Inspector General of Policing. That individual, Ken Weatherhill, reports to me, and then it's my job to advise the Solicitor General.
Okay. And to what extent were you briefed on the ongoings at the board?
I wouldn't say that I was briefed in any great detail, but I was aware of the general discussions that were happening.
Okay, and that was through whom? Just from watching the board meetings that were public, or was there another source of information?
A combination of watching the public board meeting on TV and the advisor that was present in the in-camera session as well.
Okay, and this would be Lindsay Gray?
Yes.
Okay, so you had discussions with her about...
I did not have discussions with Lindsay Gray. It was being reported through Ken Weatherhill to me.
Understood, thank you. I want to take you now to, we're moving on to February 6th, to a summary of a call. It's ONT 50311. And this is a call with the City of Ottawa. There were representatives from the federal government that were there as well. You were present. I believe on behalf of the Ontario government, it was you and the Deputy Minister of Transportation, Laurie LeBlanc, who were the two attendees for the province. Is that correct?
I believe that's the case, and there were other deputy ministers from Ontario there as well, if my recollection is correct, including Deputy Minister Kate Manson-Smith from the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing. I believe she was there as well.
Okay. Do you know who took these notes?
I do not.
Okay. But you've seen them before?
I have.
And you saw them at the time? They were sent to you?
These notes, the first time I saw them, I believe was sometime after the convoy in Ottawa was resolved.
I see, okay. Thank you. My understanding is that Deputy Minister Rob Stewart convened this meeting. Is that right?
I would agree.
And before attending this meeting, did you have any instructions from the Solicitor General, from the Premier, on what your role was to be or what you were to contribute to this meeting?
No, but I certainly prepared for this meeting.
And how did you prepare for this meeting?
Well, one of the things that I did, and I'd have to check my notes for this date, but one of the things I did was I quickly reviewed the Emergency Management and Civil Protection Act and its provisions.
And what was the purpose of doing that?
Well, in the event that the discussion turned to the EMCPA, I would be prepared.
And what did you see as your role in this meeting?
My role was to receive a situational update and then discuss what the art of the possible is with regards to resolving the convoy in Ottawa.
And what did you see as the province's role in trying to bring these protests to a peaceful resolution at this time?
So the province's role was certainly through the OPP, a division of the Ministry of the Solicitor General, to provide all the resources that were being requested.
Was there anything else?
Certainly trying to come up with strategies to encourage the truckers to leave, coming up with potential negotiation, mediation solutions, exploring various other incentives to compel the truckers to leave.
And if we go down on this page, the second bullet point, Steve Kanalakis, City Manager from Ottawa, provided an update from the city's perspective. Steve Kanalakis is concerned about the posture of local councillors who are pointing the finger at the province and federal government to provide assistance to resolve the matter. So were you aware at this point then that some leaders within the municipal community were pointing fingers, well, both at Ontario and the federal government?
This was the first time I heard that.
And then it says in bold, Ottawa Mayor Jim Watson is going to declare a local emergency in the city of Ottawa at 4:30 p.m. The expressed intent of this declaration is to put pressure on the Premier to exercise powers to resolve this. Were you aware that the mayor intended to put pressure on the Ontario government by declaring a municipal state of emergency?
This was the first I've heard of it, and I thought that that was rather an odd statement as well.
Okay, and why is that?
Because when you look at Section 4 of the EMCPA, the intent to put pressure on the Premier to exercise powers is not one of the authorized reasons for declaring a municipal emergency.
Right. And so what did you understand the exercise of provincial powers to resolve this to be in this case? What did you understand the municipality to be looking to the province to do?
Additional resources.
Okay, so you understood this to be additional resources?
Yes. And that's articulated in the next bullet point, because the City of Ottawa will also be looking for what the province and federal governments can do to provide additional assistance.
Right. Although it says we'll also be looking, so it seems like this is something separate from the bullet point above. You could agree with that interpretation?
I would.
And did you see the declaration of the state of emergency at the time that it was declared?
No, I've seen it in the disclosure material that I've reviewed.
Okay, so you were not aware then at the time that the declaration stated that the demonstrations were a threat to the security of the residents?
I did not see that declaration, no.
Okay, and that was not reported to you through your chain of reporting?
I did not see the declaration.
Okay. At this point, given the local emergency that's about to be declared and some of the other information that you've received, did you have public safety concerns about the situation in Ottawa by February 6th?
No, I was still not seeing any significant, serious, violent crime concerns at all. At no time did Chief Slowly or Commissioner Carrick communicate to me that there were significant public safety concerns from a violence perspective. And I knew that the Ottawa Police Service was being well supported by the RCMP and by the OPP as well.
Right, but I think you can agree that public safety encompasses more than just violent crime, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So were you aware at the time that there were open fires in barrels on the streets and fireworks going off and open fuel that wasn't properly stored and diesel fumes that were entering people's homes? Were you aware of all of those circumstances on the ground?
Yes.
But in your view, that did not pose a public safety concern?
From a violent crime perspective with regards to the criminal code, yes.
Right, but from another perspective, it did, right?
Yes.
So in your interview summary, you indicated that you were of the view that the protest in Ottawa was a significant inconvenience, and that's a quote, but that it did not present an overriding public safety risk. Now, Commissioner Carrick was asked about this, and in his evidence, I'm not sure if you watched his evidence, but he indicated that it wasn't really about one being a safety risk and the other one not being a safety risk, but it was about prioritizing resources, and that the Hendon reports made clear that there was a security risk in Ottawa. You would agree with me that he was closer to the ground in order to assess the situation in Ottawa than you were, correct?
I agree.
And do you still stand by that statement today, that it was an inconvenience but not a public safety risk?
Well, it was much more than an inconvenience, and I accept that. There was a significant impact on the residents of Ottawa. I can't imagine what they were going through. I'm very sympathetic and empathetic to all that they went through and all the suffering that they went to. It was more than an inconvenience, much more.
Okay. Now, after this meeting, did you brief the Solicitor General on the fact that the city was going to declare a municipal emergency and that the stated intent was to put pressure on the province?
I don't have any notes that I briefed the Solicitor General, but my practice would be something this important. I likely did.
And do you know if the Premier was aware of that stated intent as well?
I did not speak to the Premier.
Okay. Did you speak to the Premier at all throughout the course of these events?
No.
And did the declaration, in fact, put pressure on the province to act?
The province was acting.
Well, for example, the provincial state of emergency came on the 11th. Was there any pressure from this local state of emergency to do that?
I'm not sure that pressure is the right word. I think the province was actively surveilling and looking at the environment in terms of what was going on province-wide. And when the concern was such that the protest was spreading to other parts of the province, as we saw in Windsor, in Toronto, in Cornwall, in Sarnia, at the Peace Bridge, that's when the Premier decided to act.
So is it fair to say, though, that this may have provided a signal to the province that the city of Ottawa was in need of more assistance?
I would agree with that, but we were also hearing loud and clear that the City of Ottawa was requesting additional resources.
Okay, and we'll get to that request in a second. So with respect to the stated intent, Mayor Watson, when he testified, stated that the city did not consider that the province was engaged enough at this time, February 6th, in finding a solution to the situation in Ottawa. So I just wanted to give you a chance to respond to that.
I'm sorry, where is that in this note?
That was in his testimony. I can bring up the transcript, but he did say in his evidence when he testified here at the commission that by February 6th, he did not feel that the province was engaged enough in finding a solution.
I don't accept that at all. I think that the province was very engaged in providing support to the City of Ottawa through a variety of means, including support for injunctions, including providing advice to the Police Service Board, including the provision of policing resources, including the provision of MTO resources. So I don't accept that at all.
Okay, and when you mentioned the injunction, what was the province's role with respect to the city's injunction?
I might be conflating the two injunctions, the one in Windsor and the one in Ottawa, but my understanding is that the Attorney General supported one of the two injunctions. I can't recall which one of the two, I'm sorry.
I believe that was Windsor. So I'll take you to page
Yeah, they got too many breaks in this.
or the bottom of page 1, rather. Thank you. Ottawa City Council
Personally, I
is
think
likely
that
going to
the,
ask the
case is
Premier
lasting
and Prime
too
Minister
long.
to intervene directly.
There's enough
the Mayor
evidence
of
just
Ottawa,
to
Jim
prove
Watson, is feeling the pressure and want this issue to
that,
be pivoted back to Ontario and Canada.
The Emergencies
So
Act is
it's fair to say that in
unwarranted,
meetings
is
it was
abuse of power,
communicated,
therefore true
or it was
dumb
expressed that Ontario,
step
or
down
that Ottawa
or be
felt that
forced out of
it
office.
needed additional help, both from the province and from the federal government, correct?
Yes.
And on
I don't
page
even know who the
2,
fuck voted for him. Because I sure as hell didn't.
if we go to the third bullet point, Mario Di Tommaso, that's you, Deputy Solicitor General, noted that the province expedited the approval of 249 special
And
constables
looks
from
like
the
Doug
RCMP
Fraud's
to
going to
assist
try to
Ottawa Police
impose
Service.
the muzzling
So this
mandates,
is what
which
we
I'm
had
gonna
looked at
violate
earlier,
again.
where there was an
Haven't worn a
approval
muzzle
of
since this fucking
RCMP
started,
officers
and
to
I
be
won't start.
sworn in as special constables.
Yes.
And so at this point, what else had Ontario done at this point by February 6th,
Fraud
other
can
than
take his,
what you've indicated there?
muzzle
Provided
mandate, shove
significant
it up his ass
resources
and
to
blow it out his
the
mouth.
Ottawa Police Service
And then
from
suck it
the
back in
OPP.
and swish it
Significant
around
number
and
of
shit
resources.
it back out. And then shove it back
Okay,
up
so
his ass again.
that was, so the
permanently.
OPP provided resources, and was there anything else?
Yes, I believe MTO was involved
I don't even know why people fucking complied with the fucking rules.
in providing their
I sure as
resources.
hell didn't.
Okay,
And
and if
then
we
go
go to
on the-
page
And I
5.
believe there was continuing advice to the Ottawa Police Service Board from the advisors. And I'd have to check my notes, but the province was heavily engaged at this point in time.
Okay, but you can agree that Ottawa doesn't seem to think so. They're expressing that they don't think there is enough engagement, right? Whether or not that's accurate, that's their
So
their
why are
sense
they
that they're
fucking-
conveying.
Yes.
And at page 5,
So Costco now they introduced Wagyu beef. Like people can't fucking
if we go to the
afford
first black bullet at the
what's
bottom.
available
Keep
like
going.
regular
Yes.
beef. How
Question
the fuck
for
are,
Mario
are
Di
people
Tommaso,
going to
Deputy
fucking
Solicitor
afford
General. Has
the
Ottawa
most
Police Service been
expensive
working with the
cut of
Ministry of
beef
the
money
Attorney
can
General
buy?
to
I
explore
mean, I
their
can, but
options and
there's
in
a hell of a
relation
lot
to
of people that
position of the
fucking
Crown
can't.
for summary
This is-
offenses? What were
I mean,
you
this is,
suggesting here?
So I'm not sure that summary offenses is accurate. What I was suggesting was, is there anything else that the Ministry of the Attorney General can do with regards to any offenses that are
Aged
charged? So what I was
grass-fed
thinking about was,
sirloin.
is there an ability to increase
that.
set
Grass-fed,
fines?
go fuck
Is
yourselves.
there an opportunity to explore bail provisions for
now's
those
not the
people
time to
that are
fucking try to
arrested?
pass the most
Is there anything
expensive
that the
fucking
Attorney
thing you
General
can
can do to better
find.
support
Like, holy
the Ottawa
fucking
Police Service?
Fuck.
And if we go to page 9, Jody Thomas, National Security Advisor, in the subpoint, the black subpoint. Would the province be looking to the federal government if this protest was happening outside of the city of Ottawa? For example, happening in other places like Kingston. What did you understand this comment to be in reference to?
So this comment was certainly not aligned with the comment that Deputy Minister Stewart
Actually, I
made
can
previous,
get the
where he
fucking
was
same
suggesting that
shit
the federal government did have a role
that they're
in
passing
particular
off
with regards to
for half the price by
finding
going to an actual
interlocutors.
butcher.
So from my perspective, this question was all about, from my perception, the federal government wanting to wash its hands of this entire thing. I didn't think that was appropriate at all. I thought that the federal government did have a role. At the end of the day, these protesters were in Ottawa to protest
steak being
mainly the imposition of a vaccine mandate on January 15 on
104,
international
like that's-
truckers.
or I should say
They were on
105.
Parliament's doorstep.
That's like-
They were in
that's
the
fucking
National
over-
Capital Region. The
That's
federal government,
overpriced.
Public Safety Canada, does have a memorandum of understanding with Ottawa Police Service with regards to the provision of policing
get it for-
resources in
I
and
can get
around
it for
Capitol
less than
Hill.
half.
The OPP is not a signatory to that MOU. So from my perspective, the federal
Actually, I can
government
get,
did have a role to play,
2.5
just like Ontario had a role to
kilos
play in the provision of resources.
of
And so I made that
sirloin
known to
steak
Jody Thomas. I
for
felt
like
that
$30.
some of the options that were available to the federal government included the
Ground
possibility
beef.
of meeting with and listening to the protesters, the possibility of amending their vaccine mandate, the possibility of providing additional resources to
Yeah,
the
they're
Ottawa
just- they're-
Police Service. So
yeah,
there was
everybody's
a
fucking
range of options available to
Yeah,
the federal
this-
government, and it
this
was
is
my
unbelievable.
position that the federal government certainly had a role to play in this.
Okay.
Like, I can get
And
the
as you
guy
said, the
beef
provincial
for
government did as
half
well.
what
So it was really the
Costco
responsibility of
selling
both
it
levels
for,
of
like,
government to
holy
come
fuck.
together and work together
Why
to
is
find a solution.
Costco
Yes, that's
all of a
absolutely
sudden
correct.
got
But I would also like to add, at the end of the day, this was a policing matter, and my view was that both the federal government and the provincial government had a role to play in terms of
They've gotten
supporting
greedy.
the police response.
overinflating their
And you
fucking prices.
mentioned
Holy fuck,
finding an
that's-
interlocutor. Can you maybe expand on what the idea was there and what steps, if any, were taken?
So there were some
looking at
names
these
that were
fucking prices
provided
and
by
holy
Chief Slowly
fuck,
at that
it's
meeting.
outrageous.
Don't remember the name, Murray Sinclair, Bob Ray, and others. And
ground
the
beef,
idea
which
was
is
to get
filled with
a
fucking-
very
it's not even
high-profile individual
extra lean
to
ground beef
meet with
and
the interested
for-
parties to see if there's a resolution that could be had.
And what steps were taken beyond that, the discussion of the names? Was
450 grams, they
everything
want
done?
$144, or I should say
Not with regards to those names
$145.
that were provided, but at the end of the
Holy
day,
fuck. I can get
there was a
extra
request
lean
later
ground
on
beef.
From the provincial
I can
liaison
get
team that was communicated
2
to me through
kilos of
Commissioner
extra
Creek
ground beef,
with regards
extra
to
lean ground beef for $30.
the potential
And it's
to
the best
have
ground beef you're going to get.
ministers of the federal
'Cause
government and
it's
ministers of
Kobe.
the provincial government
So
to intervene, to provide a forum to listen to the protesters, to see if those protests could be de-escalated. But that happened later on, certainly not at this meeting.
I see, okay. And that was through Commissioner Creek, you said?
Right, he made a direct request to me, which I communicated to Minister
you're
Jones.
just looking for that
Okay,
fucking
and what was
$100
Minister
bills,
Jones'
what they're
response to
fucking
that?
looking for.
Well, at the end of the day, she did write a letter directed to Commissioner Creek, where she would certainly make herself available and this was in relation to Windsor.
They just want people to
make
fucking
herself
spend that
available to meet with the
$100 bill.
protesters
That's what they
if
fucking want. They fucking
they
want you
left
to go and
the
cost.
protest.
Cal wants
and
cost
if they
Cal
denounced
wants you to
this
go in
protest
there
activity. So I'd have to refer to the actual letter.
and
but the intent was
spend $100
to give
on every
the
fucking
protesters
item.
an ear
By the
of
time you walk
provincial
out, you'll
and
have
federal
spent like
ministers
$5
so that they
grand on
could be
food.
heard
Like,
in an
holy
attempt to
fuck,
de-escalate.
that's expensive.
I remember communicating with Deputy Minister Stewart
I
that
guess
that was the
Costco
request
isn't
of
the
the
cheapest place to
PLT.
go anymore.
And I asked him to see what he could do to make federal ministers available as well. And through various phone calls and discussions,
Ooh, ground
Deputy Minister
kangaroo, that
Stewart was
sounds
not
good.
able to obtain the services
know
of
if I'd
federal
pay
ministers. I was able
$100 for only,
to get the service of Minister Jones to do that in
450
Windsor. She was also willing
grams.
to do that with regards
Ain't
to
worth it to me.
Ottawa.
And do you know why that didn't happen with respect to
Maybe if
Ottawa,
I
if she
got-
was willing?
Maybe
She
if it
was willing.
triple that.
So why didn't
would.
it happen, I guess,
Like,
is my
if I got
question.
1.5
Why wasn't there a similar
grams
letter?
of that,
Because
then
from
I
my
probably
understanding, the letter did not have the
Venison,
desired effect
tenderloin,
in
130
Ottawa.
for
And from my
350
understanding
grams.
was
Holy fuck.
that the protesters were
That's-
interested in
I
listening
can
to
fucking go,
or
I
being
can
heard
go
by
out and
federal
fucking hunt
ministers.
my
So
own deer and it
Minister
costs me more
Jones was
fucking
certainly
money,
interested in
and then
making
I can
herself
butcher it
available
myself.
to the
Like,
Ottawa
holy
protesters.
fuck.
But
And it
the
wouldn't
federal
cost me
government
a
needed to
dime.
be there as well, because that would give the best chance of success.
And when you say the PLT brought this forward, was that the OPP PLT or the OPS PLT? Do you know?
To the best of my recollection, it was the OPP PLT.
Okay, and that was, from what I understand, with respect to Windsor. Was there ever an approach from OPS in Ottawa or the OPP in Ottawa to say the demonstrators in Ottawa would like to meet or would like to have communication with the provincial government?
So, two things. I continued to urge Rob Stewart to bring federal ministers to the table, and I did that on my own, knowing that there was a potential resolution that could possibly be achieved, because if there was an interest in Windsor to do that, certainly there would be an interest in Ottawa. So I did that on my own. And the second thing I wanted to raise about that was that Deputy Minister Stewart certainly had direct conversations with Inspector
$9
Marcel
for a fucking
Baudouin
duck. I can
of the
go and buy a
OPP
fucking
PLT
duck
to see what the art of the
myself
possible was. So that was
and
something
only
that
pay
I was
$15
continuing to
for-
explore with Deputy
for
Minister
like
Stewart.
a
Right,
600 gram
and
duck.
we asked
They-
Mayor
they
Watson whether
want
he was aware of any such
190
overtures from the Solicitor General
for
were made to Ottawa,
400
and he
grams.
said no.
That's fucking highly
And there was a time when the Ottawa protesters approached the city of Ottawa because they wanted to have a meeting with the mayor. So I'm just wondering why that wouldn't have signaled to the province that if they're willing to meet with the mayor and they're willing to negotiate
Because they
something in
fucking put the
return,
name
why they
fucking
wouldn't be willing
organic
to do
on
that
it.
with the
It goes
province.
like 3 times the fucking price.
So
Fuck
my
you.
communications were not with the local city or the mayor. My communications were with Deputy Minister Stewart, and we were just trying to find whatever options were available to try to de-escalate this thing.
Okay, and so did you ever specifically indicate that the province would be willing to meet with Ottawa protesters?
To Deputy Minister Stewart, yes,
Okay, and what was his response to that?
that he would endeavor to make that happen, but it did not come to fruition.
Okay, and you don't know why?
I don't. That would be a question for Deputy Minister Stewart.
Okay, thank you. Now, you mentioned that the province, or from your perspective, you thought the federal government had a role to play for various reasons, one of them being that the protesters were protesting federal vaccine mandates, correct?
Yes.
And so I'm just wondering, why does the substance matter of the protest affect who should be the entity that responds to that, or the level of government that responds to that protest?
It shouldn't be. I think both governments had a role to play, and certainly Ontario had a role to play. And I'm certainly aware that the protest was not exclusively about the federal mandate. There were other groups that had other agendas, and I recognize that.
Okay. And in terms of the parliamentary precinct, Wellington Street is a municipal road. It is the jurisdiction of the Ottawa Police Service. So in terms of any kind of federal jurisdiction over that street, you agree there is no federal jurisdiction over Wellington Street in terms of policing Wellington Street?
I agree. But there is, to my understanding, an MOU between Public Safety Canada and the Ottawa Police Service with regards to provision of policing resources in and around Parliament Hill, which includes Wellington Street.
And was it ever communicated to you that the local police service, in this case the Ottawa Police Service, or through the mayor, because the request did come through the mayor and the chair of the board, that it had to be done through the province and couldn't go directly to the RCMP in terms of requesting resources. Was that ever something that was communicated to you by anyone in the federal government?
What, are you talking about the concept that all requests need to go to the province first and then to the federal government?
Yes.
Yeah, that's from my understanding, that's more of a policy through the emergency management process. I think there's a section in the Federal Emergency Management Act that speaks to that. Basically, the idea is when there is a declared emergency, that the province needs to exhaust its resources first before it can go to the federal government for an ask. And likewise, that the municipal authorities need to exhaust their resources first before they can go to the provincial government.
And so in this case, the letter from the mayor and the chair of the board requesting 1,800 officers went to both the Solicitor General and Premier Ford, and also to the Minister of Public Safety and the Prime Minister. And so my question is whether you are aware if the fact that there was a request made to the provincial government directly from the mayor and the chair of the board and not through the province, whether that delayed RCMP resources. Are you aware of that?
No, I'm not aware that it delayed RCMP resources, no.
And are you aware of whether it was an issue in terms of the federal government being able to deploy those resources, given that it could have been seen as circumventing?
So it's not a matter for the provincial government or the federal government to deploy policing resources. That is the exclusive jurisdiction, from my understanding, of both commissioners. They are the ones that have exclusive jurisdiction in deploying their resources, not the governments.
So my question is whether anyone within the federal government communicated to you that the request being made directly to the federal government was a problem because it wasn't being made through the province.
No, nobody communicated that to me.
Okay, thank you. Now, at the end of this call, this was a lengthy call among various people at different levels. Did you have any concerns at the end of this call? Were you satisfied that OPS and the chief were taking the right approach? What were your takeaways from this call?
My takeaways were that Ottawa Police Service needed additional resources, and those resources were in fact being provided, to my understanding, by Commissioner Creek and Commissioner Lucky. The main obstacle at this point in time was that there was not a plan by the Ottawa Police Service to dismantle the actual occupation. That was the critical problem.
And was that something that was discussed in this meeting?
I'd have to check the entire note.
But by this time, February 6th, you were aware of that
Yes.
there was a lack of a plan.
So I want to be very careful about that, because there was a plan with regards to the deployment of officers in Ottawa for maintenance purposes, to deal with the influx of officers, to deal with radio calls, public safety issues that may or may not have been occurring. There was a plan to do that. What was not in place was a plan to dismantle the entire occupation. That was the barrier. And that plan, from my perspective, included a plan to deploy public order units, a towing plan, an exit plan, a traffic plan, all of that. So when we say that Ottawa did not have a plan, I am specifically referring to what I was told was a plan to dismantle the entire occupation. That was the issue.
Right, so there was a plan for maintenance of the status quo, but not to end the situation, essentially.
Correct.
And you were getting this information from Commissioner Creek and Commissioner Lucky?
I did not speak to Commissioner Lucky.
Okay. So it was exclusively from Commissioner Creek in terms of the readiness of this plan that we're speaking about.
Right, but I also received information from Chief Framer, I believe, earlier on, and his view that Ottawa did not have that plan as well.
And do you know how he formed that opinion?
I do not. That would be a question for him.
Okay. So I'll take you to ONT 401912. And if we go down to the bottom, 5 bullets from the bottom. Let's see. There it is. So this is some public remarks that were made, and I believe this was made by the Solicitor General. To be clear, since the beginning of the protest, more than 1,500 Ontario Provincial Police personnel have been deployed to the City of Ottawa, providing a range of support to the Ottawa Police Service. This was a press release, I believe. Are you able to confirm that?
Yes.
And did you or your office participate in drafting this press release?
No.
And I'll take you now to ONT 405345. So if we go down, right, it's Fawad Abdi to you, subject line OPP deployment number Ottawa. And it looks like he is providing you with some OPP Ottawa deployment numbers. My understanding is that these numbers were requested by the Solicitor General's office from the OPP. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And why was this request made from the OPP in terms of the number of officers?
Well, the OPP has an obligation to keep track of the number of resources deployed to Ottawa in the event that there is a charge back to the municipality. So that's why those numbers were being tracked.
Okay. And then it says at the end of that paragraph, I have noted for the OPP, we will not and only bottom line numbers being used to confirm support being provided to Ottawa and having a sense of what the feds need to bring to the table. So a few questions. With respect to that in particular, was this chart being used to confirm the number of OPP officers that have been provided to be able to then say, well, now this is what the federal government needs to contribute?
No, I don't believe the case. I think there was a request from the minister's office of the OPP wanting to know what resources have been provided to date, and that was provided.
Okay, so in terms of the comment that having a sense of what the feds need to bring to the table, are you aware of what that's referencing?
I'm not.
Okay. And I understand from Commissioner Creek's evidence that the 1,500 officers, OPP officers, was an administrative number, and that in fact referred to shifts and not to actual 1,500 individual OPP officers. Is that your understanding as well?
No, that's not my understanding. My understanding is that 1,500 number referred to a period of time, 10 days, I believe, total officers being provided to the Ottawa Police Service.
But were these 1,500 different individuals, if I can put it that way? Or were these, 100 officers on one shift and then potentially similar number of officers on another shift?
Yes.
And you're reusing some of the same officers at different times, correct? It's not 1,500 officers.
At any one time? No.
Right. And were you aware that there was confusion at the municipal and the federal level with respect to the number of individual OPP officers deployed?
I do understand that there was confusion.
And was there ever a discussion with Chief Slowly to clarify that?
Yes, I received a call from Chief Slowly.
Okay, and when was that? Do you recall?
I believe it was shortly after these numbers were released by the minister's office.
And so what was explained to him in that call then?
Chief Slowly was very concerned about the release of these numbers. He asked me to correct the narrative that had gone out, to correct the press release. I informed Chief Slowly that these numbers were a compilation of numbers over a 10-day period and that they were cumulative in nature and not intended to represent 1,500 officers on any given day.
And he accepted that?
That would be a question for him.
Did you get the sense that he accepted that?
He was not happy
Okay, why wasn't he happy?
He wasn't happy that these numbers were released.
And was that because there was a sense that giving numbers of officers was an issue in terms of giving away police tactics, or it could have some sort of detrimental effect on police operations, or was it because he felt that the number was not being accurately portrayed?
I believe that he was not happy because it put more pressure on him and that these numbers would be misinterpreted.
I see. So if the public thinks he has 1,500 officers to work with, they're saying, why isn't he doing anything with them?
Correct.
And these officers were mainly, as you said, being used for maintenance, to rotate tired police officers out and bring other police officers in.
Well, no, not just that. Not just that. There were frontline police officers. There were intelligence officers, PLT officers, dispatchers. There's a whole range of officers that were being provided over that period.
Right, but what I mean is they were not being used to
Dismantle?
dismantle the police,
Correct.
correct? Okay. Was there any concern that revealing the number of officers deployed could be harmful to operations?
From who?
From Chief Slowly.
I don't remember him talking to me about that.
Did you have that concern?
Yes?
If so, why were the numbers made public then in the press release?
I did not make those numbers public.
Okay, so you would have been against doing that, is that what I'm understanding? If you had been asked, you would have said no?
I think it's not wise for anyone to make numbers of deployed officers publicly available.
Okay, so you weren't consulted on it, and so you weren't able to give that advice, right?
Correct.
If I can turn to ONT 403843. This is now February 7th. And if we, there it is. So you have a call, you say briefing this AM, and then it says call with OPCCC.
That should be OPP, I'm sorry.
Okay, so that's okay, so this would be Commissioner Creek.
Yes.
Okay. Briefing this AM would be asking for twice the number of officers he requires. Can you explain this notation?
Yes, my understanding was that Commissioner Creek was communicating to me that at a briefing that had occurred that day, Chief Slowly would be asking for twice the resources that he required.
Did he give you any more context other than that? Why or what the purpose of that would be, whether he agreed with it, whether he had concerns about that?
Whether Commissioner Creek had concerns?
Yes.
Well, both he and I had concerns. I had concerns about why that would be done, but I was not privy to that briefing or that conversation. But as explained to me by Commissioner Creek, at the end of the day, that issue was irrelevant because there would be a planning team that would test whatever numbers were being asked for by the Ottawa Police Service, and that planning team would be staffed with subject matter experts, so they would test whatever plan. So given that Commissioner Creek had communicated that very fact to me, I had a sense of comfort in knowing that this is just, looking for the right word, this is just noise. I was comforted in knowing that whatever the Ottawa Police Service would ask for would be tested by the planning team.
You put a star there, though, and underlined it twice. It
Yes.
seems like perhaps you were expressing in your notes some concern.
Yes, I was concerned that, if accurate, that Chief Slowly would take that approach, but I was also comforted by the comments of Commissioner Creek that whatever numbers were asked for would be validated and tested.
And at this point, the Chief Slowly had made known the number of officers he required. Were you made known by this time, February 7th?
I believe the request was for 1,700 uniformed police officers and 100 civilians.
And if I can take you to 1715, a little bit further down on this same document. And can you just, for the record, indicate who the individuals in this meeting are?
So Premier's Office, Cabinet Office, Solgen, Ministry of Transportation, Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing, Ministry of Intergovernmental Affairs, and there was a meeting with regards to Ottawa, and this was because Mayor Watson and the chair of the board had written that letter formalizing the request to the Premier and the Minister, and given the fact that the letter had gone to the Premier, there was a meeting called to discuss, okay, what do we do with it? And my advice was that we give it to the OPP Commissioner because it's his exclusive jurisdiction to determine whether or not to deploy resources, for how long, and what numbers. And so, so the discussion was that we would refer this letter to the OPP Commissioner for his assessment. We were not in a position to direct the Commissioner to say, you know, we've got a request for 1,700 and 100. Please supply these resources. We don't have the ability to direct the Commissioner. That's his exclusive jurisdiction. And so we referred it to the OPP Commissioner for assessment only.
Okay. And if I can take you now to ONT 401141. So these, I believe, are the Solicitor General's notes.
I don't know that.
Okay, so that's fine. We'll go to OTT 29488.
Sorry, Council, could you repeat that document ID, please?
OTT 29488. Okay, is there anything further down? Okay. Okay, if we can keep going down. Yeah, keep going down. I believe it's coming up. Yeah, keep going. Yeah, we'll keep going down. Yeah, keep going down. Okay, yes, so there it is. We can just go up a little bit more. So it's dated February 10, and if we go down just to the signature line. So this is a letter that was sent by the Solicitor General to the Mayor and to the Chair of the Ottawa Police Services Board. This is a response to the request that was made for those officers. Were you involved in drafting that response?
No.
And did you read this letter at the time? Were you aware of this response at the time?
I'm not entirely sure I was aware of this letter at the time. I knew that the request was for additional resources was going to be referred to the OPP Commissioner.
Okay. And My understanding from the content of this letter is that the Solicitor General is saying that she will forward the request to the OPP Commissioner, as we saw in those notes, in the meeting that was held earlier.
Yes, and she's also highlighting that an operational plan proposed by the Ottawa Police Service. So it's both the resources that are being asked and also highlighting that an operational plan would be a good idea.
Okay, and so is your understanding that the resources were contingent on a plan in some respects?
The resources to dismantle
Yes.
were contingent on a plan, yes,
Okay, and at this time, there was not one.
correct.
Mayor Watson testified.
And when I say that, I'm sorry. And once again, the exclusive responsibility to deploy those resources were not of the government, were not of the minister. They rested with the OPP commissioner.
Right, but the government can help to bring that request forward and to encourage the OPP commissioner to deploy those resources.
No, the OPP are not to be directed. They are independent. They have discretion. And independence and discretion is not to be trifled with. So the government cannot direct, cannot influence. It is his jurisdiction to see the way in which he deploys his resources.
So you did not believe that you had the ability or the authority to recommend or to talk about the needs in Ottawa and to make any suggestions to the OPP commissioner?
We were not in a position to make any suggestions. I was comforted in knowing that the OPP commissioner was alive to this request and that he was more than willing to provide the requested resources contingent on the plan for the dismantling and removal of the protests being validated by the subject matter experts. That was the impediment.
Now, on February 9 at 3:30, there was a call between Mayor Watson, Premier Ford, and Minister Jones. Were you on that call?
I'm sorry?
There was a call on February 9 with the Mayor of Ottawa, the City Manager, Mr. Kanellakis, and Solicitor General Jones. Were you aware of that call or were you on that call?
Not aware and not on it.
Okay. So in that meeting, Mr. Kanellakis indicated about that meeting when he testified that Minister Jones expressed the view that the request was a law enforcement issue that needed to be dealt with between the chief and Commissioner Creek, and that accords with what you just said right now, right?
Correct.
Okay. So fair to say that she did not see a role in helping to pass on that request to Commissioner Creek, other than saying, here's the request, right?
That would be a question for her, but it's certainly consistent with what happened. There is not an ability to influence the OPP. There's not an ability to guide the OPP with regards to deployment of resources. That is, under the Police Services Act, the exclusive jurisdiction of the Commissioner.
And Mr. Kanellakis testified that on this call, the city asked what other actions the province could take in terms of regulation or legislation to put pressure on the protesters to leave. And he reported that Minister Jones said that this was a law enforcement issue, and so therefore it should be dealt with law enforcement. Do you share that view that there was not a regulatory or legislative action that could have been taken by the province?
There was a legislative action that was taken. That was with regards to the declaration of a provincial emergency, and emergency orders were issued as a result of that declaration.
Right. So aside from the declaration of the emergency, was there anything else that the province could have done at this point?
Are you referring to legislation,
Yes.
resources? To legislation? No, I'm not aware of any other legislation that could have been invoked. I think it's also important to understand that at this period in time, the existing authorities available to police were perceived to be sufficient by both Chief Slowly by Commissioner Creek and certainly by me.
And if I can take you to OPP 404580. And these are some text messages with Commissioner Creek. And I'll take you to page 70, the bottom of page 70. And if we go up a little bit, so it looks like you're in blue because there it says, "Thanks, Deputy, much appreciated." That would be you, right? When the green, when the person says, "Thanks, Deputy," they're referring to you, correct?
I'm blue, Commissioner's green.
That's right. Okay, perfect. That's what I meant. Okay, so if we go up, if we can go up a little bit more. Deputy, on the call with OPS and CACP, any word if the request for operational resources to the Premier and Solgen will be referred to OPP. So that would be Commissioner Creek saying that.
Yes.
And then if we go down, in response to that question, you say confident it will be referred, not certain. Why would it not be certain that the referral anyway would be made?
Because the letter was addressed to the Premier and to the Minister, and I'm not in a position to speak for them. But we did have a meeting subsequently after that with, and I've already testified to that, with the Premier's office, Cabinet office, Secretary of Cabinet, etc. And it was determined at that meeting that absolutely it would be referred to the Commissioner for assessment.
Okay, so this was because you hadn't had that discussion yet
Correct.
to make the determination.
Correct.
And would there be a scenario in which that referral wouldn't happen?
No.
Okay. If I can take you to ONT 405154, and we're moving ahead to February 8. When it says call with OPP, is that likely Commissioner Creek?
Yes.
Okay. And if we go to page 4, now a noon meeting with Feds and City of Ottawa.
Yes.
If we go down, we see all of the participants of that meeting. If we go down, and this is a staff level meeting, is my understanding, with provincial representation, federal representation, also municipal representation. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So if we go to the bottom of the page, so it says Blair and Mendocino both want three-way with Mayor and Solgen, and this is desire. Can you explain that notation?
Yes, it was communicated to me that the federal government, Ministers Blair and Mendocino, wanted to meet with the Solicitor General and the Mayor of Windsor.
And did that meeting take place?
I know that there were either 2 or 3 meetings that occurred at the minister level.
Right, so these would be what we've been calling the tripartite meetings. Are you aware of that terminology that we've been using in the hearings here?
Yes, but there were 2 levels of meetings.
Yes.
And I attended either 3 or 4 at the officials level. This notation is with respect to the ministerial level or the political level.
Okay. And at this time, at this meeting, did you have a sense of whether this was something that was possible and that could happen? Did you give a response to that request?
Yes, my response was that I would communicate the request to Minister Jones.
And you did that?
I did.
And did you recommend that she attend, or did you give any recommendation with respect to attendance?
I passed on the request to Minister Jones.
Did you make any recommendation about attendance?
I did not.
Okay. And ultimately, she did not attend, is my understanding. Is that your understanding as well?
There were, to the best of my recollection, 3 meetings. I don't know whether she attended one or not, but certainly 2 of the 3 she did not attend.
Okay, and my understanding too is that they were looking for some provincial representation, if not the Solicitor General, then the Premier, and he also did not attend. Were you aware of that?
Yes.
And I'll turn now to document ssm.nsc.can 403019. So if we, these are some text messages. This is involving Mike Jones, who's the Chief of Staff of Minister Mendicino. And if we go down a little bit more. Okay, and so essentially, if we go up a little bit. So it looks like Mike Jones is saying, on Ontario, we haven't had much from Jones, so we've asked the Premier's office if there is someone else they'd like us to play with. And then if we go down, how is that? Fine. He didn't say no and promised an answer by end of day. So my understanding is that they were looking for some representation, but ultimately there was no provincial representation. Do you know why that was the case?
I do not.
If we go to ssm.nsc.can 402052, and this is a readout from the February 8 tripartite. And if we go down to where Minister Blair is speaking, we go down. On Ontario involvement, I know Marco has been having good conversations with Ontario. They are worried about being visible and then being asked about what the province is doing. Do you understand what this is in reference to?
No.
When he says they are worried about being visible, do you know who he would be having discussions with at the provincial level to make that assessment?
I was not part of this meeting, and perhaps that question can be asked of Minister Mendicino.
Okay. Is it accurate that the province was concerned about being visible, and that was why it was not attending the meetings?
I don't understand. The province was concerned about being visible. We were visible. The province was providing all sorts of support and resources to Ottawa, so I don't understand the substance of the question.
Well, it wasn't visible in those meetings because it wasn't attending. So. And this is a readout of a call between Mayor Watson and the Prime Minister on February 8. And if we go down, keep going. Keep going. Yeah, we'll keep going down. All right, so we see the Prime Minister at the bottom says, I know we are looking very carefully at what we can do more. Brenda Lucky is looking at that. One of the challenges is that it goes in steps. The first step is to go to the OPP, then RCMP. It's difficult for us to say what we need to do directly until we have a better idea of what the province is doing. That's why this table is so important, but we are there to give more support as needed. So were you aware that the purpose of these ministerial meetings was to kind of sort out who's providing what resources and in what order, essentially?
That was being done at the officials level. That was being done between commissioners and chiefs of police as well. I was not aware of this call. I was not aware of the contents of this call.
Right, but in terms of the notion that having the three levels of government present at a meeting where resources can be discussed, official numbers can be clarified, the Prime Minister is indicating that that would be helpful. And I'm asking whether you would agree that that would be helpful.
No, it would not be helpful because politicians ought not to interfere with the deployment of policing resources.
So here, it looks like the politicians are in fact discussing resources, how many have been deployed, how many are required. We saw the mayor of Ottawa send a letter for resources. Is it your position that those actions were improper?
It is my position that the only people that are authorized in law to deploy resources are the Commissioner of the RCMP and the Commissioner of the OPP. They have sole jurisdiction. It's enshrined in legislation. I don't know what the Prime Minister was thinking with regards to influencing and having either the RCMP and the OPP provide additional resources. That is not their role.
So short of deployment, I don't think anybody's arguing that the Prime Minister should be deploying resources. But in terms of passing along resource requests, in terms of sorting out the numbers that have been provided and what's needed, and what the order of operations should be. Should the province be providing all OPP officers first and then the federal government and then the RCMP? It's unclear, and so my question is whether there is a role short of deployment that the politicians can play.
The resource requests were made, they were made public, they were made to the OPP Commissioner for assessment, they were given to the RCMP Commissioner, so those resources were being acted upon.
So is there a role for politicians in assisting with these with the resource matters?
How?
Well, my question is to you, sir.
I don't see a role for politicians to be involved with regards to deploying resources. And those resource requests were quite clear. The RCMP and the OPP understood what those resource requests were, and they were best placed in law to provide those resources.
So that said, you would not have considered it important for a provincial representative to be at these meetings, if I take what you're saying then?
I didn't say that. I just said that politicians do not have a role in asking police services to deploy resources. That is not an appropriate role.
And is there a role in helping to coordinate?
The OPP Commissioner, the RCMP Commissioner, Chief Slowly were in fact coordinating. And that's where the coordination belongs. This was a policing matter. It was a police response.
So then if these meetings are in order to try to coordinate a solution and to come up with solutions, would you agree then, aside from the resource request, which I understand your position, I take your position on that, there is a role though outside of the resources that politicians can play, and these meetings could be a helpful venue for all three levels of government to be speaking to each other about those other measures that can be taken.
About the other measures, the other solutions, what the art of the possible is, absolutely.
Okay. The mayor testified that had the province participated in the trilateral meetings, there likely would have been less of a delay in receiving resources. Do you agree with that?
Completely disagree.
Okay. If we go to the bottom of page 2. Yeah, and the Prime Minister in the middle of that paragraph says, but Doug Ford has been hiding from his responsibility on it for political reasons, as you highlighted, and important that we don't let him get away from that, and we intend to support you on that. What is your response to those comments?
I don't have a response. Those are the comments of the Prime Minister, and any questions about those comments ought to be referred to him.
Are you aware of any political reasons that Premier Ford would have had or the Ontario government would have had for avoiding these meetings?
No.
Now, my understanding is that there was a commitment by the Solicitor General to participate in these tripartite meetings. And in fact, in a call with Premier Ford and Minister Mendicino, Ford appears to have committed to asking Jones to participate, but then later kind of withdrew that. Do you know what caused this change in
I have no knowledge.
Now, Mayor Watson also testified that when he spoke to Premier Ford about attending these meetings, that Ford was adamant that he did not feel it would be useful to have 3 levels of politicians sitting around the table. And from the mayor's view, he thought the premier felt that it would be a waste of time, and he indicated that it wouldn't accomplish anything. Do you agree that it would have been helpful to have 3 levels of government at these tripartite meetings?
Perhaps. Perhaps it would have been helpful to have discussions to see what the art of the possible is with regards to other solutions.
And what about to help kind of coordinate the flow of information and align positions? Would it help for that as well?
Potentially.
Now, the commission may hear evidence that the perception was that Ontario did not want to participate because they wanted the City of Ottawa to lead the response, and basically that it was a municipal response and that it should be limited to the city, and because Ontario viewed this as a federal problem. Are either of these reasons accurate to your knowledge? Are you aware of these?
There's a lot to unpack there. Ottawa Police Service is the police service of jurisdiction, not the OPP, not the RCMP. And so we did not have the ability to impose the OPP on Ottawa without a direct request, without an invitation. So given the fact that they are the police service of jurisdiction, the OPP was in a position to provide the requested resources to deal with the problem.
Was there more to unpack there?
Yes, could you, I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Yes, the question was whether these 2 reasons, whether to your knowledge, those were reasons for not participating. 1, that the City of Ottawa should lead the response to these protests, and 2, because this was a federal problem.
I'm sorry, I just don't know how to answer that.
I'll take you to ssmnsc.can 403104. And again, my understanding is this is Chief of Staff to Minister Mendicino and somebody from the Prime Minister's office. If we go down, Samantha Khalil, I believe. Keep going. Keep going down. Okay, so from Chief of Staff, Mayor, about the Mayor Minister Jones' call. It did not go well. She told him she had no interest in being part of a political roundtable. Were you aware that that was Minister Jones' position?
No. But I have to say, Minister Jones was in fact engaging in conversations at the political level with Minister Blair, with Minister Mendicino, with Mayor Watson. Those calls were in fact taking place.
And did you have discussions with her about participating in these calls?
No.
Were you ever present on calls between Minister Mendicino and Minister Jones?
No.
If I can take you to ssm.can 406068. And this is a readout of a call between Premier Ford and the Prime Minister on February 9. And if we go down, keep going, okay, keep going. So they exchanged some pleasantry there, and then PDF is Premier Doug Ford, and he says, I understand and we all agree with peaceful protest, but I'll start off with Ottawa versus Toronto. I'll say that the police chief and Ottawa mayor totally mismanaged this. The Toronto Police Department and Toronto mayor did a great job. They've entrenched themselves in Ottawa. You said you did not have discussions with the premier during this time, is that right?
Correct.
And that includes phone calls, but also correspondence?
Correct.
And he would be getting his kind of briefing from Solicitor General, correct?
I'm assuming.
Okay. Do you have an understanding for the basis of the Premier's view that the Ottawa Police Chief and the Mayor totally mismanaged it?
No.
Did you share that view?
Which view?
The view that the Ottawa Police Chief and the Mayor totally mismanaged it?
I had no conversations with Premier Ford.
No, I'm asking whether you shared the view, not with him, but in your own mind, whether you had that same view as he is expressing here.
No, I did not share that view with anyone at all.
Oh, no, sorry, I mean, did you hold that view? I should probably use that better. Did you hold the same view?
I wouldn't say that Ottawa Police Service mismanaged. I think that this was an unprecedented protest of significant magnitude and scope. And I think that the Ottawa Police Service did its best based on the information that it had. It was incredibly trying circumstances, and I certainly didn't envy the position that the Ottawa Police Service was put in.
And what about with respect to his comments regarding the mayor? Did you have any view about the mayor's actions?
No.
Okay. And then Premier Ford says, the bigger one for us and the country is the Ambassador Bridge and the state ground there. Would you agree that the provincial government's priority at this time was the Ambassador Bridge blockade in Windsor?
I think that Commissioner Creek prioritized the deployment of resources to the Ambassador Bridge. He communicated that to me for a whole host of reasons, with which I agree.
And are you aware whether politically the Ontario government also viewed Windsor as a political priority?
I'm not aware of that, but I have to say that the issue of the Ambassador Bridge was being well reported by mainstream media. Everybody that had a TV was certainly aware of how important that crossing was to Canada and to the province.
And if we keep going on his comments, keep going down the next page. So he says, second line, I've asked our AG to look at legal ways to give police more tools and exhaust legal remedies because the police are a little shy and I can't direct them. So that's one area we can focus on. We can take their polar licenses, we checked that. We can shut down their fuel consumption and cordon off highways. That's where we're at. What was your understanding at this time, and this is February 9, of the tools that the police needed aside from boots on the ground, as they say, just resources?
So I was not made aware by Chief Slowly, by Commissioner Lucky, or the OPP Commissioner of any additional tools at this point in time, and you said this is 9 February?
That's correct.
I was not made aware of any additional tools that law enforcement required to end either the occupation in Windsor, the blockade in Windsor, or the occupation in Ottawa.
And did you ever have a discussion with the Solicitor General about what tools or legal remedies the province could provide to the police?
No.
Do you have any sense for what the Premier is suggesting here?
Can you refer me to a specific sentence, please?
Sure, the last two sentences of the first paragraph.
With regards to, I don't know what polar licenses are, quite frankly.
Could be a typo.
We can shut down their fuel consumption and cordon off highways. I don't know what he is referring to when he's talking about fuel consumption. With regards to cordon off highways, that's quite evident, the ability to block and close highways using existing authorities in the Highway Traffic Act.
Thank you. And then we're now on the second page. The Prime Minister says, on the second line, you shouldn't need more tools, legal tools. They are barricading the Ontario economy and doing millions of damage a day and harming people's lives. Were you of the view at this time that there were no other legal tools that were required, that the tools required were available to the police at this time? Not resources, but legal tools.
I was not in receipt of any requests from our policing leaders for any additional resources, whether that was Windsor, Ottawa, Commissioner Lucky, Commissioner Creek, Chief Framer. At no time did anyone ask me for any additional legislative authorities.
Okay, so you felt that the police had the authority that they needed in order to bring these protests to an end?
At that point in time, yes.
Okay. And in that same paragraph, in the middle of the paragraph, the Prime Minister says, the Bridges and Tunnels Act means the federal government has responsibility over the bridge and border. So there is a role for us to play, and we're happy to play it. But nobody can get on the bridge because they're on municipal land being blocked. And then further down, so just stick a pin in that. I'll ask you something about that in a second. Further down, he says, has Windsor asked anything of the OPP? I think we'll have to keep going down for that. Okay, there it is. Has Windsor asked anything of the OPP? Have they made a formal request to make a request to support them? And the Premier says, they've put that request in through the Solicitor General. I spoke to the Mayor, and that was the plan. Solicitor General was in touch as well, and I understand the request is going forward. So at this time, it sounds like the Windsor request has gone through.
So yeah, this just proves that
had the Ottawa request gone through at this time?
Yes.
Okay.
Calling for the Emergencies
And,
Act was
on page
uncalled
3,
for.
we keep going down. Yeah, the Prime Minister says, what are the next steps?
Yeah, watch all
You
these
said
advertisements
the
for
OPP are
Black
going
Friday
in.
deals. There's no fucking
Are they
Black
keeping
Friday
you
fucking
apprised,
deals.
and do they understand the
Nothing.
urgency? They can't talk this out for 3 weeks. They need to act immediately. And then the Premier says they'll act, but without directing them, it's hard to describe their game plan. They'll have a plan, unlike Ottawa, where they didn't have a plan. I'll get briefed tomorrow from the Solicitor General, and we'll keep you updated. This is critical. I hear you. I'll be up their ass with a
Okay.
wire brush.
So one block is 400
and
grams.
Then the
for
Prime Minister says, we're
$5,
there with resources,
shredded-
Bill Blair, we'll
and the
coordinate
shredded
on our
one is
side.
only like-
But you can reach out to LeBlanc or me. You and I need to work together on
300
this.
grams.
People will be assured by the two of us working
I
together,
mean, they
and we need to
cut back on
demonstrate
the
this is
bars
not a
because
place of lawlessness.
it should be 500.
And the Premier
grams.
says,
They
agreed,
fucking
you'll
cut
get an
that
update
back and they're
tomorrow.
charging more money.
And then the Prime Minister says, on
Fucking
Ottawa, it'll go through stages of OPP to RCMP and we'll have a plan. City of Ottawa
Don't you
has been
just love how
struggling,
they
but as
fucking
soon as
do that?
OPP leans in a bit more, we'll have
They
more
cut
clarity
back on the
things.
amount of cheese
The
you get,
federal
and then they
government has no
fucking
jurisdiction
charge
over
you
Wellington
fucking more,
Street.
fucking bastards.
So it's an area we need to go through, work through
I
together.
mean, there should
If the
be a
Ottawa
law
residents
against that.
have to go through
They
another
shouldn't be
weekend like
allowed
the
to
past
fucking
few
cut
weeks,
back on the portions.
it
The
won't go
portions
well.
should be standard
in
and
this discussion,
not allowed to change.
There's been some jurisdictional issues
and
that
an
have been identified.
anti-inflation
For
bill
example,
needs to be imposed
the
to
federal,
keep fucking
the
businesses
federal government doesn't
from
have jurisdiction over Wellington Street. The
overcharging
RCMP
people.
doesn't have jurisdiction over
Like
Wellington
$7.
Street. The federal government has some responsibility over bridges and tunnels.
Two for
but
$7.
policing is a
Like,
provincial
fuck, that's
matter
bullshit.
under the Police Services
$7
Act.
for 2 bags of fucking chips.
So
Like, that's
I
a
just
fucking
wanted to get
rip-off.
your views on some of the jurisdictional challenges or issues that have been brought to light, as we can see in this discussion, and how you see the different levels of government working
Like that-
together
that's $3.50
to come to a resolution to
per bag, and that's fucking,
specifically the
that's how
events
we
in
want it.
Ottawa,
It shouldn't be any more
brought
than
together
fucking
many of
$2.
those jurisdictional issues.
So from my perspective, both the municipal road that leads to the Ambassador Bridge, municipal jurisdiction. And so the police
Like,
service
holy
of jurisdiction there is the Windsor
Just
Police
in the
Service, and
past
in
week,
Ottawa and Wellington
I
Street and the
spent over
surrounding area,
$400
obviously,
fucking on food.
Ottawa Police Service
And
is
that's
the
just
police
for a
service
single
of jurisdiction, and they are the two entities that are responsible for resolving both those issues.
$400 a
Do
week
they
is
need
what it's
support?
costing me to-
Absolutely.
to
Is there a
fucking-
role for the federal and the provincial government to play with perhaps identifying interlocutors with
That's
providing
$1,600 a
opportunities
month.
for mediation?
I don't know how anybody-
For sitting down
anybody
with protesters to negotiate,
who's-
absolutely.
who's making-
But it's ultimately a
fuck?
policing matter to resolve, and the police services of jurisdiction have that responsibility.
And once it becomes beyond the abilities
like
of the
$13,000
local
a year.
police service, how then do
For some
the other
people,
two
that's
levels
half
of
their fucking
government
income.
work together to try to come to a solution?
Like somebody's making like
specifically with respect to Ottawa,
$26,000 a
which
year.
has those
Fuck,
issues that we've
that's half their
identified.
fucking income. Well, if
Well,
they're
those
making
discussions
25
were
grand a
in
year,
fact happening. They were perhaps not happening
that's
on a
that's
political
like half
level
the
at a
fucking person's. That's
tripartite
over
table,
half the person's
but they
fucking
were
income. Can we
happening
fucking believe
between
that?
Minister Jones, the Premier, the mayors of both Windsor and Ottawa, and certainly Ministers Mendocino and Blair. So those discussions
And
were in
these
fact
fucking cases
happening.
of coke, it used to be
And
$7
so
a
do
case.
you see
Now
the
it's
provincial
fucking.
government's role in a city like
It's
Ottawa
like
to be different than,
$14
for example, as
for a
somebody
fucking
raised in one of the meetings, a city like
that's
Kingston,
fucking
that is
bullshit,
not the
man.
national
That's fucking-
capital region, and that
that's
is
fucking
not the
fuck.
capital city.
You know, that's
So both
fucking gouging,
Kingston
man.
and
Like,
Ottawa
holy
have
fuck.
their own police services. Both police services are the police service of jurisdiction. The province is there to provide the necessary support upon request.
Okay, so those would be treated the same from the provincial standpoint.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, it's not inflation, it's gouging is what
Now, when the local police service
and the reason why fucking, the reason why they're raising
has
the
gone
prices.
beyond its capacity,
I'm in the
do you
retail
agree that
business,
the
and I can
province
tell you
has primary
for a
responsibility
fact,
to
an
respond
absolute
to those requests for
100%
services through the
fact
OPP?
that it has nothing to do with the raw
Are you talking
materials,
about generally or
the cost of
specifically
the
with
raw
regards to
materials
Ottawa?
going up. It has nothing
I
to
thought you just told
fucking
me it
do
was,
with that.
my understanding
What
of
it
what you
has
said
to
is that
do
it didn't
with
matter whether it was
is
Ottawa
these
or
fucking
Kingston.
companies
So in any city in
are
Ontario.
raising the prices
Unless there's a
just
distinction.
because they
So
can.
certainly the province does have a role to provide additional resources, and that's done through the commissioner of the OPP.
You know, they're using every
To the
excuse
extent that
with
the OPP
with the
has exhausted
manufacturers.
its resources,
Their
it
excuse
would
thing
then,
is that okay, listen,
turn to
what we're going to
the
do
RCMP to
is
require
we're going to
additional
find whatever
resources from the
fucking reason we
Is
can
that the
increase our profits.
Not necessarily. We still have
you know,
other municipal police
and
services
well, you know,
as
this
well
COVID thing
that are able
that's a
to
good
assist.
reason to
The
raise
policing
our
leaders in
prices.
this province work collaboratively. They
You know,
are all members of the
and
Ontario
that's
Association of Chiefs of Police.
that's exactly what
Those
it fucking
calls
is.
were in
It's
fact
nothing,
happening on a
you
regular
know,
basis, and so it is not
you know,
just
and
the
then
OPP going
fucking
to the
retailers,
RCMP for
what the
assistance.
fuck do they do?
The OPP would have the ability to ask for resources from municipal police chiefs. A municipal police chief has the ability to reach out to
they
other
tell the
police
manufacturers,
chiefs
well, we
to ask
want
for
less
resources
product,
as well.
and then they
So
get
certainly the province
they,
has a role
they
to play
reduce
through the OPP,
the amount
but so do municipal police chiefs as well.
proportion.
Right. And in your view, the RCMP has a role to
And
play
they tell
as
them,
well.
well, we want you to
Is that-
reduce
is
the
that
amount
fair?
proportion, and then the fucking grocery
So
stores
it's really
get
a coordinated response.
you get a
among all three
reduced
levels of government.
portion,
Yes.
and then they raise the goddamn
Depending
fucking
on the
price.
situation, and we heard that
You
Ottawa
know,
was an
it's a
unprecedented
double
situation
fucking whammy.
requiring all three orders of government to participate.
Now, at any
Like-
point,
like it's a double fucking
did
hit
Commissioner Creek,
is
who
what
I
it is.
understand was mainly who was briefing you throughout this process, make any suggestion or ask about a provincial
it's,
state of emergency?
I mean, because I don't go
Did
through
you
a
have any
wholesaler or
discussions? Did
distributor.
you
I go
ask
direct.
him whether
My product
he
comes
thought
direct from
any
the
of the measures
from the
under a provincial state
manufacturer.
of emergency would be
And,
helpful for him?
I did not, but I was certainly thinking
I
about the
only raised my
EMCPA,
prices by $5.
on or about that point in time. What
you
we
know,
saw was an escalation in terms of
so
protests. We saw
An item that
protests
I
in
sell that
Sarnia,
costs
I'm sorry, in Sarnia,
$55,
Windsor,
I'm only selling
the Peace Bridge in
I-
Toronto and
yeah,
Cornwall.
and I didn't
So
do
I
it
had
because I wanted to.
growing
I did it
concern
because I
about
had to.
the
And
escalation
then I got
of
asked,
protests
well,
specifically
well,
designed to
do you
thin
want
out
to
police lines
reduce your
to prevent police from responding
the
in
quantity
Ottawa.
per item?
So
I'm
did
like,
there
no,
come a
fuck
point
you.
where
This is
you
this is what we're
considered
contracted
that a
for,
provincial state of emergency would
and
be helpful?
I don't
as you
want
see
any
these
fucking
resources
less.
being spread out thin.
I was certainly thinking about it, yes.
And in terms of declaring a provincial state of emergency, that's within the purview of the premier, is that right?
And cabinet.
You know, more businesses.
And,
you know, and for the same product that I'm
does the
selling for
Solicitor General have a
$60,
role in briefing or
everyone else
advising
is
the
selling
premier
for
with
90.
respect to that?
They didn't have to fucking
And
raise their
what's that
prices
role?
from.
Solicitor General certainly free
I mean,
to
I
provide
had
that
the lowest
advice.
prices anyway, but they
But
didn't
it's not
have
at the
to.
Solicitor General's
What I was
recommendation
selling
that the
for
Premier,
$50,
would
they
do
were
that.
selling for $60. Okay, I only rose my
The Solicitor
prices.
General certainly has the ability to provide
You
a
know,
recommendation to
during
the
this
Okay,
thing,
and are you aware
I
of
only
whether
rose
that
my
recommendation
prices.
was made by the Solicitor General?
You know, in the past 10 years by
I'm not aware of any discussions
$10.
between the minister
Okay?
and the Premier.
And when I was selling at
And,
55, they were selling at 65.
Do you have the
or I
ability
should
to
say
also
65. They were selling
make a
for
recommendation
70.
to the Solicitor General with
They
respect to
didn't have
declaring
to
a state of
fucking sell for that
Yes.
much money.
And did you do that in
You know,
this
they
case?
could have they
No,
they
quite
could have sold
frankly,
for
the
like
Premier beat me to it.
65.
He signaled on the 10th
You know, they
of
could have
February
sold
that
for
it
the
was
same
his
price I'm
intention to
selling,
declare
and they
a
would still be
provincial
making a
emergency.
fucking profit.
And given that signal
But
and intent on the
they
10th,
fucking use every fucking
several
goddamn
ministries
excuse in the fucking
started
book
working
to raise their
together,
prices.
to,
So now they're charging $90
permit
for
the
something that I
declaration to
sell for
happen.
60. They didn't have to
The
fucking
essence
raise
of
it to
emergency
95. They could
declarations are
they
for
could have still
emergency orders
rose
to
their
flow from
prices
that.
to
So
75
we
and
were
they'd still be
examining
making a
what
fucking profit.
emergency orders were required
You know, or
to
$70
support the
max.
emergency declaration.
You know, but
and one of the key people that we relied
that just
upon
that
was
just
Commissioner
but they decided to.
So communicating to Commissioner Creek,
You know,
there
because
will be
they
a provincial emergency
they decided to fucking
What
raise their
tools do
goddamn
you
fucking
need to,
prices higher than what they
more
need to
effectively
be,
resolve the
and it's
situation
only
in both
$5
Ottawa and
per
at the
item.
Ambassador Bridge, and so that communication
Well,
was
it's
ongoing
less than $5
between
per
various
item
legal
going through a
departments,
distributor.
between my ministry, the Ministry of the Attorney General,
Actually, no, it
Cabinet
is
Office,
$5 per
Premier's
item
Office, and
going
Commissioner
through a
So is it
distributor.
your
It's
understanding that the
$5
decision to
more.
declare a state of emergency was made
Then when I get the
before
product, but I mean,
measures,
when you're
were
dealing in
determined
100,000
what the measures would be that would fall
units,
under that?
you know that
I know
$5
that
is a lot of money.
The signal for an
Uh,
emergency declaration was
you know,
made.
but still,
and
there
then we
was no
started
fucking
consulting with Commissioner Creek
fucking need
with
for
regards
it.
to what tools
They
he
could have
required.
very well.
And do you have any knowledge of
you know,
what was the turning point or the tipping point for declaring for wanting to declare an emergency as of the 10th of February?
I don't know what the Premier was thinking, but I was
it's
certainly
just frustrating for
in
me.
a position to have made that decision on or around, or that
They
recommendation
could
on
have
or
very
around the
well
10th,
have
simply because the matter was escalating.
only
The
raised
number
the
of
prices
protests
by
were escalating. We
$5.
saw repeated
And they'd still be
blockades and
making the same
attempts
fucking profit.
in Sarnia, the Blue Water Bridge, Highway 402, Nipigon,
You know, that's
Cornwall,
why.
the Peace Bridge.
That's why when it comes to these fucking
Windsor,
gouging fucking
Toronto.
bastards,
So
when I
certainly
look at the
things
food
were
prices, because I
escalating.
know,
And
I know
was
what the
certainly in a position
fucking
to make that recommendation, and I would have had the Premier
the-
not beat me to the punch.
the margins are. You know,
And I'll take you to ONT 405149.
it's.
And this is the briefing note that the Solicitor General sent to
And,
Cabinet
and they
regarding
fucking
the
get away
declaration
with
of
it
the
with
emergency
our
on
foods
February 12th.
because
Did you
well,
advise
what
the
are people
Solicitor
going to do?
General
Stop
on this
fucking
briefing
eating?
note?
Well, actually, that might be an
So
idea.
it's Cabinet Office that prepares this briefing note,
Okay,
and it's not my ministry.
okay. And so you saw it when it came out, essentially. You didn't have any input into it.
My ministry certainly had input into developing this note.
Okay. And are you aware of whether the drafting of the emergency measures had started by the time that the declaration was made on the 11th?
Yes.
Okay. And what was your understanding of the objective of the declaration and the emergency orders that accompanied it?
The objective was to, well, there were a number of objectives. The objectives were to provide law enforcement with the tools that they needed to effectively deal with the Ambassador Bridge, Ottawa, and any other protests that could develop in the future. So the emergency orders were designed, in my view, to both deal with the existing occupations and protests, but also to prevent and reduce and mitigate the harm in the future. So it was both reactionary and future-looking as well.
Okay, thank you. And if we can go down on this document. And so I just want to look a little bit at the measures and what they prohibit. And so the first A sub I says preventing someone from traveling to or from critical infrastructure as defined in 2F. So if we can go down to 2F. Yes, there it is. And so we see there from I to X, or 1 to 10, the different elements under what is defined as critical infrastructure. It's interesting to note that the parliamentary precinct is not included under critical infrastructure. Do you know why that was excluded from the definition of critical infrastructure?
Yes.
And why was that?
The Emergency Management Civil Protection Act has a limitation in it, and that limitation is that all emergency orders need to be as minimally intrusive as possible. Given the fact that lawful protest is a charter right, there was a concern that if we included the parliamentary precinct, that people that are protesting some other issue would be impacted by that. And so we did not want to be overbroad with regards to including the parliamentary precinct.
Okay, and if we can go back up to the beginning of that, those measures, keep going up. So if we go then to, so as you mentioned, then the parliamentary precinct would not be part of the definition of critical infrastructure. However, if we see one in number 5, A sub 5, that the measures also prevent individuals from preventing someone traveling to or from walkways, bridges, and highways other than 400 series highways, which are already captured as critical infrastructure. If doing so would, and there's 3 conditions. Can you explain that particular measure and maybe explain what the purpose of that was?
So that particular measure was specifically designed to deal with the situation in Ottawa. We see that it refers and references highways. The definition of highways is taken from the Highway Traffic Act, and according to that definition, that certainly includes all the residential streets, including Wellington, in Ottawa. So this measure was specifically designed for Ottawa. And when we look at number 3, if doing so would seriously interfere with the safety, the health of or well-being of members of the public, so specifically designed for Ottawa.
And as you mentioned, highway in this case means essentially any road.
Correct.
And was there any concern that this might be overbroad if it captures any road anywhere in Ontario?
No, because there's a caveat to it that the interference would have to either 1, 2, or 3 seriously interfere with the safety, health, or well-being of members of the public, as an example. So this was not overbroad.
And conversely, given that there are 3 requirements or 3 possible requirements, one of the 3 would have to be triggered, was there a concern that potentially it wouldn't be able to apply to Wellington unless one of those 3 was met?
No, there was not that concern.
Okay, so you were confident that these measures were targeted to the situation in Ottawa, but would not be overbroad so as to impede peaceful protest in the parliamentary precinct. Is that a fair assessment?
Yes.
If I can take you to ONT 405152.
Can I just interrupt for a moment? I
Yes.
just want to check on the witness, or do you want a break? This is going to be, I'm afraid, long, so the question is, do you want a break? You could have 2 breaks, or we can keep going until you signal.
We could keep going, Commissioner.
Okay. You've got endurance, that's good.
So it was ONT 405152. And this is now February 14. And these were amendments that were proposed to the emergencies orders. Were you aware of these at the time?
Yes.
And were you consulted on the amendments?
Yes.
And did the Solicitor General consult with you?
Did she consult with me?
Was the consultation with the Solicitor General?
Yes.
Okay. And what can you tell us about the purpose of the additional measures?
Can you scroll up for me, please?
Sure.
So it's articulated right here, confirm that provincial offences officers can in fact remove objects, including vehicles themselves, as well as causing others to remove them. In B, give provincial offences officers who remove objects or cause them to be removed the power to detain and store
Sure,
those
sorry,
objects.
maybe I'll just clarify.
Sure.
What was the intended purpose of these amendments?
So,
What are they targeting?
so with regards to B, we were receiving additional information from Commissioner Parikh with regards to what additional powers he required. So when you look at B, for example, there was a concern that if a vehicle was seized, sent to the pound, a person could certainly pay the fine or the storage fee, get the car back, and then certainly join up again with a protest. So this particular emergency order gave the police the ability to store that vehicle for as long as the emergency order was in effect. Also, there was the issue, as articulated by ADM Freeman yesterday, with regards to CVORs and ensuring that the police made reasonable efforts to notify those individuals that had CVORs and where the vehicles were being detained and stored. There was also the requirement to ensure that tow truck operators, storage yards were effectively compensated, and so there was a provision here that referenced the Storage Liens Act, I believe it was, that made it clear that any monies owing could be enforced through that particular act.
And if you go to the second page.
When it comes to products and that, a lot of people don't know what the fucking markup.
In the first
variation is supposed
Paragraph
to be.
under
So they
why
don't.
does Ontario need
when,
these changes?
When
We'll
they
keep
fucking
going.
when they buy something,
Right. There we are.
they just don't.
It says,
they
following
just
the
accept
declaration of
it
emergency on February 11,
as
2022,
being,
action by
well,
police
it's a fair
services have
market.
addressed
No,
the
no,
blockade
it
of the
fucking isn't. It's
Ambassador
not a
Bridge
fair
in
fucking
Windsor.
market.
However, as the bridge has just begun to reopen to regular traffic, there remains a
No,
threat of
it's-
impeded access to or egress from the use of it and other critical transportation infrastructure, including essential trade corridors. What was your understanding of the continued threat of impeded access to or egress from the Ambassador Bridge at this time? This is February 14.
So there was information of various convoys coming to the Ambassador Bridge potentially from Ottawa, potentially from other parts of Ontario. I know that the commissioner informed me that there was a call by protesters to come to Ontario to assist, and so that concern was real, and so that's one of the reasons why this emergency order was declared and put into force. There was a concern that there would be continued attempts to block Highway 402, the Blue Water Bridge, the Ambassador Bridge, the Peace Bridge, Toronto, Nipigon, Cornwall, etc.
And was there any coordination with the federal government on the tools that might be needed in the measures, in the provincial measures, to end the situation in Ottawa? Was there ever a discussion with federal counterparts about the measures?
Not to my knowledge. I did not discuss this with Deputy Minister Stewart. I don't know whether Commissioner Carrick had that discussion with Commissioner Lucky.
Okay, so to your understanding and to your knowledge, neither did the Solicitor General and neither did the Premier, correct?
I don't know that.
Right. In your view, was the provincial declaration of emergency helpful in resolving the situation in Ottawa?
Yes.
And in Windsor?
Yes.
And how so?
Well, it certainly provided the ability to tow vehicles and other objects that were blocking the roadway. And it certainly provided the ability to immediately suspend driver's licenses, permits, and CVOR registrations. It gave the police the ability to remove vehicles themselves and provincial offences officers themselves if necessary. It certainly gave police the ability to store seized vehicles for a long term so that they could not be reused in a protest.
He's just being a pest.
And it certainly imposed significant fines on individuals. As an example, violating one of these emergency orders, to my knowledge, the maximum penalty for an individual was $100,000. For a director of a corporation, $500,000. And for a corporation, I believe it was $10 million.
So these measures were significant.
Yes.
And to your knowledge, was any other level of government consulted on this provincial declaration or any of the emergency measures under it?
I certainly had discussions with Deputy Minister Stewart after the declaration of the emergency, and we did discuss some of these provisions. Deputy Minister Stewart informed me that at one point in time, after the federal government while the federal government was discussing the Emergencies Act, that the provincial declaration of emergency certainly had more teeth than the provisions in the Emergencies Act.
And you mentioned that you also spoke to Commissioner Carrick about what measures would be helpful.
Correct.
Did you have any similar discussions with Commissioner Lucky?
I did not.
You be good, Putty Cat. You don't bug him.
Did anyone ask the province, anyone meaning within the federal government,
it's
the
amazing
municipal
a lot of people
government,
don't know this stuff because
OPP
they're
or
not in the retail
RCMP? Was
business.
anybody requesting that the province declare a state of emergency, to your knowledge?
No.
Were the elements there
even people
prior
in the
to
retail business,
February 10
because
for
they're-
declaring
they might be going through
a
a
provincial state of
third-party
emergency?
distributor.
Could it have been declared sooner?
Going from a, the manufacturer, and then a distributor, and then
There's a two-part
the
test in the
wholesaler.
EMCPA that has to be met.
It's
So I
all those
think,
fucking middle people.
an analysis would have to be
and,
done
so
to
they
see
got
when
no
that two-part test
idea of
could
what
have
these
been
people
met.
are.
And were
getting
you
their
doing that
produce for,
analysis in
and-
your
and
mind
these fucking
as
major companies,
time
the grocery
went on?
stores, now they're not going to fucking tell you
I
how
was
much they're
thinking
getting their
about it,
product
yes.
for.
And when, at what point
they're
did
not
you
gonna give you that
conclude
fucking
that
information.
that was, that had been met?
On or about the 10th, when the Premier signaled that he had
And
the
a lot of
intention
these
to
fucking
declare.
idiots
Okay, so prior to that,
They-
it was
they
your
fucking
assessment that the conditions were not there,
sign
is that
a
right?
And that was primarily based, well,
compete
I wouldn't say that the conditions were not there. That was primarily based on
contract
not receiving any direct requests from
with
any of our law
with
enforcement
all the others.
leaders.
So they're all in it. They're all in
For the
fucking bed
declaration.
with each
Correct.
other.
Okay,
They-
so
they are.
had
They're all in
that request
to bed
been
with
made,
each
you
other.
would have considered it sooner?
Yes.
Now, it's my understanding that the provincial state of emergency closely coincided with Ontario relieving some of those provincial mandates. Is that your understanding as well?
I'm not clear on provincial mandates.
And Commissioner, I'm about to move on. This
these
might
are
be an
things
appropriate
that
time for a break. I'm sure
people
my
need
friends
to
would
learn
appreciate
and-
that as well.
Okay, well, certainly the
so that they
interpreters
don't
do.
get-
So
get
I will take a 15-minute break.
If people
and
really
then, we can
knew-
come back.
The commission is in recess for 15 minutes. La commission est levée pour 15 minutes.
How much money these guys were really paying for their fucking product? It's the fucking markup on food is fucking horrendous. I mean, these manufacturers, these fucking companies, their profit margin is so high, it's like it's like a 200% markup is what it is. I mean, companies don't care about giving you the best value. All they care about is stealing your money. And it's getting to the point where you can't really find anything any cheaper nowadays, no matter where you go, because all these companies are fucking in bed with each other. They're, you know, they sign these non-compete. What they do is they share patents and ideas, and in exchange for a non-compete contract, which means that there's only a certain price variance that these companies. Just a minute. I'm going to explain economics, guys. Here, this is how businesses fucking work. You know, I think people should know this is shit that everybody should fucking know, and this is the shit they don't want you to fucking know. You know, but this is economics 101 here. Just a minute, I want to put a picture up here, just a minute. Oh, you fucking bastards. Why does that keep fucking happening? Okay, so guys, Economics 101. I'm going to tell you the shit they don't want you to fucking know. So all these companies are in bed together with each other. And what they do is they sign what's called a non-compete contract. And what they do, and in exchange for not competing, they share price values, and they share, other information that's kind of help with, help their business. So there's benefits. And with the non-compete, or with these non-compete contracts, what they do is they make a deal that that you can only lower your prices by so much. Everybody has to comply. If you don't, then you get sued for breach of contract. Look at General Electric when they invented with the light bulb. The light bulb companies jumped into the sack with each other. We'll share our technology. If you come up with a better light bulb, we'll share that information. We'll allow you rights to our patent, to manufacture our patented thing, for exchange that the light bulbs can't last any longer than a certain amount of hours. And they go through the gauntlet, and they fucking test this shit. And that's what companies are in the practice of doing. That's why when you go to shopping and you buy something, you will see the prices aren't that much lower. They only put the prices lower to only the certain extent to which it would cost you more in gas than what you would save. And because they calculate all that fucking shit out. So okay, so it's 2 cents cheaper, like even if I buy, or 25 cents cheaper, even if I buy it for 25 cents cheaper, I'm going to, I'm going to spend more than that in gas. So it's not worth your while. Now, if you're walking, then that's a different story. Then you'll save that 25 cents. And these are things that, especially if you're fucking taking a taxi someplace, it's, they strategize all this shit, and that's why they can say, well, we'll give you the price match guarantee, but some restrictions apply. So I go to, for instance, so I go to, let's say Freshco. Well, first I go to Walmart and I say, okay, for a 2-liter drum of Chapman's ice cream, I can get it for under $4. I can get, well, with tax, let's say $4. So I can get my ice cream at Walmart for $4 for a 2-liter drum. Then I go to, so I know this because I checked out the prices. So I go to Fresh Con. It's Freshco, but I call it Fresh Scam because Fresh Con because it's a scam. So we will price match. We will give you for the same. If you can find a lower price, we'll beat it. So you go there, you say, okay, well, I was looking at so they're charging let's just say $6. It would be $5.97, so $6. And this is an actual case because I know my prices. So you go to Freshco and you say, well, okay, so your ice cream you're selling, you're going to give me a price match guarantee. Well, Walmart, they're selling the exact same 2-liter ice cream, the same brand, the same packaging, everything, for $4 for a 2-liter drum. And then they say, well, dairy's not included. That's why they say restrictions apply, but they don't fucking tell you what the restrictions are until you go to the checkout and you say, well, I can get this, because very few people will actually say, okay, well, I don't want it, because the embarrassment at the checkout. But before I go to the checkout, what I do is I don't bring the item. I just say, well, your Chapman's ice cream, which I love Chapman's ice cream. They're the best ice cream. I just had to put that in there. And I say to them, well, listen, this is what I can get. I can get the same Chapman's Black Cherry drum of ice cream, 2-liter, at Walmart for $4. And they say, well, we don't price match on dairy. And I'm like, well, good then. I'm not buying any of this shit, and I'm gonna go to Walmart because I can get it cheaper. And they just look at me and just say, well, it's gonna, how much it's gonna cost you in gas? Oh no, I can walk it. I can walk from here to Walmart if I want. And they just they look at you and just like, well, either you offer me a deal on the ice cream or I'm not buying any of this shit here. I'll go to Walmart and make worth my while. And they're just like, well, how much? Well, it's going to cost you more to come back home. Say, no, actually, you know what? Walmart is closer to where I live than what you guys are, or the same distance. And they just like, so then they get the manager. The manager comes over and says, okay, well, we'll just do this once, and I get 4 things of ice cream. And they say, well, limit 2. And I'm just like, okay, well, too bad. I'm going to Walmart. And they're just like, they just look at you, and there's a big lineup. And it's just like, which is kind of muscling them into it. Now, Walmart can kind of sort of get away with it because they're not aligned with the regular grocery stores in Canada. They're not under the same conglomerate, and they're not in bed together, so some of their stuff can be a little bit cheaper. It's you're better instead of spending $14 on a 2-4 of Coke, you're a lot further ahead getting the President's Choice, where you can get a 2-4 for $7. I mean, the President's Choice Cola is definitely is at the same, like, not the same flavor. It has a different flavor. It's not that it's better or worse. It's the same quality. You know, just a bit of a different flavor. You know, being smart like that. If you go for the nationally known brand, you're going to pay a hell of a lot more money. You know, it's ridiculous. You know, but the thing is every store that sells the President's Choice, you're going to get the same price. So you're not going to get your President's Choice a 2-4 for $6 at, let's say, no frills. You know, like if you go to the Great Canadian Superstore, or I should say the Great Canadian Superstore, you're going to pay the same amount of money for that as you're going to pay for if you go to no frills. You know, so any companies that sell the President's Choice, but you're still saving money. I mean, it's definitely worth your while. You know, kind of get used to the flavor. A lot of people stopped drinking Coke for a certain reason, and now they're drinking the Dr. Pepper. I won't drink Dr. Pepper because it's the same company that makes the P word stuff, which I won't drink. You know, it's yeah. So you know, Coats, they don't make a cola anymore. Unfortunately, would be nice if they started offering that. But that's just how it fucking works. The markup on your groceries is like 300%. It's a 300% markup on apples. Like for instance, Ontario grown apples. There is no reason that you should be paying. You know, there's no reason why you should be paying more than for a 500 gram bag of apples. There should be no fucking reason you should be paying more than $2.50 for it, pandemic or not. You know, for a 900 gram bag of Ontario grown apples, the most amount you should be paying is maybe $5, and then that would be for the best apples. $3.50 is a fair deal. There's no fucking, because you know how much money they're fucking. You know how much, okay, including all their costs from transportation and storage and all that. It only costs them about $1 per kilo bag of apples. So that's what their costs are, and you're paying you know, you're paying $7 for that, for something that's only total cost. Like I'm talking total cost, which means the store, their employees, all that shit. When you divide things up, it's only costing them a fucking $1. The markup is on fresh produce. The markup is fucking insane. Like you're and the farmer's fucking getting shit. You know, it's not fair. It's not right. It's not fair. You know, a lot of people don't know this fucking shit. You know, so the next time you buy fresh produce at the store, tell them, like, you know, they're starting. But yeah, that goes my rent. Most people don't know this because they're not in the retail business and they don't bother researching this shit. You know, the grocery stores aren't gonna fucking tell you. That bag of that
The commission
box
is
of
reconvened.
cereal
La commission reprend.
that you're buying.
Give the commissioner a minute.
Oh, for fuck's sake. You know,
Mr. DiTomaso.
People are fucking overpaying for their shit.
I want to take you to ONT 405157. And this is now a call you had with Deputy Minister Stewart on February 13. Do you recall speaking with him about the Federal Emergencies Act at that time? If you can go to page 10.
Yes.
And the third point, also Federal Emergencies Act is being discussed, is on the table, but great reluctance to invoke, primarily because provincial penalties under EOs are much greater than what is available under Federal Emergencies Act. Advise both Minister Jones and SOC of above. So what did you understand Deputy Minister Stewart to be telling you about the relationship between the provincial and the federal measures?
Well, we didn't discuss the difference between the two measures in any great detail. The discussion was about the fact that the federal government was considering the invocation of the Federal Emergencies Act.
And was this the first time you were informed of that?
Yes.
And did you understand him to be saying that the provincial emergency measures were greater than the federal emergency measures, based on those notes that you made there?
The penalties, yes.
The penalties. And did he give you a sense for why it was being considered, if that was the case?
No.
I'll take you to ONT 403847. And these again are your notes. This is now February 14. And this is, you make some notes in relation with to a call with Deputy Minister Stewart at 8:55. I inquire as to whether Federal Emergencies Act will be invoked today. Silence. What was your interest in inquiring about the Federal Emergencies Act?
Well, he had signaled to me the day before that the federal government was considering the invocation of the act. And this call here, I wanted to know whether or not that was in fact happening. He did not answer my question.
Okay, and did you take that to mean that that was the affirmative and not wanting to answer one way or the other?
Yes.
Was the province expecting this to happen, or was this just you asking, or were you asking on behalf of others?
This was me asking.
Okay. Do you know whether the Solicitor General or the Premier were expecting the government to invoke the Emergencies Act?
No.
Okay. And when Deputy Minister Stewart indicated that to you, that it was being considered, is that something you passed on to the Solicitor General?
I believe so. Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Now, the Federal Emergency Act measures were put in place to help solve what you've indicated was a policing matter, so a law enforcement issue. Did you see any concern about using federal measures to deal with what is substantially a provincial matter, which is policing?
No, because the Emergencies Act invocation, from my view, was national in scope, and so not knowing what the federal government concerns were Canada-wide, I wasn't really in a position to have those concerns.
And there was a First Minister's meeting on the morning of February 14. Were you aware of it at the time?
I found out later.
Do you know whether Premier Ford was given advance notice of this meeting and what the topic of the meeting was?
No idea.
Are you aware of whether he was briefed on the Emergencies Act prior to that meeting?
I don't know.
Did the Solicitor General seek your input or advice on the Emergencies Act prior to that meeting?
No.
Was it your view that the Federal Emergencies Act could help the police resolve the situation in Ottawa?
Yes.
And so if that's the case, then were you of the view that the Ontario measures were not enough to bring those protests to an end?
No.
No, it was not your view?
Correct. I thought that the provincial emergency declaration and the orders that flowed from them were sufficient to assist the police in resolving both Ottawa and Windsor. Having said that, the emergency orders that flowed from the federal emergency declaration were certainly helpful, and I know that they were used by law enforcement.
So if it was your view that the provincial measures were enough to bring these protests, at least in Ottawa and Windsor, to an end, why did the government support then the invocation of the Emergencies Act by the federal government?
That would be a question for Premier Ford and Minister Jones.
And in your view, did you support the use of the Emergencies Act?
I never turned my mind as to whether I supported the act. I can tell you that the authorities granted by the Federal Emergencies Act were helpful, and they were used by law enforcement.
And just to clarify, your views were not canvassed with respect to whether or not the province should be supportive of the use of the Emergencies Act, was it?
Correct.
Now, we've heard testimony earlier this week about the blockade at the Ambassador Bridge. We've spoken a bit about that briefly as well. Is it your understanding that the requests for resources that came from Windsor were in some way prioritized by the OPP?
Commissioner Creek informed me that he was prioritizing the resources for deployment to the Windsor Bridge for a number of reasons.
And do you understand, or do you have any knowledge of whether the Solicitor General directed Commissioner Creek to prioritize Windsor resources?
Knowing both the Minister and Commissioner Creek, the Minister would absolutely not direct the Commissioner, nor would the Commissioner receive that direction well. He would refuse it.
Okay, and why would that be?
Because there is, that's an operational matter, and government, ministers, myself are simply not permitted to direct the OPP with regards to an operational matter, and deployment of officers is considered to be an operational matter.
Okay, so the prioritization of resources, you would say, is an operational matter?
Provincial police resources, yes.
Okay. And, but you would agree with me that the Solicitor General can issue directions to the OPP Commissioner that are not related to operational matters?
With regards to policy matters, yes.
Okay. And what is your understanding of the scope of that authority that the Solicitor General has to direct the OPP Commissioner on non-operational matters?
Well, that authority is contained within the Police Services Act, that the OPP Commissioner is subject to the Solicitor General's direction. But my understanding from Ministry Legal and case law is that direction is only to apply with regards to human resources, budget, policy, and certainly nothing in regards to operations, and certainly nothing in regards to any emergency provisions.
Right, but as you mentioned, human resources would fall under that. So prioritizing human resources in one area over another, would that fall into?
No.
Okay, and are you aware of whether the Solicitor General did in fact issue any directions to the OPP Commissioner throughout these events?
I'm not aware, and I believe had she done that, the Commissioner would have informed me.
Now, we see in the institutional report that was filed on behalf of the Government of Ontario that the business sector became quite activated with respect to the Windsor blockade. And I think you mentioned something along those lines as well, right?
Yes.
Did that play a role in the decision to prioritize Windsor as an issue that had to be resolved?
So it was Commissioner Creek that prioritized the deployment of resources to the Windsor blockade over Ottawa. And as he communicated to me, one of his considerations for doing so, one of many considerations, was the economic impact.
Now, witnesses have testified before the commission that the City of Ottawa attempted to make a deal, or did make a deal, with protesters to move trucks out of residential areas. You're aware of that?
I was informed by Deputy Minister Stewart at one point in time on a phone call.
And did you know that it was Dean French who was the person representing or negotiating on behalf of the protesters?
Deputy Minister Stewart informed me of that.
Okay. And you weren't aware of that prior to his telling you?
No.
Okay. Do you know how Mr. French got involved and became the representative of some of the organizers in this?
No.
Did you have any contact with Mr. French during any of the time of these protests?
No.
Are you aware of whether Premier Ford or his staff had any contact with Mr. French?
No.
Are you aware of whether Mr. French was acting under the instructions of the government, the Ontario government, to broker this deal to find a resolution?
No.
Now, we know the Emergency Management Ontario and the Provincial Emergency Operations Centre were both engaged in the Windsor situation. They were not engaged with respect to Ottawa. Do you have a sense for why that is?
They were engaged in Ottawa. There was a field officer from Emergency Management Ontario that was embedded in the Ottawa Emergency Operations Centre.
And what about the Provincial Emergency Operations Centre?
The Provincial Emergency Operations Centre was in full activation mode on the 11th of February.
In Ottawa?
The Provincial Emergency Operations Centre is located in Toronto.
Yes, but I mean, it was activated with respect to the events in Ottawa on February 11th. Is that what your
Yes.
evidence is? Okay. But not prior to that?
So there are three levels of activation with regards to the Provincial Emergency Operations Centre. There is routine monitoring, there is enhanced monitoring, and then there is full activation. And the PEOC went into full activation on the 11th of February. Before that, it was in enhanced monitoring mode.
Are you able to tell us when it went into enhanced mode?
I'm sorry. I am not.
Can I take you to pb.nsc.can 407378? This is a letter from Commissioner Creek on February 22nd to you. And if we go to the second page, you recall receiving this, this letter?
Yes.
If we go to page 2, the last paragraph, Commissioner Creek says, while this situation is unprecedented, the OPP worked with legal and determined that because we are engaging companies under the provisions of the Emergencies Act, not as procurement, contract, or agreement, that we should work within the reasonable compensation provisions consistent with the terms of the regulations. Now, my understanding is that the tow truck operators were indemnified under the Emergencies Act. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
And were you involved in discussions around what indemnification could be provided to tow truck operators?
No.
And My understanding is that the OPP was delegated power under the Emergencies Act to compel tow truck operators. Is that right?
Yes.
And was that done? Were tow truck operators compelled under the Emergencies Act?
That would be a question for Commissioner Creek.
Okay. In the evidence we received from Commissioner Creek, it seems that the trucks had been lined up and ready to go before the letters were sent out, but that he had concerns about them backing out at the last minute. Do you recall this? Were you aware of this at the time?
Yes, Commissioner Creek did make me aware of that concern.
Okay. Now, just to go back to a point regarding the day-to-day enforcement operations, which, as you have testified, the Solicitor General can't direct. In your view, was the OPS providing adequate and effective police services at the time when the convoy became entrenched?
I would say yes, with the support of the OPP, yes.
And so then you understood that to mean that there was public order in Ottawa?
Yes.
Now, the Police Services Act provides that if the Ontario Civilian Police Commission finds that a municipal force is not providing adequate and effective police services, it can communicate that finding to the board of the municipality and direct the board to take the measures that the commission considers necessary. Do you have any views on whether the Solicitor General's office should be able to recommend to the commission to take such a step? I understand that right now that's not contemplated in the Act. I'm asking whether something like that would be helpful.
So the Solicitor General does have the ability to write the OCPC to ask it to investigate the provision of adequate and effective police services.
And right, so that's a different provision, is my understanding, that the commission may, at the request of the Solicitor General, investigate, inquire into, and report on the conduct or the performance of duties of a municipal police chief. Did the Solicitor General, to your knowledge, consider making such a request from the commission?
I don't know.
Are there any other mechanisms that can be used for the Solicitor General or the Commission, in this case the Oversight Commission, to remove a chief of police or have a chief of police step aside if it has concerns about its performance?
So the OCPC has the ability to suspend and or remove a chief of police. A police service board of jurisdiction has the ability to suspend a chief of police. And in my view, in this particular circumstance, the entity that was best placed to deal with any performance issues that it perceived would be the Police Service Board of Jurisdiction.
So my question is, should there be a mechanism, doesn't exist in the Police Services Act, but should there be a mechanism by which the Solicitor General can take steps to ensure adequate and effective police services if it is of the view that there are circumstances that warrant it where perhaps the board is not able to act or is not acting, is receiving inadequate information, whether there's a deficiency of some kind, which then does not allow for the board, who, as you say, would be the entity that would normally be the one to do that. Would it be helpful to have that kind of a mechanism in place?
I think that is a discussion that needs to take place with legal services. We are currently in the process of drafting regulations with regards to the Community Safety and Policing Act, which we hope with cabinet approval and legislative approval to be brought into force sometime in late 2023 or early 2024. So discussions certainly need to happen. But you're asking me a question about whether it's appropriate for the Solicitor General to have that authority? Perhaps. Perhaps it would be appropriate for the Commissioner of the OPP to have that authority, given the fact that he has responsibilities across the entire province, and perhaps that authority would be better suited for the Commissioner to have the ability to step in and take over a particular operation if there was reasonable grounds to believe that adequate and effective services were not being delivered.
Okay.
But in this situation, once again, I believe that the Police Services Board was best placed to deal with that issue.
Okay, and on that point, if I can take you to OPB 401647. So these are the meeting minutes of a meeting of the Ottawa Police Services Board on February 5th. And this is the one I believe you and Commissioner Creek had been texting about on February 5th about a meeting at the board. This is the in-camera portion of that meeting. And if I can take you down to, I believe it's page 2 or 3, if we can just go to the second page. Okay, if we keep going down, just scroll down. Okay, so in the middle of that paragraph, it says the chief reassured the board that there was a comprehensive plan. However, he could not provide all the details of what the service was doing operationally. So here's an example where the board has been told by the chief that on February 5th there's a comprehensive plan. My understanding from your testimony is that there was not a comprehensive plan to end the demonstration on February 5th. Were you aware that the board was being given the information that there was a comprehensive plan on February 5th?
No, and with regards to this particular section here, I think that the Police Service Board is entitled to receive operational information in camera. The Morden report states that. Now, the Morden report does not have the force of law, but one of the recommendations certainly says that a board is entitled to receive that operational information. Now, had the board not been satisfied with either the performance of the chief or the provision of that operational plan, it had options.
Okay, and what were the options?
It certainly could have invited the OPP and the RCMP to come in and brief it as to whether or not there was an operational plan to dismantle. It could have informed itself better. The board had the ability, according to the Morden report, to make recommendations to the chief of police. And the chief of police certainly had the ability to either accept those recommendations or not. The board could not infringe on operations, could not direct the chief on operations, but it certainly had the ability to make those recommendations. Had the chief declined to accept those recommendations, that would have informed the board as to what its next steps ought to have been. And one of the options was for the board to make a request under Section 9 of the PSA to the commissioner of the OPP to step in and take over that particular operation. That was an option that was available to the board.
Okay, so were you aware that the board was informed on February 5th that there was a comprehensive plan?
No.
If I can take you to OPP, and I'm almost done, Commissioner, I just need a couple more minutes, if you will. OPP 404580. And if I can take you to, these are text messages, again, if I can take you to page 128. And this is between you and Commissioner Creek. And at 3:59, if we can find that. So we hear, so again, we said the blue is you and the green is Commissioner Creek, correct?
Yes.
And so you say to Commissioner Creek, in a confidential board meeting, I'm hearing slowly tendered his resignation, an external chief will be hired, still confidential as meeting is going on. And he says, interesting, this will be very important to confirm. How did you learn about what was happening in the confidential board meeting as it was happening?
So there was a police service board advisor from the ministry in that confidential meeting.
Lindsay Gray?
I believe so.
And how were you receiving information about what was happening at the board meeting?
Through Ken Weatherhill.
I'm done
And
live
was
streaming
that
for
through
today.
text
I'm tired.
messages?
I've been at it for like
I don't remember. May have been phone calls, text messages. Don't remember.
7 hours, almost 8 hours.
And
Thank you very
sorry,
much for watching.
what was the
Please
name
like,
of the
share,
person you
subscribe. I'll be
indicated?
back on Monday
Ken
live streaming this.
Weatherhill.
And who's
Probably on
Ken
tomorrow
Weatherhill?
For sure for
He is the current
Forza Friday.
acting
Thank you very
assistant
much
deputy
for watching.
minister
Please like, share,
in
subscribe
charge
to all your friends.
of
This
the
is Mr.
Inspectorate
Blackstone
of
signing
Policing
out saying,
Division.
Hail fucking Satan and hell
And
on
how was
raw.
Ken Weatherhill aware of what